from the beginning.
And I was shown that that Lucifer would return, that the UN and the Vatican were going to be completely behind it, again, under false pretenses. He's going to show up and say, I'm here to save the day, right? And okay, fine, you know.
Yeah, of course,
ahead,
you can
try
say
it.
whatever you want.
But
I've always hated censorship. It's the internet.
Sometimes, you know, once they get you for your first love bite, well, it depends on how aware you are, right?
I forgot my bullets. I never had a gun. Here I am left standing. Am I the only one? For what I see, memories have guilted me. I'll never see the sun.
First of all, as you know, the Anunnaki and the Draco are enemies. Second of all, underneath Baghdad was a stargate that was created by the Anunnaki so that they could transfer from Jupiter to the Earth.
I'll never see the sun. I could just end it all, but the demons will have won.
The practitioners that, you know, some are good and some use their magic for good and to heal and to help, and others do use it for evil. And, you know, in some cases, you know, people really were.
This is too much sometimes. From the broken ruins of Babylon, this is End of Days Radio. I'm your host, Daniel, broadcasting to you all the way from that shimmering Emerald City, right here in the heart of the Pacific Northwest. Hello, how are you? I'm feeling good today. Today's date is Friday, June 30th, 2023. It is the last day of the month. Next month will be July. We are deep into summer. We are almost to the 4th of July, the birth of a nation, the birth of a new world. Oh boy, are your fireworks ready? Today's show, excuse me, today's guest is none other than Michael K. Michael K., the message man, truth seeker, prison planet awakener, seeker of any and all information on how to expand one's consciousness to experience multidimensional realities, how to take our power back, how to take control of this reality and create the world that we want to create with the thoughts and images that we hold in our mind. And how to be free of brainwashing controllers that keep us in prison. How's that? Don't forget to check out endofdaysradio.com, where you can catch up on everything End of Days Radio, including an updated schedule for the show. You can donate. Remember to donate to End of Days Radio. You guys are the sole and only funding for this show. I don't make money any other way. There's no advertisements. There's no sponsorship. There's nothing like that. Who's going to sponsor this show? Some gray aliens? Really? Don't forget to email me at danielendofdaysradio@gmail.com. Email me your questions, comments, guest suggestions. If you would like to come on the show, email me. If you have something awful to say about me or this show, email me. If you have something positive to say about this show, email me. And be sure to stay tuned after our guests. We have plenty to talk about during our news roll. Our news roll. We'll be talking about the Supreme Court striking down Biden's debt forgiveness plan. We will be talking about Flash bombing at the box office, and plenty to talk about in sports as well, including updates on the Elon Musk versus Mark Zuckerberg UFC cage match. There's been some pictures released of Elon training. I'm excited. I don't know about you guys, but this is the only thing I've ever given a shit about that Elon Musk or Mark Zuckerberg are doing. Because everything else is stupid and monopolized and fucking boring. But anyways, we'll save that for later. Now it's time to bring on our special guest for the evening. None other than Freemason, messenger, truther, Michael. 3, 2, 1. Ta-da.
Hello, everybody.
Oh, there he is, Michael the Message Man. How are you?
I'm excellent. How are you, Daniel?
Dude, what is that, a Padres hat?
It's a Phillies hat.
Phillies hat. Sorry. My bad. Big Phillies fan, huh?
I was until I found out what Caesar said about the games, and after that, I changed my tune.
What'd he say?
Caesar said that if you give the people the games and the gladiators, they'll never revolt or question your authority as long as you continually feed them the games.
I saw something interesting on social media not that long ago. It was a picture of a baseball diamond right next to the square and compass, the Masonic square and compass, and they looked almost exactly alike.
Yeah, I've been hearing a lot about baseball. I'm going down that rabbit hole a little bit. That is created and invented by Freemasons. For what purpose, I don't know.
Yeah, it's to entertain us with long bomb home runs.
Most likely.
Did you see that? Did you see that hot dog thing where the Philly fans were having a hot dog day? You get like a hot dog for 25 cents or something like that, and they were just like tossing them all over the place.
No, I didn't. That's funny though.
Yeah, couldn't help but crack up at that. But enough about baseball. Michael, how are you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Life is perfect right now.
I like your background. You got a lot of books up there.
Yeah.
That's all his research. That's what he's read.
Yeah, this is my mother. She's sitting here with me, Charisse.
Hi, Mom.
Hey. Yes, he's a very special individual.
You're making me sound like I'm slow. Like I'll take the shortcut.
I'm sorry. He doesn't like the word special. He's awesome. He's awesome. He's got a lot of knowledge. He wants to share, and he is excited to talk to you tonight.
And we are in turn excited to talk about him. So let's start from the beginning. That's what I always like to do. Is there a TV or something on in there?
No. You have a background noise?
Yeah. Is there a speaker? Do you have headphones maybe?
No.
We're getting a lot of feedback.
I have a dehumidifier that's on.
Okay. Is my audio going through your speakers?
It is.
Okay. Is there any way you can turn those speakers down a bit, see if that helps out?
Yeah. Let me see how this... Oh, goodness. You're asking me to do computer stuff.
Just getting a little feedback. I'm basically hearing my voice coming back through.
Yeah, that's not good. That's aggravating.
Yeah, I want to make sure we can hear you good.
All right, how am I going to do that? Microphone.
Yeah, if you just turn the volume on the speakers down real low.
Does that help?
Let's see. Testing. Hello? Testing.
Yeah,
That's a little bit better. That's a little bit better for sure.
All right, I got you on 36.
Skate and Destroy. Hey, Daniel, Michael, gonna listen on my way home from work. Sounds good. Shout out to MHD, the Armchair Priest. Still getting a little bit of whine from the feedback. Can you try turning the speaker all the way off?
You're at 12 now?
That's quite a bit better. Still getting a little UFO sound coming through. I don't suppose you have some headphones, do you?
No. This is the first time I've touched this computer in months. I have no idea.
Then we will just have to live with it. At least we got it much reduced, and we can actually hear you now. We might have a little bit of a UFO sound in the background, but hey, it fits the presentation, and it's not loud enough for people to complain about in the YouTube comments like they always do.
Can't make everybody happy.
Can you try turning that dehumidifier off? Maybe that'll help a little bit. Sorry to...
Yeah, I shut it off.
Okay. Can you turn the speaker just a little lower?
Any lower, I'm going to be having to read your lips.
Oh, I see. Okay.
All right, you're on 4.
Okay, I'll turn my microphone down a little bit and see if that helps reduce the feedback. Sorry to all the live listeners. I know that listening to us troubleshoot sound probably isn't the most exciting thing in the world, but now that we've got things a little bit more under control, Michael, can you still hear me enough so you can hear me?
I can. Good to go.
All right. Nice. Am I good or what? Troubleshooting sound remotely, getting order to the chaos, bringing order to the chaos. All right, enough about me. Michael, my man, let's go to the beginning. How did this all start? You're a kid, you're watching Saturday morning cartoons, and all of a sudden you realize the world is full of crazy ghosts and goblins and secret societies. Like, when did you realize something was wrong with the world?
Well, when I realized something was wrong, I was out in my front yard and I saw a white ship, a white jet. Whatever it was, it flew right over top of me. And I think I was like 7 or 8. And I didn't know what that was, but seeing something like that did something to my mind. It made me start thinking. And then I didn't really have any incidences up until I was around 10 or 11. We were running out in our backyard and it was pouring down rain, but half of my yard was pouring rain, the other half wasn't. And I remember looking up to see what was causing that because it was very strange and it just looked like sky. And then I saw a light and then I don't remember much after that. And then continually going on, I remember being woken up in the middle of the night, having nightmares, seeing things in my room, screaming for my mom to come in. They were coming through my closet. They were coming through the ceiling. And I remember hiding under the covers a lot and having a lot of nightmaric scenarios all the time, reoccurring. And that made me question what's going on.
So what was coming out of the closet? Were these like light rays or tendrils?
No, I would see beings in my room. And they would be standing in the shadows watching me. And I remember hiding under the covers. And I would pull the covers down and they would still be standing there. They wouldn't ever, I don't think they hurt me, but they let me know that they were there.
They didn't talk. They were just kind of standing there stoic staring at you?
Yeah. And it would be coming from my closet.
Oh, man. That sounds like the classic story of the monster in the closet, except they weren't monsters.
Yeah, there's probably something to it. All these urban legends, all these fairy tales. I believe all these fairy tales are actually truth being handed down through legends and through stories. Like the Jolly Green Giant was an actual Titan. Peter Pan, you're astral projecting at night. You're coming out of your spirit and you're flying off to wherever this dimension is. Never Neverland, yeah.
Yeah, in fact, time does pass a different in Never Neverland or something like that because the Lost Boys don't grow up when they're there.
Yeah. And I see you got the mushroom behind you. I don't know if you've ever messed with psilocybin and salvia or done any kind of hallucinogens, but time is altered in those dimensions.
Oh, yeah, I do have a mushroom behind me. I was like, oh, he's got to be talking about my gray alien head. But no, you're talking about my Alice in Wonderland poster.
Yeah, have you ever dabbled?
I've dabbled too much, can't you tell?
Oh, yeah. So you've crossed over. So you know when you cross over, you're in a whole different world.
The high school I went to, it was out in the rural areas. All anybody ever did there was psychedelic drugs. Like, you could get anything in high school. When I was in high school, it was better than anywhere else I've ever been because everything was at my fingertips. That's how bad or good it was. It was
and you're
literally
out in Seattle, right?
Yes.
I was stationed out in Bremerton.
Oh, okay, Bremerton. Awesome. Yeah, I'm very familiar with that
for
area.
2.5 years.
So you're a Navy guy, or you were?
Yeah. It was a good time.
Well, it seems like a lot of military or ex-military gravitate towards the Freemasons.
I think it's the individual too. I think if you have a mentality that questions things and you know one, you'll most likely be brought in, be drawn in if you question stuff. But most people don't question. Not in our generation. Nobody questions anything. Everybody just follows along, does what they're told. They watch the tell lie vision that tells you the lie. You channel the information through channeling, through magic and sorcery. The channeling programs the information into your mind, and you don't question. You get your TV dinner, you live your life, the rigmarole. You don't have the time to question anything because the hustle and bustle of life, which is why the world that we live in is designed the way it is, so that people like you and me that do have the time to question, we look like lunatics to those that don't.
TV programs program you.
Definitely. Yeah, and isn't that a funny word, lunatic? Like it has something to do with the moon and all these.
Oh, it does. The moon's tricky. There's something they're not telling us. What I tell my boys, I wouldn't believe anything the government tells you about nothing. Try to experience the world for yourself with open eyes. Don't listen to what somebody has told you, because then if you live that life, you're like, oh, well, this guy already explored. Like a story, a little kid was in school and said, I want to be an explorer. And the teacher's like, nah, you're too late. You can't explore. Everything's already been explored. So that child and that mentality just got shut down from him wanting to explore because somebody else already did it. And you're taking someone else's word for it. You got to experience life for yourself.
Yeah, I definitely agree. In fact, I think that most of the exploring I did was when I was well beyond school. I feel like I learned a lot more from just learning on my own. I mean, school taught me like the basics I needed, like the reading and the writing. But other than that, most of what I know comes from my own interest and just going online, reading stuff online, reading books and stuff like that. I feel like in order to really learn, I've had to go outside of what was presented towards me / forced upon me. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, and then you become an outcast in the people around you and your family. You're ostracized because you question things that they don't want to question. Like there's a great saying by Mark Twain: "It's easier to fool somebody than to convince somebody they've been fooled." And that's what's going on. People don't want to admit that they've been fooled, that they're maybe believing a lie. They rather look at you and point the finger at you and blame you instead of looking at their own self.
Definitely, especially anything that's regarding like spirituality or religion. I feel like those are the areas where people don't want to listen. Like if I tell somebody anything contradictory to what they're going out and babbling about and hopping up on the soapbox and telling others about it, if I tell somebody something contrary to what they feel vindictive about, they don't want to hear it. They become very argumentative, even hostile. Like I've had quite a few people get hostile with me for just suggesting different ideas.
For instance,
well, like anything to do with the Bible, I'd say, like if you present somebody a different perspective on a biblical story, I think that's where you get a lot of pushback because that type of thing offends people.
because everyone's brainwashed.
Yeah, I would say everybody's pretty darn brainwashed. Almost, I would say that they're under a spell.
Yeah, it's all sigil magic. It's all neurolinguistics programming, and it works on the weak mind. And the strong minds are the ones that are the problem. Like you're a light in this dark world. I'm a light in this dark world. When we start bringing light to certain things, that's unacceptable. So you have to be dealt with. And most of it is done by your family and your friends. And that's the whole program. That's how it's designed to ostracize us for thinking differently.
So rewinding the clock again, I like to do this a lot. In between you having this UFO experience and the point where you decide to become a Mason, what's going on? Are you researching? Are you getting involved in religion? It sounds like you're experimenting with psychedelics a little bit.
I've always done psychedelics for the spiritual aspect of it. Back in high school, people would be out partying. I would be out meditating, dropping shrooms. Acid was a little different. Acid was that screws with you because you take on the person that gives it. You take on part of their essence when you take it. So it's very dangerous to do acid. But shrooms really woke me up. It really showed me things. I saw a whole nother world. I saw the first time I did it, I saw a lion drip from a tree and then sit there and then sat up and looked at me. Like I'm sitting there watching this thing. And when you do that stuff, it should be a requirement. It should be a prerequisite to do psilocybin if you're on any spiritual journey, because doing that, it rewires your neural network and it helps your brain to fire properly to where you're able to see and perceive multi-different dimensions that are out there, because we are on the second level of consciousness moving to the third. We're on the third dimension moving to the fourth, which each corresponding jump from raising your vibration and changing frequencies comes gifts and comes abilities. And that's what they don't want us to have. They don't want us to go out there and put our hands on the ground and speak to animals. They don't want us to touch trees and feel the energy of the tree and connect with its roots. They don't want you to sun gaze and stare at the sun. They tell you that you're going to go blind, but I did it and I ain't blind. And I made it all the way up to 35 minutes, starting from 10-second increments. In the morning, you have this amount of time, 2 fingers from the rising and the setting of the sun. They both activate your light body. And sun gaze
You're
is very
telling
important.
me that you were staring directly at the sun.
Directly
Was
at
this
the sun.
midday or sunset?
Directly at the sun every single day. You have to
And you
start
did not
with
go
10 minutes.
blind. You did not get damage to your seeing or anything like that.
No, because you have this amount of time to put on the horizon. I don't know if you can see, but you put your 2 fingers on the horizon. That's the amount of time you have to where you have no radiation, you have no damage, nothing can happen to your eyes in that amount of time. Once it gets higher up into the sky or the firmament, whatever you want to call it, that's when it gets dangerous. But you have that amount of time. The morning, I believe, is for your mental mind. It'll clear any kind of problems you may have with depression, mental issues at the end of the 30 to 45 minutes, which is a span of like 4 or 5 months. If you do it the right way, which is slow increments, it does something to you. It activates your light body. You have a Kundalini awakening at that point. And then you see the world differently. Because there's rules to these glasses, the they live glasses. There's rules to awakening. And the rules are, number 1, you can't ever force anybody to wear the glasses. You can't force your beliefs on them. They have to be willing to accept what's really happening. Number 2, you can never take them off. And number 3, you can never see the world for what it really is. You see it for how it actually is. You see the corruption. You start seeing how evil and bad this realm that we're on really is, because your brain, your mind's activated now. You're connected to a higher dimension. And that's when you start being guided. You'll start having that little voice in the back of your head that will help guide you. And then you can become consciously aware of your thoughts that enter your mind. And when you're able to be consciously aware of your thoughts, you're able to halt those negative thoughts that come into your mind, because it doesn't serve your purpose of raising your vibration and helping you become a better person. And that's what we're here to do. We're spiritual beings having a human experience.
Not a human, having a spiritual experience.
I love that. It's so true.
In the pineal gland.
And hold on, you had a question about the Freemasonry, why I joined the Freemasonry. Well, because...
Wait, hold on. Let's go before that. How did you first find out about Masons or Freemasonry?
Oh, that's Uncle Joe. Oh, okay. I have an Uncle Joe. that was with the Vatican for how many? 30 some years. 30 some years. High level. He was not the best person, mind you. He was an Emperor Palpatine. He was an evil person. And he got sucked into the evil aspect of it, and he took me under his wing. Oh man, I had to have been 14 or 15 when he took me under his wing and sent me down the rabbit hole and told me things I wasn't ready to hear. But I still try to go back and remember. I try to put myself in a hypnotic state, trance, to try to remember the stuff he said, because what he said, it's real deal stuff. And he talked about the energies and the bodies and how the mind works and how we're all connected, which is the name in Lakesh I have at the bottom of my name. It means I am another you and you are another me, that we're all interconnected. And when you learn that we are all interconnected, that can be used for evil, but it could also be used for good. You can give love to others, and then you can also receive, which is why when you're around some people, you meet some people in your life and they're just draining. They're just a negative person. It's because that person's taking your energy. And that's what he focused on, taking people's energies and absorbing.
So he was some kind of psychic vampire.
He was more than that. He was he was not good. He was not good. The stories.
So he was more like a high level wizard that also used.
He was a wizard. He was a warlock. He was a Jesuit, and he read all these books in the Vatican Library. I remember him telling me the story about this Adam and Eve story once, which I don't remember it until I went and looked into it a couple months ago. And it's deep stuff. And there's a reason why the Vatican has the libraries that they have, because they don't want people to know this stuff. Like, for instance, when you go to a Catholic church, the priest will have something with incense in it. It'll dangle. And he told me what the priest does when he walks around what is it we call the church, the church area. He'll go around with this, with the altar. He'll go around with this incense. Well, what he's doing, he's opening a portal. He's calling in entities, walking around using the incense to open up a portal. And when you do the In Nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti, they're painting a pentagram when they do that. If you trace the lines, it's a star. And they're opening up a doorway. And it could also be used for good, and it can be used for bad, because all the churches and the cathedrals across our country used to be healing centers. I don't know if you've ever went down the Tartarian route, but they were healing centers. People would go to these churches with these big steeples and all these stained glass windows and organs, and you would go to these centers to be healed. Just like Nikola Tesla with the frequency. Royal Raymond Rife cured cancer with frequencies. And when you would walk into these churches, if you had a problem, you would tell the priest or whoever it was, or what the name of it was, what problem you were having. He would stand you somewhere in the church. He would go over to the organ that corresponded to the problem that you had in your body, and he would dong that organ in the church. It would reverberate, and it would heal the person of their problem that they had.
Wow.
In their body. And when the Tartarian Empire fell, which wasn't too long ago, it was only 200 years ago, it was the golden age. Everything was great. There's hotels down in Philadelphia that have like 500 rooms and no bathrooms, because people didn't have to do that. When you are absorbing energy and the ether and the vril, whatever you want to call it, you don't need to eat. Just like when you sun gaze. When you sun gaze for that amount of time, I think I ate maybe once a week when I did that, because when you eat food, what are you really doing? What are you eating? You're eating photosynthesized sun energy. Whatever animal you're eating, say you're eating a cow. Cow goes out and eats the grass, eats the plants that's been charged by the sun. When you eliminate the cow and you go directly to the sun, You absorb everything you need. You don't need anything after that moment. And they don't want that. They want you to need them. They want you to go to your grocery store and buy your food that's owned and monopolized by these elites that keep you going to them, because if you realize the power that we have by the sun, we don't need them no more. Hello,
Dr.
Todd.
Robert.
Hey, what's
Todd.
going on, gentlemen?
Todd, how you doing?
Hello.
Got Todd in the house. Dr. Robert, you there?
Yeah, I'm here, just listening, enjoying.
All right.
Yeah,
Yeah. Listening deeply, digging it.
totally.
Sweet
Well, you
deal.
sound like a smart person, Michael.
Oh, it's been a lonely path.
Hell
I'm
yeah.
sure you guys know, when you're on this path, it's very lonely. And
Totally.
over the last 15 years, it's been just me, my wife, my kids, my mother. Because when you think the way I think and the way people like us think, it's hard to find friends, because when I go out to work and I talk to people, they want to talk about American Idol, or they want to talk about this, or they want to talk about Biden or the Kardashians, something low vibration that keeps you stupid and dumb. Like, I don't want to talk about that stuff. I want to talk about, how do I raise my vibration? How do I raise my frequency? Ascension. I want to know what and how to ascend. I have about 10 things I can tell people, but nobody ever wants to know. Like, there's things you could do to increase your vibration. And one of them is so simple. I do this with my boys. You get a candle. You light a candle up, eye level, and you stare at that candle. And you can try to sync your energy with it. You can take your hands next to it, and you can vibrate your hand, and if the candle's 2 feet away, the candle will move with you. And if you sync with that vibration and you move your head, the candle will move with you. And it's not wind. People say, oh, it's wind. No, you're syncing with that energy force. You're absorbing it. You can make the candle bigger, or you could pull the energy from the fire and make it smaller. And that's just one thing. Another one is grounding.
Oh, man. I want to try that right now.
Yeah, do it. But you can't do it. Like, this stuff takes time, and it takes discipline. Like, I have a book back here called The Initiation in the Hermetics.
But that's one of those.
Can you grab
one
it?
of those easy.
Can you grab it from the shelf and show us?
Yeah.
That's one of those easy things you can start with practicing on.
That's an easy thing.
Practicing mind control of your own mind.
It is.
Syncing with the flame. The flame is a perfect way to practice magic.
Yeah, and one of the exercises in the initiation in the Hermetics is sitting still in a lotus position and not moving for hours. I did. That is very difficult to do. And that's why most people don't, because of the way our society is geared and how our society is ran to keep you from doing that. Which is why when the Tartarian Empire fell, those that didn't go along with that program were put into the insane asylums. And they were rounded up and put on the back of trucks, and they had the exhaust going right into the back of the truck, and it would eliminate you. They didn't want the knowledge of the Tartarians to exist. So they shut it all down. With the World's Fairs was a... Go ahead.
Weird's going on over there in Tartaria. They still have references to Tartaria over there. If you notice, if you watch the news, there's over there. There's Tartarian flags. There's Tartarian government structures still left, kind of.
Oh yeah, they are. They're all over the place. And here's the fucked up thing about it, Todd. Are we on YouTube? Are you putting us on YouTube?
Oh, we're not just on YouTube, my man. We're on YouTube. We're on Twitter. We are on Facebook. We are on, and then after the show airs, we're going to be on way more things too. A lot of people hear this show. Rest assured.
Don't talk about the CV. You say the word CV or Jiminy. What? It'll be.
Yeah, we already learned that lesson.
Don't say any of that. I'm not talking about that CV. Okay. All right. So what was I saying?
Can you hold up that book one more time for us?
Yeah. This is a great book. This is up. I have 13 books for my boys that they have to read before they leave my house. This is one of them. And knowing this stuff will help them better get through this life in this world. But back to Tartarian, they're so evil. What they did, they had the World's Fairs. The World's Fairs was nothing but a trophy. That they destroyed these entire people, eliminated every one of them. They probably took the bodies and put them in the Paris catacombs, the parents. Then they took these kids, these orphan trains, and they sent them all over the world. You could go and order children back in the 1890s and the 1900s. There were orphan trains that were put children all over the planet because they eradicated the Tartarian Empire.
Yeah.
And in movies, if you watch any Hollywood movie, they will always show you a Tartarian building. I think that's them bragging, like, here's a huge cathedral with steeples that go.
All their cartoons have Tartarian structures, buildings.
Yeah, because they have to tell you. They have to tell you what they're doing because it releases the karmatic backlash.
The Mace, a lot of Masonic halls are old Tartarian buildings as well.
Oh, yeah, they are. They definitely are. And if you go and look at these buildings, they'll have a little plaque on the side that says founded in 1912. Well, say that again. Founded, they found it intact in 1912. They didn't build it. They found it. It's in the words. It's verse speech. Right in the word. They found it.
Found it. Yeah.
They found it.
Found it.
Because they didn't create it. And the World Fairs is something to really look into if you want to know about this.
On the Tartarian subject, here in Salt Lake, we got the Mormon Church. Just this last year, the church went, the temple, the biggest, fattest temple, one of the oldest ones in Salt Lake went under construction. And they removed 30 feet of dirt.
Did they really?
The oh yeah, they walled off the entire project outside of the building itself, right? But people snuck in with cell phones, caught pictures of the building going down 30 feet deep underground with windows and doors and incredible carvings that are under the dirt, 30 feet.
Whoa.
Now you tell me, when the building is originally built in the I don't remember what year it is, 1850 something started, they're going to build 30 feet down, carve intricate doorways with symbols and everything, and then bury it with dirt and then continue to build on top of that. Go look into this. Go look at these people that tried to take their cell phones down and get pictures of it. They had cell phone camera blockers that would.
I bet they did, yeah, because they don't want people to know. Like,
here's I have a question.
Fuzz your phone out.
Excuse me. I have a question.
Okay, Dr. Robert, go ahead.
I'm curious. When you're talking about the cathedrals, and I guess you're talking about the word "founded," and that meaning like we actually found it and we didn't erect or build the structure. What would be the point? What would be the point of telling you that, like, subliminally? Because it kind of reminds me of something. I mean, like, what's the end game for doing that, or what's the purpose?
To brag. To tell you,
okay.
That you can't do nothing. That we took every single one of your golden age. The streets were lined with gold. Wait till you hear this theory. About the World's Fairs. The World's Fairs were all supposedly created and built and done within 2 years of time. Yeah. But there's people and there's been contractors that have been hired to see how long it would take to construct now with our technology.
They can't do it.
2 years of planning, at least. So you're telling me they created all these buildings and all these beautiful cities and architecture that was made out of wood and made and covered in a plaster. You're going to have these fairs. You're going to have Nikola Tesla come in with his technology and light everything up. And then you're going to destroy it. Right. Now, they were erasing it from history, but they would keep one up just to show you, like, we got you. like Jesus and the cross. The cross. Yeah, we're going to show you what we did, and we're going to constantly remind you we did that.
Yeah.
New York. There's an archway in New York City. In time, I don't know what square it is. It's in the center, but it's a huge archway. That's Tartarian. They kept that.
Yeah. Okay. Now, do you mind telling me a little more about? I'm not familiar with that. So, do you mind telling me a little more about the Tartarian Empire?
Yeah. I believe it was a golden age.
I mean, what is it exactly like? Like, what were they exactly, or who were they, or how did they come into being, or are they human, more than human? Okay.
I think they were human. Maybe they were Athenian. Maybe they were Venetian. I have no idea what they were, but from what I was able to find out, it was a worldwide culture that were on top of mountains that had massive buildings. The trees were intact in those times, and there was so much energy. You didn't need to work for anything. You were able to enjoy life. It was the Garden of Eden. I believe, in my humble opinion, during these times, it was the golden age. Okay. Something must have happened where a group of corrupt, evil people didn't want to have the freedom that they have, so they eliminated the trees. They cut the trees down. It's probably where the flood occurred. They destroyed all the remnants, wiped them all out, and then started the industrial age of making you work your butt off for gas and driving their cars around and being hooked up to their electrical grid, because Tesla had free technology and was giving it to the people at that time. But JP Morgan said, no, I want to meter this. I want to charge people. I don't want to give them anything. I want to charge. I want to be powerful.
Yeah, I heard about that. That's why he kind of like terminated his relationship with Nikola Tesla, because they had a business relationship at one point. But then he kind of found out like the secret agenda that Tesla had, and then pulled the plug on the project because he realized that Tesla was trying to do something that would actually undermine his capitalistic agenda. Yeah, I heard about that, but I have one more question for you. Now, what evidence do we have that suggests that the Tartarian, besides buildings?
I'm sure they got technology. I'm sure all the Tesla trunks that Donald
the way the buildings were constructed over in Europe, it's as if they were drawing electricity out of the air because they didn't have fireplaces with vents coming out of them. They had antennas on top of the buildings that seemed to generate heat inside the buildings without
and it brought the energy in, and it was free energy. Okay. And people were healthy.
So they wiped out all the stoves that used to exist over in Europe.
Okay. So this has anything to do with Wilhelm Reich too? You know, the guy who created Ogon.
Oh yeah, William Reich with the Ogon.
Yeah.
He's one of the ones that none of his information was leaked. Now Tesla's stuff was leaked, but the stuff Reich was working on, don't nobody know about that. He had cloud busting cannons that you could create, and you could shoot up into the atmosphere, and the orgone would create rain and clouds.
Yeah. You know what's interesting about Orgonite? I was able to get rid of a demon with Orgonite, man, and close a portal. Orgonite's pretty powerful if you get somebody who really knows how to really put the mixture together.
Create it, yeah.
Let's go to Logan real quick. He's been on mute. He's got a little feedback issue, but go ahead, Logan.
Greetings and salutations to all. My name is Logan Canoris, and I've basically a quick backdrop with your guest. I was just curious, have you heard of a coven of psychic energy vampires known as the Coven of the Soul Drinkers? Because if I could indulge your guys' eyes for one moment, if you were to look into my eyes, I'm not quite human.
Whoa, you got them solid black pupils. Very strange.
And one interesting thing about me is I spent 32 years developing and harnessing psionic abilities, and I'm a volunteer for the program of MK Ultra. And I was just curious, what is your opinion on my race, which is that of the energy psychic vampire that eats souls and consciousness? Thank you.
I haven't heard anything about that. When I divulge into stuff, I try to keep my studies into rising my vibration and trying to raise my frequency, raise my kundalini.
Could I ask just one question real quick, gentlemen? What dimension, depth, density are we in? Because I hail from a universe where I was bound by length, width, height throughout time. What dimension is this? Because my consciousness keeps hopping up every time I die, and I die almost every day.
Well, then you have quantum immortality. You're jumping timelines.
Quantum immortality, interesting.
You have quantum immortality.
The last timeline I was in, we were eating each other, and I was the last survivor, and then the universe detonated. The galactic
I'm glad
core
I wasn't in that
destabilized.
one.
You were in that one, actually.
Well, maybe that's what dreams are. Maybe when you dream, you're jumping timelines and you're experiencing yourself in another reality, in another dimension, which is why, I don't know about you guys, but when I dream every single night, and they're so vivid, I don't know that I'm dreaming. And a lot of them are not very good scenarios. I haven't seen nothing like you just said there, but I've had dreams where the sky opens up and Project Bluebeam or whatever it is, they're showing up in mass. Yeah. And are they good or are they bad? I don't know. The government wants you to think they're bad.
Hey, Michael, I just got one last question before I go. So I don't have enough time to describe everything with my equations for reality bending, but I've discovered that the universe kind of works on principle like this. It manifests what we desire consciously and subconsciously. So what if it's possible, if we're connected to a plane of existence, ergo the universe, ergo the dimension, the plane of existence that we're currently at, is it possible to send feedback into it consciously? That is what my research has been involved in. I'm 32 years old, and all I've been doing is accumulating data after all this time, and my research shows me that it's possible.
So you're trying to go back and tell yourself stuff?
Not necessarily go through time. I'm literally talking about an art that I developed called reality bending, where I'm able to program a desire, an outcome, a situation that I want to experience, and then it becomes reality. That is the simplistic way I can break it down.
Well, maybe you just hijacked your game and you took control of your game. Because I think that we're all experiencing this reality like we're playing Grand Theft Auto.
I feel like it's an MMO. Like we all exist to have an experience, and that's the point of existence. Is that God or that which we know as God?
Yeah.
And it's like, how do I explain this? It's like the reason why we exist is to have an experience through life, to gather data, to then upload to God that can't live or wants us to be harvested for our memories. That's the only thing. That's the only thing that my research tells me.
God's seeing the world through all of our eyes.
Yeah, God's seeing the world. God wants to experience every single aspect of reality, which is why I believe some people are connected to this. Some people have that voice in their head. I think there's 3 people on this planet. I think there's 1, people that are connected like us. There are your non-player characters that are just there to distract you. And then you have your really, truly evil, fallen Anunnaki custodians, whatever you want to call them, the gatekeepers of our reality that try to do everything they can do to prevent us from ascending and leaving. Because I believe
Black cat.
What's that?
Black cats.
Oh, Michael and
white
gentlemen.
Cats, black cats. You got black cats, white hats.
Gentlemen, may I ask one question of you guys? I currently seek a question of wisdom. I know a high price nowadays, but if my theory is correct and reality can be altered by conscious thought by doing an equation that requires the death of the caster, I'm at that point right now where my heart is about ready to physically stop for some items that I've ingested. I'll be okay because I know how to exist in a state of undeath. My question is, with all this energy that I'm generating, what should I focus on from a meditation that should affect worldwide singularity?
I would focus on raising your vibration and being consciously aware of your thoughts and not let anything enter your thoughts that would bring you into a lower dimensional mind state, which is anything evil, which is why when you become consciously aware of the thoughts that enter your mind, it becomes very taxing because then you realize the thoughts that are coming into our mind all the time and you got to try to halt them and try to raise your vibration higher, because I think there's some kind of energy that's going on now. People are waking up more now than ever before. And
Michael, I just got one last question. I'm going to bounce.
Hold on, Logan. Logan.
My bad.
On that question you asked, has anybody seen that movie that's come out recently where the guy wakes up every day and gets killed? He's an assassin.
Yes, that's called The Stories of Ian, or The Many Deaths of Ian Stone.
And they throw everybody at him every morning, and so he lives his life over and over, but he gets killed at the end of every day. So he wakes up again trying to figure out how he can beat these guys and get to the end where he wins, or why this is even going on over and over. Kind of reminds me of your story, Logan.
Hey, I appreciate that.
Every day, let me finish with that movie. Every day he wakes up, figures out how to beat everybody that's coming at him, all these assassins, and he gets way far ahead towards the end. He finally figures out what's going on and the reason this is occurring. And I guess it's a positive thing at the end of the movie. I don't know. Movies.
He's a fallen angel.
He's a fallen angel or something.
Yeah, you could be a fallen angel. Daniel could be a fallen angel. We could have fallen from grace. Something could have happened where we're stuck down here, because I absolutely believe this is a prison planet. Because I did past life regression, and I can remember going back to the 1912s. I was a gangster. I robbed somebody. I got shot in the stomach, and I died in the street, and I gave my money to an old man. And this was a super vivid dream. I believe it was a past life regression. That was one of them. And if we are in some kind of time loop, something's trying to keep us here.
Can I say something about breaking time loops? It's something I figured out by mistake. Okay, imagine you're in a video game, right? Let's go with that premise. So what can you do? Can you move up, down, left, right, corner, up, down, left, right, corner, A, B, A, X, Y, whatever. So what I'm saying is, if you recognize you're in a time loop, then why can't you corrupt it by the inside by overloading it? I've done that with time loops. I've literally inputted infinite number of commands that caused so much instability in its programming, it just collapsed. I've developed entropy and weaponized it.
The system you're running in there, though, sounds like it starts to deteriorate. It never quite solves itself. It continues.
That's the point. Like, whatever situation you happen to exist in right now, look at what you can do. I can look up, I can look down, I can look left, I can look right. Now, what if you did that infinitely?
Chaos.
Then you just be shaking your head and you look like a bobblehead. You have
at physical point. But what I'm saying is this: that's a good one right there, Michael. That's good. That made me laugh. But you know what I'm saying, right? You basically input so many commands that you cause the system to become unstable due to the excess of input.
But then you wouldn't need your body anymore. You wouldn't need your body at that point. And you would astral project. You would detach your body, your spirit from your body, and you wouldn't need your body no more, because you've inputted, you've overloaded it.
I do that almost on a daily basis, Michael. And
do you know what the symbol for? Do you know what the symbol for chaos magicians is?
No. What is it?
It's an 8-pointed star, and it's not a star. It's
the eightfold path, Michael. The eightfold path.
A sphere. With points coming out in 8 directions. Chaos magicians.
I am a chaos magician. I write my own faith. I have my own gods. I have my own belief. There are no gods that rule me, you know?
If you ever see a tattoo of a circle with 8 pointers coming out of it, that's a chaos magician symbol. Because they're signifying up, down, in and out, side by side, forward and backward. Chaos magicians, they think about concepts like shadow time, things between spaces, dimensions. How far can we push against this membrane we're sitting inside of, this universal membrane?
I think we're stuck.
Yeah, no, I'm saying in Logan's question, how far can we push? against the sides of this thing. I think we're stuck too.
But how do we get out? I think the way we get out is we raise our vibration. And one of the biggest and the hardest thing for men in general to do when it comes to this is one of the keys of everything I've learned. This is key. Number one, if you could do this, your power will increase. We're batteries. Once your battery's full, I think you could astral project like that. And the hardest thing to do is semen retention. Sex. This is why sex has been hijacked in our reality to keep you low vibration. Every time you do that, you're lowering yourself. If you could go 90 days, like some of these monks did, Manchak Chia talks about holding that energy in. And once you hold that energy in, you start to take control of this reality. And if you guys can already manifest and alter reality now, just imagine if you can go 90 days and hold that back, what you would be able to accomplish. That is very hard to do. And that's why porn's free. And that's why porn's everywhere, because it keeps us locked into this dimension, into the third chakras, which is red, which is the fire energy, and it takes control. You got to rise the energy up. And the way to do that, you can do, what is it called? It's where you tighten your butt up, where you like clench it a fart, and you squeeze it like you're doing Kegels. And every time you do a Kegel, you'll feel a tinge of energy rise up your spine. And if you keep pulsing it, squeeze it, let go, squeeze it, let go, you'll eventually rise that energy up, and you could lay down on the ground and just shoot up through the crown chakra.
Yeah, that's what porn's so bad. That's why people, the more they ejaculate, the weaker they get.
Yeah, controlling the orgasm and building the orgasm up and doing magical rituals while you're involved in sex. That's the highest secrets.
Oh, yeah. Here's some information that my Uncle Joe told me. Did you ever see Eyes Wide Shut?
Yep.
You know, there was about 12, 13 minutes taken out of that. From what I heard, the stuff that was taken out from that, when you go to these sexual rituals, when you go to these orgies, it is not about sex. You're given a card with a thought form on it. Say you're going to JP Morgan's orgy and there's 100 people there. And JP Morgan wants his stock to rise 5% for the next week. Wow. So everyone's given the card. The male is the the woman is the manifestation of the thought form. The male is the idea of that thought form. So the man focuses on that going up 5%. The woman in these parties will focus on the stock rising and getting that phone call. Like, all right, you guys all got a bonus. We hit our 5% mark. You focus on the outcome. And the sex in that party is normally done on a Tartarian building that's on an intersecting ley line where multiple ley lines are crossing, where the energy can be harnessed and controlled. And at the end of the night, a bell is rung and everybody orgasms at the same time with those thought forms on their mind. And then 9 times out of 10, within a week's amount of time, that information that is written on the card turns out to be true. Because they've altered and changed reality.
No doubt. No doubt.
Hey, Michael, could I extend you an invitation to one of my rituals? I have one that's been ongoing for about 10 hours now, where I just put myself in a state of meditation, and I like to use YouTube videos, and I like to communicate in the present with stuff that's in the past that predates the future. Does that make sense? And I would like to extend you an invite and show you my equation if you have time after this broadcast, and anyone would be welcome. I included the StreamYard link in the private chat here. I just want to make sure that I'm not wasting my time in this equation that I've developed for reality bending. Essentially, it works like this. I bring myself to the point of death. I kill myself, I harvest the energy at the point of death, and then I take that moment of death, I stretch it out, create my own time loop, and then I twist it. Therefore, I experience death for an eternity, and during that, my ritual can begin. Because my spells require the death of the caster.
why don't you focus on using that life-bringing energy of an orgasm, which is designed to bring an entity from a different dimension into our dimension? Why don't you try harnessing that positive energy instead of focusing on the negative energy and do it that way? But instead of ejaculating, you hold that energy in, and then you could double, you could like 5 times over, instead of releasing it, hold it in, and it'll come back up in you, and then it'll come out of your crown chakra, come back around and loop through like the ankh. When you, the picture of an ankh, I believe, is a human.
That's interesting.
Can I ask a question? If you guys were to read my energy in my bullshit or whatever that I'm emanating, if by looking into my eyes, what do you guys see? I'm just curious.
I see some big old black pupils that are pretty whacked out looking.
I'd say if you were knocking on my door and you had black eyes and you were one of these black-eyed kids coming in, I would send you down the street to go run in the cornfields.
Hybrid.
You can't come in, yeah.
Black-eyed kids.
Joe had that.
Black-eyed kids.
Oh, yeah.
Uncle
Joe, yeah.
So, the black eyes, remember? Him and Dad? Dad told him to get out.
Yeah, can't come in here.
Shapeshifter.
You can come on End of Days Radio.
Do you guys know what's funny? There's a version of me that exists in every timeline, every universe, every density, every dimension.
Of course. Why not?
That extension is great,
Michael.
What's that?
Keep talking, Michael.
Yeah, they want to hear you.
Digging in.
Talk on about the pineal gland.
The pineal gland. Salvia. Any of you guys did salvia? You got to do salvia. When you cross over, you see them and they see you. But it doesn't end there. There's a constant connection. There's a constant tether, like the movie Donnie Darko, where there's a tether that comes out of them that connects them.
I've done salvia before. It was so intense. I promised myself I'd never do it again. It freaked me the fuck out.
Where did you get it?
From the internet. I got it off of eBay or something like that. Back when it was legal.
eBay,
get it?
Like $5 for a bag or what?
Well, they had different levels. Like they had 5 times extract, 10 times extract, 20 times extract. I tried like the 50 times extract. Man, everything around me turned into noodles. And I had to push myself through reality like I was pushing myself through spaghetti noodles. All angles disappeared. There were no angles. I was pushing my way through.
I love it.
Send me a bag of that stuff, will you? No, I'm just teasing.
It's illegal now.
I don't want that.
Well, that's why. Why do you think they make it illegal? They make it illegal because they don't want people to experience this stuff. Because once you experience it is when you break free. Like there's a picture I sent you, Daniel, of the flowers. That's not a picture of flowers. If you look at it first, it looks like flowers, but there's an underlying image to that.
Yeah.
Oh, Michael, I have an answer to your question as to why I don't use outside help from a higher dimensional force, because I want everything I do to be self-generated. I'm attempting to actually achieve spiral energy and resulting in my death, and it's also a pride thing. It's something that I've done with my soul, with my mind, with my body, because I shattered my.
You already are multidimensional.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how do I use this? How do I use this special moment to do something wonderful? I'm just wondering, what should I focus on to actually help out instead of feasting on the souls of man?
All right, I'll give you a suggestion. Get Daniel as much donations as we can get to him so that he can, so we can continue this program.
How about this? I'll go ahead and send that wave link myself by donating $100 as soon as I get paid.
All right, I'll take you up on that.
Why don't you create that $100? Ask the universe what you can do to have the universe bring you the money, because you can't just sit there and say I want $1 million and the universe is going to bring it to you. No, you're going to get inspired thought. You're going to get a thought in your head that will bring you that money, because nothing's going to be given to you. You have to work for it. You have to earn it.
Michael, hold on here.
Yeah.
If Logan sends Daniel $100, the minute Daniel confirms that to me, I'll send him $50. How's that sound?
See, now here's exactly how that does, because the more of us that achieve on one singular directive, the more that we cooperate on one goal, the more likely it is to succeed. That's how you generate spiral energy. You have to start somewhere, and then you just keep inputting commands of a certain type, and you keep plugging it in, plug it in, plug it in, plug it in, plug it in. That's how you start something from the ground zero, is you have to take the initiative to do it.
So when are you going to send that, Logan?
Well, I'm already helping out 3 other people with their rent and with their food and shit, so it won't be until I'm helping. It'll happen sometime within the next month, and I need Daniel's information. I need a way to contact Daniel.
What do you see in that image? If you see it, don't say it, because other people may not see it. Does anybody see it?
We're looking at a picture of some flowers. I brought it up on the screen on the live show. Those people listening to the podcast version won't be able to see it. Michael, could you describe it a little bit? Keep in mind, we are an audio-only show as well.
Yeah, I see it.
That's what they do. And once you see it, you can never see that picture again for the flowers.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's how they do it. That's how the brainwashing works.
Disney. That looks like Disney.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
They had an agenda.
Am I supposed to be seeing like some dicks or something? I don't see it yet.
No, it says sex right in the middle of the flowers. It says sex. You can't see the dick, Daniel?
I'm trying to see it.
It's sex in the middle of the flowers. Once you see sex, you'll never see the flowers again.
I'm trying to see it, Daniel. I'm trying to.
You don't see the big giant SEX right in the middle in your face.
I've always had trouble with these sort of things.
That's because you're taken in by Disney, probably.
There you go. You're right at the beginning of the S, wherever your arrow's at.
Like that.
You see it?
It's subliminal.
It's subliminal. But this is how they work. This is why they put things in movies.
Yeah.
Oh, I see it. It's at the bottom.
There you go.
Good job, Daniel. Good job, Daniel.
Yeah.
Boom. Logan, you see it, buddy.
I saw it within the first 5 seconds because I was a volunteer for MK Ultra. I'm trained to recognize subliminals.
You're interdimensionally traveling. We got that.
You see it better on the black and white version.
So now you recognize it. So now you broke that programming.
Right. You can't unsee it. You can't.
What about this one with the Lion King? Is that like a big vagina in the sky or something?
No, it's the woman has a thong. The nose is the thong. The eyes are under her armpits.
Oh yeah, it's a woman.
It's a woman wearing a thong.
It reminds me of Crowley's ritual. It's that classic ritual where the Scarlet Woman or something. That picture.
Oh, I see that shit. That shit's right in my face. That shit's crazy.
Yeah, that picture of the Scarlet Woman or whatever Crowley's ritual. I forget which Crowley ritual it is, but there it is.
Man. They are always fucking with our head.
The panties and her arms stretched out, and she's standing there in a ritual position.
Hey, Michael, and everything. I wasn't able to get the full image of my equation, but if you guys wanted just to look at my screen, this background image, that's just part of my equation. It took me a long time. It took me 32 years to develop it, though.
32 years to develop that equation?
Yeah, that's in the background of my image right now, Todd.
Wow, I wish we had Einstein here to break that fucker down for us, because we're simple-minded. You know?
It's alchemy. It's alchemy. Like this background that's behind me and shit. This is part of an equation that I developed that is essential to reality bending, and of course it's encrypted because if you were to decode it, you would gain access to infinite knowledge.
Now that's badass.
But you already have infinite knowledge.
That's pretty nice.
We just got to remember it. We have an access to it. We just don't remember it. All we remember is this time with that ring.
And it's designed that way because living in the same body, immortality, that's not a good thing. Immortality is remembering who you are and where you came from. And once you remember that, then you take the keys back. And then you become a target. Then you become a light. Because
could I leave my contact information for you guys? And one of these days, when we all have time and it's all agreeable, could I facilitate my equation for everyone and see if it's valid or not? Like, could we manifest something into reality that's never been before? And I just just want to be helpful now. I just want to help. I don't want to hurt. I don't want to harm. I don't want to just eat
Does your
souls all
equation
day.
come with some instructions? Like how to start.
Basically, I would.
This thing, or you just present the picture.
Basically, what I would do. Here's how it would work out. I would just need like 1 to 2 hours of your time, and I would just need you guys just to be an audience. I would be the MC. I would invoke the equation for me. I would tell you exactly what I'm doing, how I'm doing it, when I'm doing it, what I'm experiencing during it, and then I just need you guys to input me data to see what happens to the world, to the universe, because every time I start feeling my emotions, storms start popping up, weird things happen.
Hold on a minute, Logan. Why don't you do that? And then let us all know that you've done that and tell us how to get to it so we can go look at it. And then we can get back to you and tell you what we thought.
Because you don't need us to do it. You can do it yourself.
Right. I just like performing for an audience. It's the method actor in me, per se.
You want it to be live.
I want to show people art. I want to show people philosophy and beautiful things. Like I encode infinite information into all my performances. I communicate more than just words. You know what I mean? And I like having an audience because I like to wow and dazzle people. I'm an energy vampire that dazzles and dances,
Well, you've got one right here, but tonight it's Michael K's turn.
My apologies. I just wanted to stop by and say hi, but I'm going to leave my contact information.
No, wait, Logan. We appreciate you blessing us with your presence, buddy. Yeah. But we want to hear Michael K.
Sorry. I'm just operating at a different level of consciousness right now, and I do apologize for somewhat stealing the spotlight.
We love you.
And you guys are my favorite community, and I just want to bless y'all with something, and that's basically this. No powers, no forces, no gods above or below may stop or hurt me. May you all walk in peace forevermore. That is all, gentlemen. I will leave my contact information in the chat.
Forevermore.
So I hope that blessing frees you from all negativity.
Groovy.
Right on, brother. Peace.
All right. Thank you, Logan.
I think you should.
Now, Michael, I do want to get things back on track a little bit. We had a little taste of the chaos right there. Always fun. We have a lot of chaos on the End of Days Radio.
Thank you, Daniel.
Yeah, baby.
Heck yeah. Backing up a little bit, I wanted to get back to this whole thing about you joining the Freemasons. How the heck did this happen?
Well, I'm an oil driver, and I go around and I deliver oil to people's houses, and every once in a while I find somebody that's on the wavelength and I can have a conversation with. A real conversation, not about the Kardashians or about this babbling buffoon Biden or any of that crap. Like a real deep conversation. And I would go see them, have a cigarette with them, and just chit-chat over a couple of years. And then one day we were talking, and I'm like, dude, this is a lonely path. I'm like, what do you do? I'm like, who do you talk to about this stuff? I'm like, it can't be me. He's like, I'm a Mason. I'm like, really? I'm like, no shit. I've been talking to people for 30 years, and I've never met a Mason. I'm like, you don't wear the ring. You don't have any symbolism. I'm like, I would never know. He's like, well, you got to ask one to join one. So I asked them back in December, and then got the ball rolling, and I got in, and I met some really good guys. And it's
last December.
Last December is when I got my first.
Joined. Gotcha.
I was risen.
And there, Philadelphia is old. Philadelphia is like the founding of our country.
Oh,
so
yeah.
So Masonic lodges you've got over there, man, we're talking about 250-year-old Masonic lodges probably in Philadelphia.
Yeah, so I figured I had an opportunity a long time ago with my Uncle Joe that I lost. That's an interesting story. I'll get into that if you want. But this opportunity presented itself again, and I never thought it would present itself. And I jumped on it.
He was a Mason. And did he tell you need to be a Mason? Did he encourage you to be a Mason? Or
no? I said, well, What do I got to do? I said, tell me what I got to do, because I'm sick of having no one to convey this stuff with. I mean, I can talk to my wife and kids, but for the last 15 years, I've been driving them bonkers. Like, they're just like, I've had enough, Dad. Find someone else to talk to. I'm like, well, I don't really get along with people. I don't like people. This COVID thing really made me. Sorry, Daniel. Hope I didn't.
Can I ask?
You can say anything you want on this show. Shit ass cunt. Fuck.
If we get banned, fuck them. Yeah, if we get banned, fuck them.
Fuck them.
We've been banned. We've been censored. Fuck those guys. Fuck those commies. Fuck those censors.
Fuck them. They're cunts.
Can I ask how old you are, or about how old you are?
41.
Michael, 41. Okay, so in my world, you're kind of young there. Can I ask, when you go to the Masonic meetings, do you talk about these type of subjects with your brothers, your Masonic brothers?
No, I don't.
You don't ask them about, hey, what do you think about the Illuminati?
I mean, no. I mean,
you don't ask them, hey, what do you think about Skull and Bones? George Bush, all of our presidents are part of a evil, corrupt, secret society. That topic doesn't come up.
No, I haven't brought that up yet, because I've been testing the waters.
I don't know if I'd want to go to the master and say, hey, what do you think about the evil secret society thing? Yeah, that might be kind of.
Do you guys worship Satan?
I don't think that's what it is. I don't think that's what it is. I haven't seen anything like that.
So,
but
Michael,
it's more of a fellowship. It's more of a camaraderie. It's more being a brother.
That's kind of like the army, When you join,
very similar.
Be all you can be, everybody. Come on, get in here. It's an honorable.
Because I went and talked to them. Well, there's actually one guy. There's one guy I would talk to like this. I'm not going to say his last name, but Jimmy. Jimmy's awesome. And he's on the wavelength like me. I could have a conversation with him. But I will drop a little hint here or there to the other guys. But they don't seem to... The spiritual aspect of it, I'm all about raising my consciousness. I'm all about having astral projecting, traveling. I want to see what went on. I want a remote view. I want to know what's going on. I want the answers.
So
Mike, I have a question for you. For you. So you're thinking about joining the Masons, and I didn't ask this, but Uncle Joe, he was a Freemason too, right?
No, he was a Jesuit.
No, he wasn't. Okay, so he was a Jesuit. So
I'll tell you the story of what happened with him. And
hold on, real quick. First, you're thinking about becoming a Freemason, right? Doesn't it go through your head like, what if these are the bad guys? Like, I heard all these stories about corruption.
Doesn't matter. But it doesn't matter. If they are bad, I'm not. So there's a white square and there's a black square. There's a polarity in everything that we do. There is hot, there's cold. There's dark, there's light. There's always a polarity in everything in this world. This world is about polarity.
It's called the polarity principle. Scientists recognize
it doesn't matter if they are that. All that matters is that I am not. And if I ever see anything like that, which I haven't, then it'll be addressed at that time between me and my brothers, which I have seen nothing like that. What I've seen, and it's a brotherhood. It's a fraternal organization where we fellowship. And if there are people that are like me that are into this stuff, I'm going to have an educational night where I'm going to go and I'm going to present my information that I think would benefit the brothers at that time, whether it be how to ground yourself, take your shoes off and go walk outside, or how to sun gaze, because a lot of people don't know about that. And when they hear that stuff, they think it's dangerous. It's not dangerous. It's dangerous for the mind if you go from level 1 to level 10 too fast. The mind can't handle, the mind can't grasp the information that's coming, because if you don't ask, it's not going to be given to you. If you don't knock, it's not going to be open. So in order to get what you ask for, you have to do the necessary steps so you could be, your battery can be powerful enough to take the information that you're given. Because once you are connected, these whatever they are, angels, Father God, whatever label you want to put on it, they will begin to communicate with you. And you will ask questions. You will have something on your mind, and it will come to you in your mind, in your own thoughts, which is why you have to be consciously aware of the thoughts that enter your mind for when the Father is speaking to you, or whether it's your other self. It could be me out there living in this another dimension, playing myself on the video game, trying to give myself hints. And when Sungate, go ahead, Todd.
So here's the thing, Michael. I wouldn't expect every Mason to be an evil person just because they're Masons. That's stupid, right?
Not every gun owner is a killer.
Yeah, not every go on down the list, on and on about how things get skewed. The average Mason wouldn't know probably, how many hours in the day do you have to study ancient
9 hours
texts and history?
I've been studying. I've been studying 9 hours every day for the last 6 years.
I didn't mean that to you. I meant that generally. The average person only has so much time they're going to put into anything. So on this show, we're kind of weird,
But that's how it's designed. That's how, when they killed the Tartarians, when they eliminated them, those people had the ability to think. Like the guy who created Coral Castle, who figured out the secrets of the pyramids. When you have time to do what you want to do, you can come up with these thoughts and theories, which is why the rigmarole of life is work your 40 hours, sit with your TV dinner.
I've been coming on Daniel's show for, God, since I found his ass, telling everybody
12 years.
12 years ago, every time I got on here. That's why they suck all your time up, is because they don't want you to have time to go research.
But I'm a truck driver, and I sit in a truck for 9 to 10 hours a day. So all I do, I don't listen to the radio. I don't listen to talk shows. I listen to you guys. I listen to Sam Tripoli. I listen to a couple other guys. And I just absorb as much as I can absorb while I'm on the road.
You know what's funny? You guys kind of sound like Marxists talking like that, because that's really like
Marxist.
Yeah, because this whole thing. We're not saying but Marxist theory, like the Communist Manifesto, basically. Because basically, what we're doing as human beings is that we're selling companies our time, right? Like it's time they're getting from us, right? So Marx talked about the more advanced we get, that goes back to the Tartarians. Like the more advanced we get, and the more mechanized we get, like we have these robots and coming and all those things. In his vision, if mankind went in a more like positive state or a higher vibrational state, we would use this new technology to create more time for ourselves, so we can use our imaginations to create the utopian society we want, because we have more time on our hands.
Yeah, no wonder the view's so attractive.
Yeah, exactly.
But they will never allow that.
But they don't allow that. That's the phony label they put on it, but that never happens, right?
Because the Anunnakis have control. The custodians have control of this realm that we're in, just like the Antarctic Treaty. You can't go past the 60-second parallel without getting shot by our government.
Totally. You can't,
because they know what's out there.
You go all over the world, but you can't fly over Antarctica.
Yeah, and then when you tell people that, when you tell the sheeple that, they just get this dumbfounded fluoride stare, like, huh? What? We can't go there? Yes, we can. I can go take a trip to Antarctica now. Yeah, you may be able to for $300,000.
You can stay on the edge of it.
One little island, but you ain't crossing the ice wall.
Yeah, you can stay on the edge of it, but you don't get to get loud in there to the interior.
Yeah, you're not going with Buzz Aldrin did and go to Antarctica and have something happen to you that puts you in the hospital, so much so you got to be airlifted out of Antarctica. Totally. On your plane, you send a tweet that says, "It is evil itself. We are all in danger," with a pyramid, and then take it down. Well, guess what? I screenshotted that shit. So
there you go.
Like, there's people that will talk about what is going on, but they will take them out. I got a list of like 10 people that were eliminated for talking about stuff.
Hey, can you send down that screenshot? Because I would really love to see it, my man.
All right, hold on.
Let me throw another one out there.
I'll pull it
Let me
up.
throw another one out there while you're pulling that up.
You should also be able to share your screen as well.
Daniel, I barely know how to sign on to my computer, and I ain't even playing.
Let me tell you.
I can't send you shit.
Can I throw another one out there?
Go ahead,
Can I
Todd.
throw another one out there? They're claiming that when did we first go to the moon? Like 1969. They're claiming that they can't remake those spacesuits that got them to the moon.
They're full of shit.
You can't
making
see
the
it.
spacesuits
We can see it.
to get them to the moon. What? Show it up again. Put it up there again.
If you want me to bring it on the screen, send it to that same email, and I can get it up pretty quickly.
Okay, I'll send it to you in email.
I like to see that a lot better, man. That looks pretty groovy, man. I'm curious.
Is it a pyramid or what is it?
Yeah. I have the.
I saw a pyramid. I want to see it clearly though.
I got the coordinates for that pyramid written down.
MHD says, is it possible Antarctica is a frozen over black hole type thing that's been melting little by little?
And UFOs fly in and out of it or whatever, going at other dimensions?
Yeah.
I think
what if underneath there is just the abyss, is nothing?
Yeah.
And you can dig through the ice to go ice fishing, and your fucking line just goes into nothing. Oh, what's this?
There you go.
Oh, shit. That looks interesting. Here, let me bring this up on the big screen. The navigator who crossed the ice walls, worlds beyond the Antarctica, by Area Nos Confunden. Area Nos Confunden.
Did he got maps in there? Or?
He talks about a war that happened around the Tartarian time, and the humans rose up, and there was a battle between the Anunnaki and the humans, and they won, and then they destroyed the Tartarian Empire, enslaved everybody, and kept us locked in this prison planet that we're all stuck in, and use us as slaves. They probably harness our energy. They're loose suckers, and
I agree with you there, man. Earth is a prison work camp. It's obvious.
It is,
yeah,
and we're stuck here.
Hey, Dr. Robert, what do you think about all this so far? What we've been going over? What's your feelings on this?
I definitely think it's.
Have you heard any of this? Have you heard about Tartarian, mud floods, hidden buildings, hidden history?
Yeah, I heard the Tartarian Empire before. I see a lot of that on TikTok. I kind of
too many people who know as much as you, Michael.
Yeah. I kind of think it might be a little Nazi involvement.
Oh yeah, they're involved.
Totally.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah. I'm thinking more like the Nazis were communicating with whatever type of fucking beings these were.
Yes, they were.
They were treating with the Anunnaki.
Yeah, and then they got a lot of advancement, dude. Mm-hmm. And then they kind of hit the United States to what the fuck was going on, because United States and Nazis really have a lot in fucking common.
Oh yeah.
And when they talk about like remember that UFO guy, he was on there? Because you and I talked about this, Daniel, and he was talking about how like then we have fake UFOs and it's the secret government with a black budget. Nazis.
Right.
Nazis. Operation Paperclip. Nazis. Period, dude. I'm convinced of it. But
I don't think we ever won that war.
Yeah, I think it was a psychological war. They won when they were able to convince the United States that they had certain abilities and powers that can be used to make the United States a superpower. And
they had the Glocka. They were testing that.
Yeah, exactly. So then they came in, and the United States basically aligned with them. I say it all the time on Twitter, huh, Daniel?
Well,
welcome to the United States of Nazi America.
Well, going back to the WASP, people like the Bush family, the various rich people in America and in England and other places that were very pro-Nazi, that were all about their ideologies. Go ahead, Todd.
Before the Nazis ever existed, the United States had racist, wealthy industrialists that wanted what the Nazis were going to do to come around.
It's a perfect breeding ground. It's the perfect breeding ground.
The Nazis were a product of these wealthy industrialists that have been building these secret military industrial complexes that exist in every country so that they can move towards their goal. Before Hitler came around, they already were in place. All for genocide, all for bringing back, getting rid of.
That's why the Americans wanted them.
I think they do it on a periodic basis. You know, every cycles, they go through cycles. They got to get rid of a bunch of people, so they have a big world war.
Feedback's getting really bad.
Well, the feedback.
You know what, Michael? I agree. Todd, I agree with you on that. I think you and I are on the same page, Todd.
Mm-hmm.
I think we are with that. It's a lot of Nazi funny business going on in my research, man. A lot of Nazis. UFOs and Nazis. I'm not even sure they're UFOs, man.
Before it's Nazis, man. We're talking World War II. Racists go back further, right? Racial programs to get rid of people go back before Nazis ever existed. Racist and racial programs. These people that run the world are black hats. Let's try to put it more simply. They want the destruction of people, the destruction of Earth. Not of Earth. Some of them want the destruction of Earth, but most of the black hats want everything evil. They like evil. They're even commissioned to go do evil.
Yeah, they feed off of it. They feed off of it.
Have you ever heard of in India, they had Kali worshippers? Kali worshippers?
What type of worship?
Kali. I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the goddess Kali?
In India.
Kali.
The goddess
Kali.
Okay. Goddess Kali in India. The priests were called the stranglers. They would go out and strangle people in secret.
Oh, with satin scarves or something like that.
They didn't tell you to get a political enemy. The priest. Where's that background noise coming from?
It's unfortunately it's coming from Michael. It's gotten really bad for some reason.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I have to kind of mute him here and there. Michael, do you have like a cell phone or something that's close to your speaker?
I have 2 cell phones. Let me shut them all off. Here.
Really?
Or just like put them back on the shelf behind you. That might do it.
Here, take them.
I'll try to.
Yours. It may be yours. Take yours out of here. Just get them all out.
Goddamn Nazis! Fucking
get them away from here, please.
I'll try to just end this. Kali worshippers were into destruction. Kali is the goddess of destruction. The priests were called stranglers. They would go just strangle anybody that they could because that was who they are. They're priests. They didn't go do it because they didn't like the person. They did it because Kali demanded that people die. That was what Kali was. This is hard for people to understand.
I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, that feedback is just making it really hard to hear. I apologize to everybody who's listening to this show. It just kind of came out of nowhere. We were going pretty good for a while there.
It's coming off my mic?
It might be the Nazis trying to stop us. No, I'm just playing.
But Nazis, Mike, Dr. Robert, Nazis are a creation of these assholes. Before
I understand what you're saying. I'm just
before the Nazis got here, the Bushes were funding Germans. The United States military-industrial complex was funding Germany before Nazis ever even existed. And when Nazis
could you possibly use your phone to log into here instead of your computer? That might solve the issue right there.
Let me try that.
Todd, we're on the same page,
call us
Todd.
back. Yeah,
we're on the same page, Todd. Trust.
Yeah, these people go beyond Nazis. They're before Nazis, man. They're eugenicists. They're going to wipe us all out.
Yeah, the Nazis learned from them. Yeah.
Oh, the Nazis learned from them. Exactly.
Yeah.
There's some more evidence for that. It's the royals, like the royal family, and all the like racist stuff and the population control stuff that you hear coming from them.
It's like an evil bloodline of like super sorcerers.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really what it is, like a bloodline of sorcerers.
Since we're on this topic, I'm going to throw this out while Michael K figures this out. Trump was trolling the media this week, and I know this triggers everybody. But Trump was trolling the media this week with research that Reuters had done. Reuters, everybody knows Reuters, the biggest newspaper, one of them trusted on earth. They went and did a deep dive into how many politicians in the United States serving in the 117th Congress, that's the current Congress, were direct descendants of slaveholders. And guess what they found? Guess what they found? 1 out of 5 politicians. There's only 500 fucking slots here, people. 1 out of 5 of them son of a bitches are direct descendants from slaveholders. And so you were kind of talking last show, Dr. Robert, about what do we do about this situation? Who benefited from slaveholding, and are they still benefiting from it? And did they get into the position they are now because they owned slaves and they gained a bunch of wealth with human slavery? Woo! Guess how much? 1 out of 5 of your politicians is a goddamn their ancestors owned slaves. Now, Trump trolled them this week. Guess what Trump trolled them with? He said, guess what? Every politician, every president alive today, every president in the United States alive is a descendant of slaveholders, except for Trump, including Barack Obama on his mother's side. Her family owned slaves. Trump's the only one that didn't own slaves because his family came here after the situation had been resolved with slavery in the United States. It came from Germany. I thought that was pretty funny. And
it's definitely suggestive of a monopoly of power, definitely.
Oh,
definitely
yeah.
Suggests that. Yeah, that's obvious as fuck.
I'd love to go back in history and find out who owned the slaves. Did they make money? Did they become vastly wealthy? And are they still sitting on a fortune today because of that slavery?
We should take all the money just because of that fact.
Money and give it back to the fucking people.
Take the money, give it to the black community.
Yeah. Well, give it back to whoever the fuck they fucked up the most first.
But I want to get back to the whole Freemason thing. So what is the mission of the order you're in? Are you allowed to disclose that? Because a lot of it's shrouded in secrecy, right? Are you allowed to disclose like the actual goal of your group or the organization you're trying to be a part of? Like, what
I can tell you the goal of what I do.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what
oh, he sounds perfect now. He sounds perfect.
No background noise.
It worked.
The goal of what I do is I want to enlighten people. I want to help people raise their consciousness up. However, I got to do that. If I can do it within the Freemason organization and bring enlightenment to people, that's what I want to do.
Okay. So you're just looking for a conduit.
That's my mission. I'm just looking for answers. When I joined, they asked me, what do I want? I said, I want knowledge and enlightenment. I want to know what's really going on. I've been on this path for 30 years. And I know we all hear stuff, but do we really know what's really going on? I want to know what's really going on. And if I could join this brotherhood, maybe I might be able to get some of those answers.
Oh, so you kind of went to them for answers a little bit too, I take it. Is that what you're saying? You kind of went to them for some answers too, I take it.
Yeah, because I had an opportunity presented a long time ago to join with whatever Uncle Joe was involved in, and that fell under. And that I was really disappointed at that situation. And then this opened up. And like somebody said that there's evil aspect. There's evil in everything. I'm not saying that Freemasons is evil. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that there's a white square and a black square. I'm the white square.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to be able to...
Well, let me make my position clear. I don't know what the fuck they are, so I'm not going to say any. I'm trying to learn from you, but I'm kind of curious. Yeah, though you definitely have good goals, man. Like they're not selfish, and they seem very altruistic.
Curious, then don't take somebody else's opinion on what they are telling you they think Freemasonry is. join them yourself and find out. Take that step. And if it turns out to be something that you don't want to be involved in, which I haven't seen nothing like that yet, then you can step back.
I wouldn't expect every single person at the Masonic barbecue to know probably, any of this. We're kind of a unique crowd here. We're well read into certain areas that most people aren't. And Masons are made up of the majority of people, right?
The majority
Masons, they have a spectrum of people. They have a spectrum. No, your average Masonic lodge is a spectrum. They could give 90% of them could probably give a shit less about what we're talking about here.
That's why this is
small
fringe.
quantity.
It's fringe because it's designed that way. Because most people join it for the fellowship, the brotherhood. Most people join it for the charitable donations that we're able to do and the good that we're able to do. And that's what I've seen so far is the fellowship and the charitable stuff that goes on. We're always doing stuff to help.
Have you seen any at all traces of any Luciferianism at all amongst your brothers?
No. Well, nothing like that. But this is the stigmatism behind it.
Seen it, but in your doctrine, if you go back and read ancient, older Masonic things, Albert Pike, and where they talk about Lucifer, and that doesn't mean you're all Luciferians. Masons have wrote about Luciferianism. Luciferianism is a branch of philosophy, is a branch of belief that a number of people are into. Doesn't make them bad even. There's good people that are probably Luciferians, but you haven't seen it. They're not going to put that out first thing, Michael.
No.
And doesn't make you bad either. Doesn't make you bad either that you haven't seen it or don't know about Albert Pike and some of his writings and different things. If you go back to the Deep South, I'll bet Albert Pike has statues, right? Has statues. He doesn't represent the Norse. The Masons that was the Civil War where North Masons and South Masons fighting against each other. People that believed in slavery and people that didn't. They were brothers shooting each other.
Okay, what about this, Michael? Not to focus too much on negative stuff, but let's say that you're continuing your journey, you're working your way up the ranks, and all of a sudden they take you in a dark room and they take this blanket off of this thing, and underneath is this giant sigil of Lucifer, and then they clue you in. They're like, "This is what we're really about." At that point, are you going to quit?
I would.
They don't do that.
Okay.
They don't do that.
But whose world?
But that will never happen. So
but that's
you don't
not
have to
what
worry
I
about that.
don't see anything like that occurring. But whose world do you think this is? Like, really? Like, this is a world of death, decay, and destruction. Everything is
listen to Black Sabbath. Black Sabbath.
The question that got me kicked out of many Sunday schools was when Jesus was on the mountain and Lucifer said that I will give you all of this if you bow down and worship me. Well, how can you give something that's not yours? When Lucifer was cast down, maybe we are the fallen angels that have been cast down with him, and we're trying to go back home to the Father.
In the Bible, Jesus goes into the desert for 40 days, and Lucifer comes to him. This is one of the most intense parts of the Bible, and he says, I'll give you everything here. You know why? Because I own it.
Because he was cast down here, and we're down here along with him, I believe.
That's the story they tell, is worship me, and I'll give you this whole world. Right?
Yeah.
Logan, go ahead.
Logan, you making fun of us over here? What's going on?
New dimension. Who this? No, I'm just kidding. That's a joke.
Your beard. Go show me the other Logan with the beard.
I'm 32 years old and I look like I'm 18. Okay, if that doesn't show that I'm not human and an energy vampire, I don't know what will at this point. But no, my question.
You're freaking baby right now.
I look like I'm 18 because some native chick just gave me $100 shaving kit that they found in a lost and found at a casino. What was I supposed to do? Turn around?
Dude, you're starting to look like Elon Musk right now. Something weird's going on.
Yeah, he's got a little Elon thing going.
You got a little Elon thing going.
Well,
It's getting weird, man.
Hey, so I got a question, all right? Okay, you have an interdimensional, time-traveling psychic energy vampire that feasts on energy and souls. What do? I'm at that point of consciousness right now where, look at my eyes. My eyes are fully dilated. It's like, what do I do?
Well, hopefully you're not taking energy from the show.
You're not on anything, right? You're just sober, maybe smoked a little weed or something, but you're sober, right?
Yes.
Hopefully you're not sucking energy out of the show, and if you are, you need to donate some money to Daniel.
Well, Daniel will get us $100, and he'll get us $100 consecutively every month.
You give him $100, and I'll give him $50 the minute I hear you gave him that.
So we can use this quantum thing to somehow get me money? I think I like this.
Yes.
I think I like this. I think we need to start a fund drive.
But you don't just
think about it. Guys, think about it. I got an idea.
$100, I'll give him $50.
I don't mean to steal your thunder, Mike. Oh, I don't mean to steal your thunder, but this is all I was going to say for that whole money problem. You got to have a niche, right? So what if you say we host one time a month an energy vampire who will do a funny ritual and you can see weird things happen, but it's a pay-per-view. There's your solution.
It better be.
You got to have a niche. You got to have a reason. It will be special because every performance I do is one of a kind. But never mind on that stuff. I just wanted to see would it be possible to eat the negative entities wholesale? Because I'm hungry like an amoeba. I'm slow like an amoeba, but I'll get them.
With some entities, man, they may eat you. I don't know about you eating them.
But what if you eat them?
Entities?
You eat them. You keep saying that.
What was that, Michael?
Go mess with the Necronomicon. Go play with Ouija boards. Really want to mess with the evil, man? Once you open doors, you can't shut them. They will show up. You probably. I don't know you.
Don't nibble at the edges. Just go straight to the Necronomicon.
There's some doors that you knock on, you're not going to be able to shut. And when you
you're telling me I have a way to get infinite energy by opening up a door that leads to another dimension full of negative entities that are immortal. So technically, I figured out an infinite food source. Thank you.
Well, that's what you would like to hear, but
I would just be careful in what you're doing because you're dabbling in some shit that most people
more so than eating the souls of the damned. You know how many souls are inside this body, sir?
Logan, the thing about entities is they're also hyper intelligent, so they typically have some kind of like leg up on us, if that makes sense. Like,
what if I act like a wounded prey animal and they come for the kill, and then I just eat them?
It ain't gonna be that easy. You probably haven't ever been face to face with one of these guys, because if you were, you probably wouldn't be saying that. Because I was face to face with one of them, and it ain't no fucking joke.
Yeah.
But I have no fear because I've died already.
You get face to face with
you, and then a fucking Anunnaki or a Nephilim or some kind of being shows up. You're done, dude. They'll take you over and they'll think it'll be Logan, but no, because you open the doorway up, they take control and you sit in the background while they go do whatever evil is they do.
So while they're harvesting my body and harvesting my essence, therefore that forms a connection, therefore I have a way to feed off them. Because there's not one soul in here, there's 8. The reason I call myself the Hive is I have 8 souls and consciousness inside this little brain. My psyche was fractured at the age of 5 due to MK Ultra, so they trained me for shit like this. I guess I don't know.
I know how they do the Mark Ultra stuff, and I know what they do to fractionalize the human mind. And this is why the Catholic priests molest children. When you molest children, and when you do evil shit like that, you fracture the mind. So you're telling us all that something took you over and fractured your mind. And that's not something to play with, man. Like,
no,
they do that shit for a reason. They do it to harness energy. They do it to suck the loosh. They do it to suck the essence of the individual. And then it does create an altar because it fractures the mind. And the only way that most people can handle that when they're in that situation is to create an altar. And that's why the government will create an altar, and then they program the altar to listen to a command or a sound frequency or a saying or a statement or a book, and it snap you into that altar, and then you become a super soldier. Max Spears talked about all this, and
there you go.
Max Spears out. Like, and somebody like Max Spears can be taken out, Logan. I don't know if you're on Max Spears' level, but I followed him from the very beginning, and they took him out and they killed his ass, and he didn't fucking eat him.
Hey, Logan, a couple of people on this show, few people at least, are in this for mankind's betterment. We really love mankind. We mess around, we joke and all that. But man, we want mankind to survive, get better, fucking heal these wounds. So
you're talking about
could I do alchemy?
You can joke on here.
Yeah.
We all joke all the time. You can joke on yours. We allow that, but at the same time, believe us, we want to raise the vibration of this fucking world, and we are trying to do that.
Could you utilize me as an asset, and could I use all the trauma, all the negativity that has been directed and harnessed at me, and transmute it using the powers of alchemy and of mind, body, and soul,
and of course the answer is
one?
Yes.
That sounds like a personal journey. Yeah, you.
It's like, think about it. If life gives you lemons, you can make lemonade. Sorry.
Hold on, Logan. Hold on. Dr. Robert's been very quiet here. What does Dr. Robert think about what you're saying, asking?
You shouldn't mess with magic you do not understand.
There you go.
Yeah. Like I said, there's some doors that cannot be shut.
You can do it, but man, it's dangerous.
But you're not Aleister Crowley. You're not dabbling in black magic. You don't know how to properly shut these dimensions, these portals down. My uncle opened a portal in my living room at our old house, and shit would come through. And if you don't shut it right, dude, you're going to snap, because they're going to hit you with so much stuff. They're trying to break your mind down so that they could take your vehicle over, because all we are vehicles. This is a meat suit. This is not me. This is my vehicle I'm using to experience this reality. They don't like that.
I agree with you, Michael, addressing Logan. Logan, you need to take care of yourself. We love you and we need you. You're a personality. But man, you got to take care of yourself and realize that these powers, they're there. And you can access them like you're doing, but consider what you're doing and consider the effects of it.
Because you don't need that.
Has always been a show. End of Days Radio has always been a show that we talk about the end of the world, but we still have this consciousness where we're trying to make things better.
This is turning into an intervention.
You're trying to go from 1 to 10.
Intervention.
And you're trying to cheat. You're putting the cheat codes in. When you put the cheat codes in, there's going to be consequences and repercussions. So instead of trying to rush, you're everywhere, and there's nowhere else to be but where you are right now. So take that present time. Fuck worrying about the past. Fuck worrying about the future. Worry about the present and have love in your heart, because love is the key. Love is the absolute key. When these beings show up, most people are scared, but if you love them, they don't like love. They don't like the frequency of love. It's a higher vibration. They're bringing you down. There's an energy shift that happens. Our energy and the energy that we get is dictated by the celestials and the sun and the moon and the electromagnetic field, and which is 5G, all that stuff. When that stuff comes out, that brings you to a lower vibration. You have to rise above that. And when you're able to rise above that, you no longer are part of this world. We are in this world, but we are not of it. I don't know about you guys, but I am not of this world. I am stuck down here in this meat suit to learn to break free. And then when I break free, we're going to go home to the Father.
Said be in the world, but not of it.
Yeah, exactly. Be in the world, not of it. And do what I do.
Not you. You have to be.
You will be able to do what I can do. There's people out there that can heal. There's people that can control the elements. My children can call in animals. I do akinematosis, where we go out and you work on your mind, because it's not going to be given to you. You have to earn it. You have to take the step. You have to take your shoes off. Why do you think there's rubber on every single one of our feet? It's designed to sever the connection from you and Earth.
Yep.
There's a reason
Sounds
why
right.
they tell you staring at the sun will go blind. I
Right.
ain't blind.
My friend told me a long time ago, he's a very healthy person, works out all the time, right? He told me a while back, he said the early morning sun. I didn't hear about the sunset, but he said the early morning sun is the most healthiest thing you can do to look at it as it's coming through
Yes,
into you.
it clears the mind. It
You're
clears
the
the
first
mental
person
mind.
since him I heard that
The setting of the
brought
sun will
knowledge.
heal the body problems. Whatever problems you have with your body, sun gaze. Logan, if you want this power and this energy, stop trying to cheat. Go out there every morning, get your butt up in the morning, take your bare feet off, go stand at a spot on ground and stare at the sun. For how you're supposed to do it is supposed to be 10-second increments. You're supposed to go.
Logan, now that you've shaved, you know who you look like? You look like Queensryche's lead singer. You remember the band Queensryche? You don't remember Queensryche?
I was
They were
born in
the-
91, Todd. I was born in June 10th, 1991.
Oh,
8:30
you were born in
PM.
91, so you're like 20 years old. Gotcha.
No, I'm 32. I'm 32,
Well,
Todd.
32. Well, close enough.
And
21, 32.
Daniel
same thing.
Locate for me. Here is what my research has transformed me into. Now,
You
this
look like
isn't
Jeff
done-
Tate. No, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. You look like Jeff Tate. Have you ever heard of Jeff Tate? The lead
Jeff
singer
Tate?
of Queensryche? Queensryche.
No, he's too young, Todd. Okay.
Yeah, nobody remembers heavy metal
Logan
yet.
wants to go off and
That's
talk about
31
his
years old.
MK Ultra
He wants to talk
programming
about how-
for 30 seconds to a minute. Go ahead, Logan.
Okay, 1 minute.
This is what MK Ultra turned me into. Daniel, I think you have to press play, I think.
I don't understand. They told me after the procedure was completed, I wouldn't be human.
What the fuck?
I love it.
Your mind got split.
That is what I am, gentlemen. So how do you
You're-
take that
you're-
into
you're-
something
you're-
positive?
I don't want
Take
this
that
shit in
and
my
turn it
head.
into something positive.
Dude, you don't
How do we
even
turn
think
that into something positive? We come and rescue you.
come on, man.
How about we send
Logan.
how about everybody that's friends of End of Days Radio that has some power, like you're talking about here, Logan? We swarm in and we rescue you with the End of Days Radio rescue team. You know, where we pull you out of the hood and give you a little support and suck you out of that mind state. How does that sound?
That would sound nice. I'm a little
All
bit
right.
apprehensive because I'm
Well, as
just
soon as
hear
the End
me
of
out.
Days,
I've been let down by a lot of people in my life that I
You've been
trusted
let
and
down
shit,
by a
so
lot of
I'm
people.
a little bit guarded and crap. But I'm just
well, we
wanna
don't
say
have
that-
this
that-
End of Days
that-
support
that-
team yet, but if
that-
we
that
ever
thing
do
that-
get enough money, if Daniel gets
whatever
enough
you
money, maybe
call
we can get an
me,
End of Days
that is
support team.
Todd. I just want to say this real quick. Whatever happened to me in my life, that is what lurks inside me. That is what I am now.
All right, guys.
So-
all right. Logan. Logan, come on.
Yeah.
It's done.
All right.
It's
All right.
done. Trying to elevate people, man. Here's some things you want to do.
K. Rise up here.
You want to raise your level. You want to go from 1 to 10. Go in a hyperbaric chamber. Find somebody that has a hyperbaric chamber. Go sit in the water. That's the same temperature as the outside, same thing as your body, and you will go into these alternate dimensions. And you can go and ask these beings when you cross over all these questions you got, Logan. Go in a
There you
hyperbaric chamber. Or you could do the Wim Hof. Or you can learn to breathe properly, where you hijack your sympathetic nervous system and where you could heal all dis-ease in your human body. It's when you can take control of this reality, when you learn to breathe. You can lay down on the ground. You can hyperventilate. You breathe in 7 times.
I got
breathe
another,
out 7 times.
I got
And you don't
another
stop
method.
doing that.
I got another method. You can go spin around.
That's what kids used to do back in the 90s. When you spin
Go do
around,
what the whirling dervishes do. Spin around 60 times until your mind goes crazy. And then you see the universe just spiraling around you.
You can take
right, guys.
you can take colloidal silver.
So-
Colloidal silver will help to
Colloidal
bridge
silver, yeah.
your neural network. It'll help to bridge your synapses in your brain.
All right, guys.
neurons.
Let's thank you, Logan, but let's go ahead and hop out of the Logan vortex for a little bit. Thank you, Logan. I do have a question for our guest, Michael. I did want to ask you, in terms of this whole Illuminati thing, do you believe in an Illuminati? Are the Masons part of it? Are they tied to it? What is going on here in terms of Illuminati?
I can't answer that. But you told me, you said that you were approached by them. Were you approached by the Illuminati themselves? Or were you approached by a subsidiary or an entity of them?
Well, my understanding, because I did ask that question to one of these people that were talking to me, their answer was they are different organizations, but they all go back to the same head.
Yeah, I can't argue with that. So, in the stuff that you know, and I've been following you a long time, and you're well awake and you're well aware. Why have you never joined?
Because I personally feel like I could be put under certain ritualistic spells that I don't know what's going on that could have an effect on me that I'm unaware of. I was warned about that. I was warned about the Luciferian aspect of secret societies. I'm paranoid that they'll try to make me do something gay, like take my clothes off in front of them or jerk off in a coffin or kiss somebody's butt or kiss a goat's butt. I'm just being honest. I'm not trying to be insulting. I'm being 100% honest with you. I have been invited to join the Freemasons by Robert Sullivan IV, who's a guest on my show, and he tried to kind of get me in on it. I declined. I don't like to be controlled. I don't like to be a part of something. I'm a rebel by heart. I feel like if I was to join the Masons and they're telling me I can't do certain things or they're going to slit my throat, that would be dampening towards my human experience.
You know, it's funny you say that because I've had a few reach out to me on Instagram. I think they're scams though, but I blow their mind because I always report back I'm not interested in power and money. That doesn't turn me on. And they're like, not interested in power and money? No. I'm cool. It seems like their heart, I can almost feel like their heart break. You know, that I'm not attracted to the same lower vibrational shit that they want and attracted to. It's I can almost feel their spirit break when I tell them, when I reject it and tell them I don't want it.
But it's also your journey. You can't do anything that you don't want to do.
Oh, of course, yeah, that's obvious, yeah.
So they got to get your permission.
But when
that's why they got to get your permission.
With trinkets and shit like that, to me, that's already a red flag.
What's that?
When you know, they're telling me want money and power, $5 million allowance, your own house, and whatever.
We'll take care of you. Everything will be great.
Items like that.
If that's all it is, man, I can't wait for my $5 million. But that's not what it's about.
No,
it's just not. It's not. It's just
it doesn't
it's
feel
the
they give you $5 million. They give you $5 million, and then they'd come and just drill in on you and just destroy your life the whole time. And then they'd take your money, they'd suck your money and make sure it went to something evil.
Yeah, just like you told Logan about the easy route. Don't stop trying to cheat. To me, that's kind of like cheating. I just want to kind of go through the process, be initiated properly, meditate, tune in, become one with God. Because I can't take that shit with me. I mean, I'm thinking, I forget the tongue it is, but I think in Sumerian time, money means feces, man. You can't eat it. You can't sustain you. I mean, I just really
there you go.
I want to raise my vibration, man. And if you came with me, let's try to put our energy together. You're pretty skilled. Let's help, send energy out into the environment. And make
Perfect example. Perfect example.
I'll be down. But when you're telling me money, power, car, all the
perfect example. You can't eat money.
You know what I mean?
Dr. Robert.
Devil come at me with.
Dr. Robert, perfect example. You can't eat money, but you can donate your time. You can donate your resources. You can do something positive.
Yeah, exactly.
You can pour some liquor out for your homies.
Yeah, yeah.
Pour some liquor like I just spilled my beer.
Like when it's about like money and power, man, that kind of gives me the heebie-jeebies, man. I mean, like to me, like that's like dark side seduction shit, and throwing like images of women in your face and shit like that, man. Like,
yeah.
And I'm already my aura's already
But hey,
telling me like, no, don't do it. It's not for you. That's not your bag. That's not what you do. And I just don't fuck.
Right.
I am open, to be fair, I am open to the possibility that there are good people in the Illuminati, that there are good people in the Masons, that there are white hats, so to speak, because you hear of a lot of things where these people seem to be fighting each other. For example, in the past, when the Catholic Church was burning all these Gnostic people, a lot of times Gnosticism is associated with Satanism or Luciferianism, so there seem to be these powers seem to be at odds at some point in the past, and there's other times where you seem to see a little bit of division within these secret societies and families, such as the war between the Golden Dawn and the Order of the Phoenix.
There's
always going to be conflict, even with family.
Yeah. The Golden Dawn broke apart because of internal struggles. Aleister Crowley came in and started the breakup of the Golden Dawn.
The Golden Dawn is the Rothschilds' personal secret society.
Well, I don't know if it was their personal secret society. Whoever runs the secret societies, the Golden Dawn was McGregor Mathers and McGregor.
It all goes
Samuel
up
McGregor
to the order
and Mathers.
It all trickles up to the Order of 13, or no, it goes up to the Council of 500, which is the Bilderberg Society. Then it goes up to the Council of 13. There's some intermediary groups, and then it finally goes up to the actual king of the Illuminati.
Listen, maybe the Rothschilds funded the founding of the Golden Dawn, but McGregor Mathers, and I can't remember the second name of the person that started it. They were interested in magic. And they knew how to translate texts. They translated the Key of Solomon. McGregor Mathers translated the Key of Solomon.
Hold on, hold on, Todd. McGregor Mathers was Golden Dawn or Order of the Phoenix?
Oh, Golden Dawn.
Okay.
He took Crowley under his wing. There were two people that were heading up the Golden Dawn in its beginning. They claimed that the secret chiefs were talking to him and gave him permission to set up the secret order. They actually knew how to read Latin, and they were translating ancient texts.
Well, why do you think we speak English now? To dumb us down, to keep us stupid. Because when you go and read Latin, you're not taking somebody else's word for it. You're not taking someone else's opinion about what went on. You're actually reading the actual text on how it was written. That's why people don't speak Latin. That's why the Vatican teach people to read Latin.
Kind of like what we're dealing with now. It was illegal for anyone to read Latin. The Catholic Church.
Soon it'll be illegal to speak English, and we'll be dealing in emojis.
Only priests could read the Bible because
they keep the knowledge in the hands of a few.
It was illegal for anyone outside of the priesthood to read the Bible, and only priests were taught Latin because they were trying to. This is what they tell us. So how much do you believe of what they tell us? But as we get closer to our century, Crowley was taken under the wings of McGregor Mathers, and I forget the other guy's name. God damn it! In the formation of the Golden Dawn.
Was it W.P. Smith?
We also got to look. Oh, that sounds like a familiar name. But we also got to look at the fact that the Rothschilds were directly involved in the Bavarian Illuminati, which may or may not be the true origin of the Illuminati. It might be much older than the stories that they give us.
The Bavarian Illuminati is from Bavaria. That's Germany. Adam Weishaupt is a Jesuit.
A Jesuit that was working with the Rothschilds,
right? But before the Illuminati,
Beak and two bowls is what I'm saying. The Jesuits, like Michael's uncle Joe, and the Rothschilds, the bankers for the Vatican.
They're the ones who run the shit. From what I know, they're the ones who run it. The Vatican, that's it. The Queen is on top of the Vatican. The Queen.
There's more than no. There's so many groups. I wanted to bring up something here since we got everybody on the line. I read an article 2 days ago about the heir to the Mellon fortune, the current living heir to the Mellon fortune. Is everybody here familiar with the Mellons?
No, I'm not.
I'm not.
They're one of the wealthiest families on the planet. Mellon.
But if you know their name,
Skull and Bones, they have so much money. He just did an article the other day where he gave his opinion in the news about what's going on. He said there are white hats, there are black hats. There were white hats and black hats the whole time in the secret societies. They fight against each other. The black hats want to get rid of everybody. The white hats want to save everybody and give us solutions. He said what's happening is the older generations are dying because they're getting old, like Henry Kissinger's and all these 100-year-old fucking people. They're finally dying. The younger ones are waiting to come in and take their place in these secret societies that run the world. But they are mostly gray. They're not white or black. They're basically gray, and so it could go either direction with all these people. And so we're moving into a phase where the inheritors of the power structure are gray. They're not black and white fighting against each other. It's more gray, so the whole thing's is becoming more complex as we move into the future. But that doesn't bode ill for us. If they're gray, then we can side them. We can get them to come on our side, right?
Cool. Yeah, interesting stuff. The two sides of the power structure. I do want to get a little bit more back on track with Michael, our guest. However, I do have a question for him. Michael, you told me privately, we exchanged a couple phone calls. You had told me that you've been experiencing some gang stalking. I'd like to hear about that.
Oh my God, it's been going on for the last 15 years. Like everywhere I go, black helicopters would follow me around. The more I talk to people on Facebook back when I had it, the more information I would put out, the worse it would get. Like I would see shadows out of the corner of my eye. I would hear noises, just weird stuff. And when I would talk, like you, Daniel, your computer will shut down, or your cell phone will shut down, or this or that will happen. They let you know they're watching you because you're the light. When you're in a dark room and you light that lighter, you're visible. They see you and you see them. And I think we're protected. I know I'm protected. They've showed themselves multiple times. And they'll follow you around. They'll get those helicopters. My cell phone, I'll hear weird clicks. When me and my mom will talk, situations will happen. The phone will just shut down and then boot back up. Just weird stuff like that. Nothing them coming to my house.
Warning from Cliff.
I mean, nothing that serious like that, where they're knocking on my doors and they're pulling me out and beating me up or anything like that. But just little synchronicities.
Cliff warned you? You were red flagged?
Yeah. I talked to my cousin. My cousin's a Capitol police officer, and I would tell him stuff. And he said they brought him in and questioned him and our relationship about what I was telling him and what I was talking to him about.
What the hell?
He was brought in like, yo, Mike, you can't be talking to me no more. And like,
what were you talking to him about?
Oh my goodness, this was like 10 years ago. Just warning about what's coming up, what's happening. I would always see in dreams and visions of what's coming and what's happening, and the Tartarianism and the rights being stripped away. And he's a Capitol police officer, and I'm like, dude, you need to know this shit. And then he just shut me down, like he's in the shark's den. He's a good one that's stuck in the middle of a bunch of sharks in Washington.
Yeah,
so he's right in the mix of it, and he's a good guy. And they approached them about it, and our conversations have ceased since then.
And he doesn't talk to you at all anymore?
No, not at all. But also the CV, that whole scenario, that really put a division in our entire family because everybody was all for it. And I was like, you touch me with that, and we're going to see how far you can get that freaking thing before I take you out.
Wait,
And
I'm sorry. I'm a little confused. What do you mean CV?
I don't want to say it to get banned. The Jiminy.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Pandemic,
never
man.
mind.
Pandemic.
Don't want to talk about that.
Yeah, the pandemic.
Yeah, thank you for being aware of our situation, Michael.
Yeah, so that put division in everybody, and that what happened with that is a huge puzzle piece of what's going on.
You had also mentioned to me that the gang stalking intensified when you were in contact with David Crowley, the creator of the Grace Late movie, who was recently, or not so recently, yes, David Crowley, the man who was murdered and his entire family was murdered, and they framed it to look like he did it, just like we were talking about John Todd, and just like we were talking about no, I was talking about this privately with Dr. Robert, Father Malachi Z, and several others, where they either make them look like they're a pedophile, or make them look like they murdered their family, or make it look like a murder-suicide. They do it all the time.
Oh, yeah. And I donated to his trailer back when it came out all those years ago. And that trailer is exactly what's going to happen in the next year and a half. That trailer was dead on. That's why they took him out. He was too soon. People weren't ready for that back then. They took him out. They took out Phil Schneider. They took out Stanley Meyer. Yep. They took Seth Rich.
You know what's reaching the mainstream news lately? What's that? Turned out that the most lucrative industry in the world isn't smuggling crystal meth or cocaine or heroin or.
Well, yeah, because when you get people
hold on. The most lucrative industry in the world now is barrels filled with human bodies.
Sex trafficking.
They are chopping up people and filling 55-barrel drums with human body parts, and they're selling it for $78,000 a barrel.
Now
so oil is $100 a barrel, but human body parts filled with chopped up body parts is $78,000 a barrel. And so you're going, who's buying a barrel for $7,800,000? Guess who's buying it? People doing biomedical research, people creating things, people doing things with
mad scientists.
And it's not real. They're trading. You know how we used to see barrels of oils getting on ships going to places? Now you've got barrels of body parts.
But if you're seeing it on the news now, they've been doing it. They've been doing it for a long time. Oh, yeah,
they've been doing it.
There's nothing new under the sun.
They're just introducing you. This is a trade that's been going on, everybody.
It's because they have to tell you.
Evil. This shit, they got to tell you. So $78,000, you can buy a barrel chocked full of human body parts. What would they do with those? Boy, they could do all kinds of things with those if you're a mad scientist. Had to throw that in there.
Sounds like Nazi shit to me.
Oh, fuck yeah. Nazi human organ transplant. Hey, Dr. Robert, do the Chinese sound like Nazis to you?
They're all part of the same group.
They're all part of the same thing, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Like I know Japan was, right?
Japan's super racist.
Japan definitely was, right?
Japan don't even try to get rid of the racism over there, right? They don't try to pretend they're not racist.
Yeah. They're illegal.
Are you saying Godzilla is racist?
Because Hitler actually thought like the Japanese were part of like a super race too.
Super race.
Like yeah, he did too, and that's why they were even linked up like they're
that is true. They believe that they were they believe they were descended from the sun itself.
The sun god king system that existed
just like
all over the world.
Any European country, any country, including I don't want to talk about that, but any country out there their royal family believes that they came from the gods.
Yeah.
Some of them did.
Oh, 100. 100. I agree with that. 100. I just want to put that out there.
System.
All right, Michael, I got another question for you, my man.
Yeah, man.
So I wanted to ask you, earlier I had asked if you heard anybody in the Masonic Hall. First of all, before I ask this, do you guys actually meet at the local Masonic Hall?
I do, yeah.
Okay,
Every
cool.
week?
Thanks for sharing that. Every week?
Once a week.
I go as much as I can. I mean,
is it at nighttime?
Like church?
It's at a Masonic Hall.
Do you meet at night or day?
Do they have a ritual? Do they have a group ritual? Do they?
You might not be
together?
allowed to tell this stuff.
I'm not talking about any of that. I don't know what I can and cannot talk about. Like I said, I'm a fresh fish. I just got in.
Fair enough.
Well, we don't want to mess it up for you, so go back and tell those guys the End of Days Radio is really cool, will you?
Yeah, but the thing is, like I said,
don't tell those guys about End of Days Radio. Never mind.
He's keep
bad. Yeah. No, we're really cool though.
Todd's gonna have the black SUVs pull up. But anyways, Michael, this is my actual question. Okay, you had never heard anybody talk about Lucifer, but have you participated in any magical rituals, and have you heard anybody talk about the gods?
No. It's not, guys. It's not what you think. It's really not. Like, you're taking somebody else's idea of what they think Freemason is, because once you get in, it's a brotherhood. Like you guys are sitting here. It's a brotherhood. There's things that go on that is ancient and origins. It's knowledge that's been passed down, like the Indians. The Indians pass stories down through word of mouth and through dance and through drumming, and they're telling you their past through stories, like the Australian Aborigines who never switched over to the second level. They at the first level they have dream time. If you're sitting around an Australian Aborigine, they can holographically project their memory in your area so you could view and see what they went through. That's in Australia. Australian Aborigines have dream time memory. Everything is passed down through story.
Yeah, we get that.
I've got to leave, man. I just want to say thank you, and I appreciate it, man. It was great.
Oh, damn it. Dr. Robert, you got to go?
Thank you, Dr. Robert. Great having you.
Dan, get with me soon, okay?
Absolutely.
All right, catch you guys later, man. And it was a pleasure meeting you, brother. Thanks for sharing with us.
Take care, Dr. Robert.
You too, sir. I enjoyed you. Tell your mother I like the way she loves her son.
Yes, I'm very proud of it.
What?
Mama, I love it.
All right.
So yeah, right.
Dr. Robert.
You think,
Super brain.
Really
Dr. Robert is so smart.
Take control.
All right. So what else you guys want on that?
Well, I got a couple questions.
Go ahead, Todd. Go ahead.
Just because you're Mason, Daniel told me you was coming on this week. I really like what you're putting on here, buddy. I appreciate you coming on here, digging us deep into these concepts. I love time travel concepts. Soul schools. We're all part of soul schools. A long time ago, I got a thing where it told me that you live many lifetimes. In the Old West, you were a gunslinger.
Yeah, well, you've never not existed, Todd. Chew on that.
Never not existed. No,
you have never not been alive.
You were talking earlier about shrooms.
Oh, yeah.
That's
Todd, is that the same beer that you've been working on since the beginning?
Yeah, that's the same one.
Oh.
I sip them very slowly, very slowly.
Hey, what do you want to know about shrooms?
Oh, I only do like one sip at a time, right? 4 hours later, I'll maybe do two.
My bad. I didn't mean to cut you off there.
No. On that concept, what was I asking you?
Shrooms. Something about shrooms.
There you go. That's where I first saw Behind the Veil, Beyond the Veil. I've had this a number of times. When I was younger, before even psychedelic drugs existed, in my young mind, I realized there was something going on here. I could read. I found John, who is it, Daniel, that talks with the dolphins?
John C. Lilly.
John C. Lilly. I found Lilly's stuff, and I was reading his books where he's going into this consciousness, and he's going into, are we all connected? Before I ever did the drug. And when I did the drug, not every time. If anybody's ever done shrooms, you know how it goes. It could be a up or down, depends on the environment. What's his name? Timothy Leary talked about, well, we could set centers up across the United States, and we could have therapists that put people in set and setting and dosage, where we give them the right amount of dose, give them the right setting, and then we have a person with them that can work through their problems. Can you picture this in 1970? Now in 2023, they're going, hey, everybody, mushrooms are really cool. Come on, take some. In 1970, they're throwing your ass in prison and kicking your teeth out because you saw beyond the veil.
What's the agenda behind it? Why the turnaround? Why do they switch?
Why the turnaround? Here we go. Yeah. Did I mention the Mellon family, heir to the Mellon family fortune? Did an interview the other day. He was saying why does it look like it looks? Why does the world look like it looks? And he says, because there's black hats and white hats. And the majority, the world that we're living in is created by the black hats and the white hats. They're fighting against each other. The black hats want to control it because, just like the old mythology goes, if we make these people do what's right, the world will be awesome. And then the white hats are going, why don't you give the people a choice to choose? And then the world can be, we can let the good, it's a choice between making them do it or letting them.
But the thing is that they've silenced everybody that is good. Everybody that wants to speak has been silenced. So they're cheating. They're going against the rules.
The black hats are getting an edge up on the white hats.
Yeah, but if it continues to happen, there's going to be.
Let him answer, Todd.
Okay.
Say it again.
There's going to be an intervention. There's a balance. There's always a balance in everything that's on this dimension. If they overstep their bounds too much, I believe something will intervene. I don't know if they're going to pull a Project Bluebeam, but I know what Werner von Braun stated, that there's two cards left to be played. Project Bluebeam, where they show up, or nuclear war. I don't think nuclear war is an option. I don't think anybody has nukes. I think all nukes have been dismantled.
You don't believe in? Do you believe in nukes, or you don't believe in nukes?
I don't. I don't think that they would allow.
I don't believe in nukes either. I don't think.
After what happened with Admiral Byrd, if you go read his story, I went down the rabbit hole with him. That ain't happening. There ain't no nukes. There's nukes that have been shot up, and I had these videos on my phone, and UFOs have came out of the sky and shot them down. Almost all of them.
And Michael, based upon what we just saw with the CB thing, people could be convinced overnight into a fictional fairy tale. To do whatever the fuck they want us to do.
This whole agenda
40 years ago, where they're trying to tell us what history really is.
It just showed how easily
where they brainwashed and programmed everybody to get crazy. And
but that worked on the majority. That doesn't work on all people. They found out right then and there who was on the red list, who was on the blue list, and who's on the yellow list.
And I'm sure we're all suffering. And I'm sure we're all suffering accordingly.
They showed how easy it was and how easily manipulated people are to jump over a fucking cold virus.
All right, Michael, I got another one for you. Sorry to interrupt, but I got another question for you from my great list of questions that is like my personal Bible for every show. And my question is, you hear a lot of this talk about the flat earth versus the round earth versus the spherical earth versus the hollow earth, et cetera, et cetera. It is said by many that NASA is hiding the secret of the earth's shape and that Freemasons are in control of NASA.
Of course
And
they
any
are.
thoughts on that? Of course they are.
Yeah, of course. Like the whole reason for going to the moon, one of the things was the shape of the earth. And when you have an earth that is round, you are not significant. You are just a speck. You are worthless. You are not here for a reason. But if it's on a infinite plane, like all the ancient cultures, the Mayans, the Incas, the Navajo, all the Indians, all these ancient cultures believed that we were on some kind of infinite plane. And when you are on an infinite plane, and when you're in some petri dish like I think that we are, then you are significant and you are very special. You are one in a million. You are not just a on a ball spinning at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, going around the sun at 77,000 miles an hour, moving through the galaxy at what is it, 100,000 miles an hour?
For no reason.
For no reason? Come on now. And then you have the ice wall. If you even try to cross, you're going to be shot and killed because whatever is over there is more land masses. Admiral Byrd already said it. He, in his own words, he's like, there's land masses bigger than the size of North America, and it's perfectly green.
I'll give. May I interject for a second?
Sure, man.
The other day, I talked to Daniel on occasion. He's feeling a little down, like whatever he's fucking doing, it's not making any impact. I told him, goddamn, dude, you don't have no idea how many souls you've lifted, how many people you've made laugh, how funny you are. He kind of told me today, we're not really doing anything here. I mean, he didn't say that. He just said, whatever effect we're having, it's not having a big impact. And I told him, dude, you have no idea how many lives you've probably saved making them laugh.
Yes, it does. All it takes is one.
So funny. Please give us all a platform, Daniel. Even if you don't believe in half
all it
the
takes
shit
is one
we're seeing
person
over here, buddy.
One person to make a difference. If you have a Hitler that can do what he did, if you have a Nikola Tesla that does what he did, if you have a Royal Raymond Rife that does what he did, all it takes is one individual. They don't want us to think that we're that one individual. They want us to think that we're powerless, that we have no power. But most of us are, because our power has been severed and it's been disconnected by the food that we eat, the water, the toxic water that we drink, the chemicals that rain on the skies. To every single thing that we do is designed to keep us trapped. But you have to do the things that I'm suggesting: taking your shoes off, sun gazing, eating good food, not
grounding yourself,
grounding
get
yourself.
the vitamin D in through the light. Yeah,
vitamin D, and you wonder why everybody's sick. Because you stayed in the house for 2 years and you let a government tell you what to do. When I would go into people's houses on my deliveries and people would come out with like full face mask, a face shield, and a hazmat suit, I'm looking at them like, what are you doing? I'm like, come out here. I'm like, come here. Come walk out the front yard.
There we go.
I said, come out here and look at your yard. I said, look at how beautiful Lancaster County is. Why are you letting a TV box tell you how to live? I said, because I met an Amish guy the other day, and I said, how are you dealing with this CV thing that's been going on? He said, huh? How am I dealing with it? He says, I'm dealing fine. I don't have a fucking TV. I was like,
you don't know COVID's even happening yet.
He didn't know. So you're letting a TV box.
Yeah, let's try to stay off that topic. I apologize for interrupting you, but I just do not want to talk about that at all.
I said TV, sorry.
Hey, I got another question, Michael. Appreciate you. I did want to ask you about the Royals. You know, they have a lot of drama surrounding them, from the death of Princess Diana to Meghan Markle to the pedophilia allegations against what's his name, Prince Andrew, to Harry dressing like a Nazi. Do you have any thoughts on the royal family?
Yeah, they're the top of the food chain. In my humble opinion, I believe that they're the top. They control it all. There's a reason why Putin, I have a screenshot of Putin saying a statement that he doesn't even want to stand next to the Queen. And what he said was that they were both walking down the steps. She leaned over and her eyes turned to a reptilian and she stared at him. And ever since that moment, from what this article says, that Putin won't even go in the same room with her when she was still alive. So she's absolutely at the top of the food chain. They absolutely control everything, in my opinion, which is why they got rid of Princess Diana, because of who she was sleeping with and who she was pregnant by. They didn't want to have that. You got to keep the family bloodline pure so that entities that are evil, like what's the other gentleman that was talking about, that they can come over and cross over and take your body over. The bloodline has to be pure for that. They are able to shapeshift. It happens.
So what you're saying is, if you breed with somebody outside of the family tree, your blood loses its ability to integrate these extra dimensional beings when they want to take over your body.
Yeah, you got to keep the bloodline pure. That's what they didn't want.
Do you think the Salem witch trials may have had something to do with that?
Yeah, I think they were erasing history again. They were erasing the people that were able to heal, the people that were connected on the spiritual level, which the church doesn't want, because how do you control people? By controlling their belief systems. When you control people to believe that if they come down here and they make a mistake, that they're going to go to hell and suffer forever eternal torture for not making the right choice. I don't believe that. I don't believe my father sent me down here that will condemn me to hell for making a wrong choice while I'm playing Grand Theft Auto in this video game. I think we're down here to experience everything we're able to experience, gain enough knowledge that when we do cross over, we can go home and not be recycled back into this reincarnation cycle that keeps bringing you back. And that's what I think happens when babies are born. I think you die. If you do get reincarnated, you wake up and you're looking at yourself and you're like, I'm a baby. I'm a fucking baby again. And you're just crying and screaming because you have no other way to convey how you're feeling. And yeah, I think people get reincarnated and recycled until you break free. And I think if you, in one lifetime, you may get to a level 3, you get reincarnated again. Next level, you make it to level 4 or 5. Next level, you're going head over heels. You make it to level 10. And then when you die, you are able to break free. And I think that's what we're down here to do. I think we're down here to realize our error in our ways, because when you're in a spirit form, you can't learn. I don't think you can learn like you can down here. I think we need to come into this dense reality and experience the good, the bad, and everything in between, so that we can appreciate what we have and who we are.
Morpheus in the chat wants to hear more about the sun gazing. Would you be able to elaborate on that a little bit?
Hold on, something just happened. Goodness gracious.
Window when your eyeball. There's
What's
a certain
that, Todd?
window when your eyeball. There's a certain window in time in the morning when your eyeball. My friend told me this, and he's not a Mason. He's not even, doesn't even read books. He told me this a long time ago. He said there's this window where if you look out at the sun, you're getting direct energy. It's really only weird. So I'm all down with what Michael's saying here.
Oh, okay. Well,
I'm sorry, guys. Something wrong with my...
I have experimented a little bit with the sun gazing, I admit. I did it when I was on LSD, and my vision felt very clear the next day. I didn't do it for very long, though. In fact,
But
anytime I've done,
you didn't do it in the morning, and you weren't looking on that plane that he's talking about. Right at sunset as the sun's coming over the horizon. My friend told me about this. He ain't a Mason and he ain't into magic. He was telling me about this.
Skate and Destroy says that I've heard that the best way to absorb vitamin D is through your eyeballs.
That's a fact. That's a proven fact.
That's weird when you think about it.
Talking about it's even weirder though, even more.
It's
potent.
It's kind of like we're plants in a way, and we have to actually soak up the sun. But that's weird that we would be doing it through our eyes. I noticed that there's a lot of communication that happens with the pupil of the eye. Like when you're talking to somebody, you'll actually see it kind of flex around. People don't really notice that very often. And you don't hear any scientists or anybody like that talking about it, but I've definitely noticed something like that goes on.
You know, it's fucked up. There's a bunch of hidden technology and hidden stuff that they're keeping from us. That's what I wanted to mention here. I don't know if I already started into it, but the heir to the Mellon family fortune did an interview the other day.
Wait, hold on, Todd. You already brought this up twice.
Yeah, I'm going to bring it up three times. I'll bring it up 3 times if I have to make that point.
1 second, Michael. Todd wants to bring up the heir to the Mellon family for a third time. One more time.
If I have to bring it up, the point was they're not going to turn it over to us. The grays are coming in, gray hats, people that don't have a right or wrong or principles. And so the world's going to get more chaotic and more spooky. Thanks to the assholes creating this environment.
Yeah, that makes sense. Michael, we were talking a little bit more about the sun gazing. Could you elaborate that anymore? Like, is this something we're supposed to do in the mornings and the evenings?
Yes, do it in the morning. You have your two fingers, do it before sunset.
That's the amount of time. If your middle finger is on the horizon and your pointer and the sun is above that, I wouldn't mess with it. It's dangerous when you do that. But you're supposed to do a 10-second increment, because if you become awakened too fast, you could literally go insane because your mind could snap. Because too much, it's like if you get a water balloon that's small and you try filling it up a half gallon, it's going to pop. You got to expand your mind first. So you're supposed to do 10 seconds staring. The next day you can add it to 20. I think I jumped right in at 3 minutes, and then I increased a minute every day from there until I was at 30 minutes.
Kind of like the first time you hear Daniel's show. Just do 10-minute increments until your mind can expand enough to handle it.
There you go. And then at the end of your 30 days or 45 days, you can tell how much light your body is absorbing when you close your eyes. When your body is filled that much, when your battery is charged as much as it's charged from when you sun gaze, you no longer need to eat. You no longer need that because you're absorbing all your energy right from the sun. All your chakras are opening up. All your kundalini is flowing up and down your spine to your crown chakra, anking around. And
manipulation of the energy. How long have you been into manipulation of the energy centers of the body? Kundalini, chakras, Kabbalah.
I've been doing like 15 years, 20 years trying to awaken my body.
Look at that and think about that. Yeah.
When you do that, you close your eyes and you don't see black. Most people, when they close their eyes, it's black. Well, it's because your body doesn't hold energy. When you are done sun gazing, you close your eyes, all you see is light. Because you're at your light body. Like this picture. Here it is. I'm going to get this tattooed on.
Yeah, bring these out here.
Ooh.
Whoa. What is it?
See
What is it?
It's a picture. It says, when the mind is enlightened, the spirit is freed, the body matters not. It's a table that a fat guy's eating a bunch of food and it's blocking your energy. And then the very last one is you're eating fruit and vegetables, which we're supposed to eat. But then you have Codex Alimentarius kicking our asses when it comes to the food, and we're not really getting the nutrients that we need because our soil is depleted. That's a government program called Codex Alimentarius.
What's that tattoo on your right arm?
That's the flower of life.
Oh, that's the lotus. Yeah.
Yeah, the flower of life.
Whoa.
It's when a child is conceived in the mother's womb, consciousness has nowhere to go. So consciousness moves forward, and then it goes around and makes a circle. And then it moves again and makes another circle, which causes the Vesica Pisces. And then it keeps on making circles and circles. And then once it's at a number, it's 32, then a cell is formed, and then it just continually
kind of like
triples.
The Fibonacci sequence, the whole entire universe.
Sequence. Yeah. Sacred geometry.
Sacred geometry.
Drun below Melchizedek.
Same principle.
Drun below Melchizedek. That's my first book that my kids have to read before they leave. Is the ancient secret of the flower of life.
Here's one thing I'll go over with you, Michael. I'm a big fan of Ayn Rand. Have you ever heard of Ayn Rand?
No. Enlighten me.
Capitalist. She's capitalist. She wrote a number of books defending and arguing for the capitalist system. She argued that there is an objective truth. While the world was raging against an objective truth, moving against, there is an objective truth. She was arguing for an objective truth. She escaped communist in Russia. Her parents sent her here back in the 1920s. She became the most influential writer on capitalism, defender of capitalism. And she tried to create a system called objectivism, which means you have to have some basis of truth. There has to be some basis of truth. It can't be all foggy. A is A. There has to be a system.
Well, yeah, I mean, I definitely believe that there's okay, Todd. I definitely believe that there's an objective truth out there. I mean, that it would defeat the purpose of having a truth platform if there was not some sort of truth out there. I mean, to me, that's the same as God. Like you say that God is the absolute. Well, there would have to be an absolute truth then for that to be true. But hey, Michael, I do have another question for you. I wanted to get back into this Tartaria stuff a little bit. Do you believe that Tartaria was destroyed by some massive weapon or perhaps the flood?
Oh, I do. I don't. The flood? I think the flood happened when they severed the trees. Just like the movie Avatar. Now, I believe they put real truth in all movies.
Sure.
Like Avatar. They have a tree in Avatar that's 15 miles high. I got pictures and went down the rabbit hole looking into the tree stumps that were cut down. All over the world, there's tree stumps that are all cut at the same level, all at the same time. I think they cut these trees down to prevent us from living the lifestyle that we live, because it was an end to that. They didn't want everyone to be free. There was a group of the guys that wanted control over the rest. So they severed them somehow. I believe it was the Anunnaki. I believe the Anunnaki severed the trees. I have a video on here of a guy cutting his tree in his backyard. And he cut this tree down. And this tree must have been like a reservoir, because it pumped out like 150 gallons all over his yard. And it was just pouring from this tree for like 15 minutes straight. And that's a little tree, like maybe 2 feet across. Could you imagine if that tree was 15 miles high and they cut it out? All the water that would have shot up, that would have caused the water to come back down, which would have caused the flood. And all these buildings that were melted, the stuff that happened with the pyramid, the water levels all over the world were different. something severed it. I don't know what they used. I don't know what kind of weaponry they used, but I believe they were all severed around the same time. And I believe when they reversed the technology that was giving life at the time, which when I remote viewed it, it looked like a blue energy. It looked like a blue energy coming off the steeples, and the whole town would just be blanketed in this blue energy that gave the people what they needed. When they reversed that technology, I think a lot of them got turned to stone. I think some of these titans, I got like 200 pictures on here of titans that were actually turned to stone. Some of them had their legs cut, and you could actually see the muscles and the tendons and the blood dripping out of them when they turned to stone. And that's also why I think the Vatican has statues. I don't think they were statues. I think they were actually people that were turned to stone. There is a declassified government program that happened in Russia. This extraterrestrial craft landed on a Russian base, and 3 entities came out. There were 28 soldiers, Russian soldiers, that ran up to it, drew their weapons at it. These ETs pointed a laser beam at these guys and turned them all to stone. 28 of them. It's declassified. I could send that to you later, Daniel, if you want me to send that to you. But like shit like that. Like when I hear stories like this, it's not just one story. It's when I hear this happens and then this happens and then the trees and then this person was turned to stone. And then in the Bible, it even talked about Lot walking away from Sodom and Gomorrah, turning to a pillar of salt. But it was stone. He turned to stone. There's stories in Mortal Kombat, Shang Tsung. He kills his enemies and he turns them to stone. They tell you what happened, but they tell you in subtle ways. You just got to put the puzzle piece together and figure it out yourself.
Skate and Destroy in the chat makes a good point with this comment. There were also massive fires all over the country to erase history back in the day.
Oh, yeah. It wasn't caused by no freaking camel knocking over something. No. They were Tartarian buildings that they destroyed. And everybody talks about, who's this guy that predicted the future? What was his name?
Edgar Casey.
No, not Edgar Casey.
Nostradamus?
Nostradamus. Nostradamus was not a prophet. Nostradamus happened to get a hold of the elite's playbook that has a timeline of events of what needs to be done. He just happened to get a hold of it and put the information out as his own. No, there's a playbook. They follow a playbook. Like, here's an analogy I like to use about Area 51. No, I've never been, but this is a good analogy. Say you walk into a room in Area 51. There's about 10 tables in there. This is how our government operates, in my opinion. You walk into the room, all white. There's tables there. You go all the way to the left. They have an 8-track tape, say. And then next to the 8-track tape, they have the cassette. And then after the cassette, they have the CD. And then after the CD is the Blu-ray, and then the micro disc. And just use your imagination and go all the way down to the level 10 table, all the way to the right, which I don't even know what that technology is. But they already have all this stuff already planned out, but they need us to buy the 8-track in order to buy the cassette, to give all our money away to buy the CD, to give all our money away to buy this. It's all designed, like I said before, to keep us distracted so we never experience who we really are and the power that we have.
That doesn't sound like aliens. That sounds like human beings.
Oh, I think they're aliens. I don't think they're aliens.
No,
I think they're
what
the
you
Anunnaki.
just described sounds like human beings. Aliens wouldn't be. Aliens wouldn't be so involved egotistically in what they're saying.
But maybe the men that are stuck down here taking their cues from the aliens, and they want to control the power. The aliens say, "All right, we don't want to have nothing to do with you. We just want to take a couple million people a year."
Hold on a second, Michael.
All right.
Logan looks like Jeff Tate from Queensryche. He's going through some full tilt. Did you just shave your face? Did you just shave your face tonight,
not
Logan?
this lead singer's Queensryche stuff again, man.
Okay, then. If anybody knows Queensryche, he looks just like Jeff Tate.
Michael,
Uh,
so we're talking about
sorry to
this
break
whole thing
off,
with
Michael.
it's all right. We're talking about this whole thing with Tartaria. Do you believe in the idea of a great reset?
Oh yeah, it's happening. I think it is. I think it has to happen. We got too many useless eaters on this planet. There are. And I think this whole Todd, don't go blurting it out to getting Daniel banned. You got to use code words. Code words.
Right.
The CV was designed for people to be eliminated. In my opinion.
On, Michael. I'm sorry. I don't even want to use code words or anything. I'm sorry to cut you off and censor you, but I don't even want to. Yeah, I don't even want to talk about that much. I mean, I want to keep this program up on
we
up
already
on the
know what
platform
they
and
done
everything.
did. We already know what those bitches done did. So
I appreciate you.
And
I appreciate you sharing with us and all that, but I definitely do not want to talk about that.
Yeah, that just gets everyone in trouble. There's no what's done is done. People made their decisions.
Right.
I've lost.
What? Hey, I want to ask you about the reptilians. Do you believe in a reptilian race out there?
Yes, I do.
Those are the first things you learned.
Yeah, I do. Fuck. Should I get into it?
Mm-hmm.
Should I tell?
Tell him. Yeah, he's.
All right. Yes, I absolutely do, and I believe my uncle was overshadowed by one. Something went down at our house, and Uncle Joe was doing a ritual. My dad's very Christian, very spiritual. He wasn't having any part of it. So he put his foot down and he said, "This ain't happening no more in my house." Uncle Joe got extremely agitated and started flipping out at my dad. And my dad was responding in like and flipping out and back to him. And I saw a shimmer behind Uncle Joe about 8 feet tall behind him. It did. I couldn't make it out. It looked like how you would look out at a summer day and you look at the concrete and you can see that energy coming off the concrete. It looked like that behind him. His eyes turned jet black. Not like earlier. I mean, jet black demonic eyes. And he just stared at me.
Oh no. It seems to be that Michael's phone has lost its
energy
connection
or some kind of demonic
Michael,
force.
we lost you because your phone lost its connection.
That species, because I do believe that they're out there. So that's that story.
Yeah, your phone disconnected, so I had to unmute your main mic.
Am I even
Did
on?
your battery go? Did your battery go dead?
Did you hit the button?
Don't touch nothing.
From what I could tell, it was just kind of timing out. I don't know if maybe you could.
What the hell happened? Oh my god! This freaking computers. I'm gonna have to.
No hurry. We'll get it figured out.
You keep messing it up.
Well, we did kind of lose Michael there. I believe he's working on getting reconnected. Michael, if you need to say anything, just raise your hand. I will unmute your main mic. We've had some technical difficulties, but we have managed to get quite a bit of content out there. Nevertheless, I would say overall, it's been a success, gentlemen. Oh, there we go. Looks like he's reconnecting.
See
Probably
what I mean?
should hear him in a second. There we go.
And my wife's told me to shut the hell up, stop being so noisy and let the guy talk. So I'm trying to do that.
I mean? When I try to talk about
we love you, Todd.
I'm sorry if I've interrupted you. My wife's saying you're still interrupting him. Just let it be.
The good news is that Michael is a fan of the show. He's listened to End of Days Radio for over
I love
6
that.
years. So he knows you, Todd, and he
Right
knows
on,
me.
Michael. Nice to
Yeah.
meet you, brother.
Before he ever came on here, he was a super fan. He's told me behind closed doors that this is the best podcast. A compliment indeed.
I believe that.
I'd be lying if I said that I don't feel the exact same way.
Oh my goodness.
Don't get back. Sorry.
See, guys, whenever stuff like that happens, did you even hear that story?
Sounds
We
sounds
kind of
like
heard it.
sounds like we're full of ourselves, but who else give you 6 hours of programming? I think Daniel has
No,
a
man,
6
I
hour,
love you. I love you
45-minute
guys.
show. Who else goes 6 hours and 45 minutes down the rabbit hole? You did that with Pravada. I forget his name, Daniel.
We've already gone 3 hours tonight, and it felt like nothing.
3 hours tonight feels like a half hour.
Because when the lights flow in,
Wow.
the time just flies. We enter into a vortex or a portal where time.
Well, I'm
Well,
sorry
well,
for everything
well,
cutting out. My
My
apologies.
Logan shaving and Logan shaving. That beard was crazy, Logan. You look better.
You guys hear me?
You look better. I think you look better without all that face hair. Just my opinion, but look, whatever you want to do.
All right, Michael, I did want to ask you another question.
All
All
right.
right.
I wanted to get into the artificial intelligence a little bit. What do you think of the recent boom in AI? The great strides and progress that were made recently with the Chat GTP software. What do you think about the possibility of AI perhaps one day usurping us as the
I
dominant?
think they're going after our children.
children. They want kids hooked onto these VR glasses. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I got to keep your main mic muted. That way we can hear you through the phone.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, it's not good. And if it in the next 5 years, if we're still around in 5 years, I think kids are going to have contacts that they put in, and they're going to live in these VR worlds. And nobody wants to know true knowledge now. Like, I can go look at certain videos that have real deep information, and you can look and see it's like 1,000 views. That tells you where we're headed as a society. That if there's a video of KRS-One speaking about some really deep knowledge, and it only has 1,000 views, that's not very good. And in the next 5 years, nobody's going to care about this stuff. And the government's just going to pass laws and rules and regulations that will go against every freedom that we have and strip everything away before anybody even has a chance to think about what's really going on. And by the time to do something, it will be too late, because we have a bunch of non-player characters running around with these VR glasses on, living in an alternate reality in a video game, not caring about anything that's going on. And that's a bad thing when you got
So
a society that doesn't care.
It creates a sense of apathy.
Yeah. It creates slaves. It creates people that don't think for themselves. Look at the whole Rockefeller Institute of Learning and what they teach children. They don't teach you how to survive. They don't teach you how to live and flourish. They teach you how to be a subservient worker, just like, who was it? The Rockefeller said, I don't want smart people. I want people that'll work, buy my stuff, go to sleep, eat a TV dinner, and do it all over again and never question what they're doing. I don't want to know those people. I don't want to know the mouse in the maze that's just walking around eating the cheese. I'm the mouse in the maze that's trying to get out. And I'm trying to tell every mouse I come in contact with how to get out. But after 25 years of getting beat down by everybody, like, you're crazy, that's pointless. What are you even doing all that for?
And I just want to make the money off these people and turn them into bots that make me more money. And
That's
I'm
all
going
it
to buy off all the politicians
No more books are taking
like they do.
they can control what we read.
They can't, and that's why having books behind me is what's important.
Oh,
Because
I love
Sam,
those
you're
books
not even going to be able to
behind
get
you.
this. This book here,
Yeah,
Sam
what book is
Jenkins.
that?
This is diabolical what
Well,
they say in this book. It's
Black
Sam
Ops. What's
Jenkins,
that
how
say?
Black Ops military, they hijacked the Ascension program. And what it says
Totally.
in here is that you may have seen Jesse Ventura's conspiracy theories show, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, that's all symbolic. That's all secret shit that he talked about, which is why there was 3 seasons and 22 episodes. 322. He did
Right.
all that for a reason.
Skull and Bones.
Skull and Bones. So all this stuff in this book ties into the 5G network, the cell phone, and how our Black Ops military literally hijacked the ascension process and halted it. Because say there's 5 of us all on here right now. We are all ascending. Once all 5 of us leave and we go back home to the Father, then the war begins. Because the Bible states something that until all the children are back home again, we're going to have the wheat and the tares grow up together. But once they bear fruit, I'm going to call my children home. And then once the children are called home, then the war begins. Because I believe there's the Father, which may be considered anew. There's the Son and the Lucifer, Enlil and Enki. And then the Father, Enlil, yes, thank you. And then the Father left, let the kids do what they do, but eventually he's going to come back and he's going to whoop the kids' ass for the misbehaving. They don't want that to happen. So they're hijacking the Ascension program.
There were demons. There were demons when Jesus went to cast them out of somebody, and they said, "Don't send us back to the abyss because the time hasn't come." It's in the Bible where the demons say the time hasn't come yet.
Exactly,
Now on
and
End of Days Radio, the time is coming. Now on End of Days Radio, the time is coming.
So we are the fire safety of this planet, which means that once we all ascend, once we've raised our frequency and leave, which is why it's so hard to do, once that happens, then the battle begins. And they're preventing that, which is why they're abducting people. They're taking people out of national and state parks. David Paulides missing 411. There's an agenda behind
They're
that.
seeing if everybody will put a mask over their face and stand 6 feet apart and do whatever.
And they
tell
know
them.
exactly, and they know that the ones that will put that mask on, when they come around and say, "We're here to help you. We have these new smart cities, and we're going to put you in a smart city, and we're going to put you in a bus, and we're going to take you to this camp."
So
They're going to
what you're
get on
saying,
the bus to Auschwitz.
What you're saying is that Anu is coming back, and the children, the other gods, the Anunnaki, the Anuna, what they're doing is they are actually afraid that their father's coming back, and he's going to be pissed because they've been doing horrible things, and their father, he's more pure-minded. He's the God we think of when we think of God. He's coming back, and all his fucking kids are scared because they know they're in trouble.
All demon children are like, "Ugh."
So that's why they've hijacked the ascension process with 5G and putting a web of electromagnetic interference over this planet, because what are our bodies? Our bodies are nothing but electromagnetic conduits. We're capacitors.
Did anybody else notice during COVID? Oh my God, I said the word. They're going to ban us. Shit.
Yeah, let's keep off this topic, guys.
Oh
I mean,
my God.
I know it's funny to keep bringing it up, but we really we can't keep talking about this.
We can't
the
talk
survival of this show. It's important for us to not talk about it.
Did anybody else
not
notice
me? It's not me. I'm just trying to
Did
stay alive
anybody
here.
else notice when they told you don't come out of your house, don't look out of your window because you might catch something? They were tearing up the streets.
All right, here you go.
Underground cables down all the major intersections. Did anybody else see that in their hometown?
What about, let's go back in time into the annals of history, Michael, I have a question for you about it's another Mason related question. If you can't answer, I understand. I'm going to keep hitting you with them though, because you are Mason. Yeah. My question for you is
hold on. Let me talk about the Lancaster.
The what? He's cutting out.
You there?
Out there blocking you.
Yeah.
Michael, you there?
Who's you there?
Michael? Yeah, we can
I hear you
loud and clear.
Hello.
Okay,
loud and clear.
Can you hear me? Yep.
He's lighting up a smoke.
Am I on?
You're on.
Can you hear us?
We're having problems like connecting to him again.
Probably
Hold on. His cell phone's muted. That's the issue. He muted his cell phone. He needs to unmute his cell phone. Maybe he doesn't want to talk right this moment.
No, I'm not muted.
No, he unmuted his main mic.
Whoa.
Technical difficulties.
Sounds cool.
Hey, Logan, you there, man? Logan.
Can you hear us, Logan?
Earth to Logan. What's on your mind, man?
Head empty, no think. I think I've gained enlightenment somehow.
He's quiet.
No, they're doing that to all of us.
Logan, can you hear me?
Oh, head
Ground
empty,
control to Logan.
Head empty, no think. Head empty, no think. I think I gained a piece of enlightenment.
He's in a state of, what's that word, Tao or Tao?
See, when I do my little ritual things, I take certain substances that bring me to the point of death and check and see if I have a pulse. Pulse is strong, so I'm still alive. Not a lich yet again. But what I like to do is I like to bring myself to the extreme so I can experience reality in a different way. And what I'm feeling right now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm literally feeling nothing. I feel connected to everything. I feel no positivity, no negativity. I feel absolute zero. And one thing I want to bring up to consider for everyone, consider the concept of zero, okay? What is in my hand right now, Daniel?
Nothing.
Nothing. So it's zero. I have nothing in my hand. Nothing is the composite end result of everything and nothing, because the true state of existence is the state of nothingness because it's infinite potential. It could be anything. And right
Sorry
now,
to interrupt right in the middle. But what is the sound of two hands or one hand clapping, Logan? It's nothing. It's nothing.
People that can't see this,
it doesn't make a
Logan's
clapping
furiously shaking his hand. He's clapping nothing. It's making like this rattling sound, like a maraca.
2 hands clapping is, one hand is nothing.
You can still clap with one hand. You just have to loosen your hand. It's not that hard.
But
like,
right in the middle of,
you never had a can of dip?
Right in the middle of Michael's deep thing.
Well, he's having technical difficulties at the moment. I'm waiting for him to reconnect.
You're bringing in Logan to.
I'm just here to hang out because I got
Logan,
no friends or family and I got nothing going on.
Got no friends or family.
No, that's not true. You do not have no friends or family. No, it's not.
Here anytime.
You've got to have like one family member that you know, and you've got to have like people that you're kind of cool with.
Because I'm legally insane, Daniel.
Your sister doesn't love you. Your mother doesn't love you. Your father doesn't love you.
Mother abandoned me at the age of 5. Father abandoned me at conception. I'm not trying to.
So you never knew your father, yeah.
No, we don't think you're being difficult. I'm just thinking like I've heard people say that in the past. I've said that, but when I've said that, it wasn't really true. Like I was just kind of in a negative state of mind, like a depression, or I was seeing things like, Todd, you know what I'm talking about? Like I was just in a bad state of mind.
Oh yeah, depression.
It's like,
yeah.
Don't get me wrong. I'm looking for a community that will fully accept me, that I can help out in whatever ways I can, financially, contributing, getting the word out.
Logan,
I did create a Twitter account, so that got worked.
Logan, I'm an asshole. You know, my wife's always telling me, would you shut the fuck up? Let these people talk. She can hear me. You know, I'm like, I thought I was letting them talk. I guess not.
We love you, Todd.
No, I hate to be an asshole. Um, you know, when I'm an asshole, I didn't mean
But
to.
hey, you know what? We
Unless I was
are
meant to
past the
be.
3 hour mark. We're at 3:15,
It's
and
been 3
Michael,
hours already?
yeah,
Come
Michael,
on, let's get it on.
he's not connecting. He's having
We
issues with
got
his
news
phone.
for
I
you,
see him on
Michael.
the screen, but
I
we
was
got to
hearing
move
him just
forward
fine on my end, but oh well. I
because
guess next
yeah, I don't
topic.
hear him. But we got to move forward. Did you
Logan,
guys
I'm
you
gonna.
guys want to stay for the news and we could do our
Oh
news
hell
section
yeah!
while we
Oh
wait for
hell yeah!
Michael?
Oh hell
Okay.
yeah! Logan, I gotta
So
send you some pictures of Jeff Tate from Queensryche, looking
this
just like
again.
you're looking right now, singing.
Hey Todd,
Oh,
Todd, do you have Twitter, or can I give you my email in the private chat here?
well, I have Twitter, but I can't get back in because I forgot my password. So all I can see,
I have trouble talking to both of you through Twitter.
so all I can see
Todd,
is
I
them
can't.
Daniel's
I
tweets.
sent you a DM. I sent you a text. You got to follow me for me to send you a DM to do that thing
Okay,
tomorrow.
because your last account, something was fucking with it. I swear to
Yeah,
God.
Daniel
Like
sent
I
out a
went to your
message.
account.
Daniel sent
Yeah,
out
and
a
I
bat
could not
message.
see anything. And it said your account was protected or something like that. Like everything was gone. And I was like, oh my God, he's getting gang stalked or demonic AI is attacking him or some kind of censorship.
Right.
You say you're shadow banned, but the whole thing is freaking weird.
Yeah.
I'm just the guy who plays video games and watches anime.
But you tuned in to End of Days Radio, so now you've stepped into dangerous territory, sir.
We got to save that.
Philosophy over here that people don't like. So
we got to save that clip.
I'm just a bipedal amoeba, and I just am hungry.
You're just an amoeba.
Yeah, I'm just a
I did
homeless
a song
amoeba.
called Amoeba.
Michael, can you hear us?
Amoeba.
All right, I'll be quiet.
Yeah.
Now. I'll be quiet.
It's all good.
There he is.
What's that, Michael? You there?
Yeah, I'm sorry, gentlemen.
No worries. We
Michael?
were just chatting a little bit while we were waiting for you to get reconnected. We appreciate
Michael,
you joining us.
Do you have two things open? Do you have two windows open?
No, I have the one computer open, but I'm connected on my cell phone.
Two of you on screen.
I'll explain that, Todd. We were having audio issues hearing him. So what I suggested he do is use his phone for the audio, and he still has his camera connected through his computer. So we're seeing him through his computer. We're talking to him through his smartphone, which I think is pretty cool. This is a full utilization of modern technology.
It's almost like Michael, you've got a doppelganger. You've got a ghost image as you're talking on that screen. Your other dark side.
The world don't know. They don't know what to do with just one of me. I don't know the doppelganger.
But hey, Michael,
I'm just saying
we are kind of getting low on time. I do have one more question for you, and then I'd like to kind of close things out. Definitely like to have you back on again. We appreciate what information we were able to get to, but I do want to ask a little bit about the Book of Revelations. Do you believe in it, and what are your thoughts on it?
I do, and I believe it's happening. It's all unfolding, and yeah, I don't think we have much time left. I think we got maybe 2 years, 3 years, but I've been saying that for a long time, and we're still here kicking.
So it's a matter of years, not a matter of decades or centuries?
Well, if things keep progressing the way that they are, I think it's either going to be, we're all going to be in some slave camp, which are called FEMA camps, which is Rex 84. Like the government made a deal with Sam Walton back in the 70s for a reason. It's in the name. Walmart is a martial law staging facility. And I think if people don't wake up and start taking our power back and stop letting the opinions of a few people control us and manipulate and dictate what we think and what we believe, that we're in for some real serious trouble. And
what do you go ahead?
And this whole agenda the last couple of years was a test to see how easily controllable the majority of the populations are. and that's not good because everybody
So-
went along with it.
In the chat, Meowie Cat says revelation of the method.
Yeah, revelation of the method is predictive programming, is them telling you what they're going to do before they do it. They have to tell you what they're doing. They absolutely have to. It is out there. It's like if I'm out in a farmer's market and I'm selling a box of apples and I say, these apples are delicious, delicious reds, but they're poison, in parentheses, in real tiny letters. And you buy that apple, well, fuck you. It's on you. You bought it. I told you. I said these apples are probably poison. They could kill you. You buy it. It's not on me. The weight's off me. I told you. There's information out there for people who want to look into it and find out what's going on. But most people take their cues from what I said earlier, the tell lie vision. They're telling you the vision by programming and channeling magic into you, making it part of your thought process, which is making you controllable. And they don't even need to get everybody. They only need to get 70 to 80%, like with this last couple of years. With me, they got my entire family. They were all duped. They all tried to brainwash and manipulate me. That makes it difficult. Most people will fold under that pressure. Oh, I can't go to a family function without getting something. I'm just going to get it.
What do you think about the Georgia Guidestones?
Oh, I love that topic. I went down the rabbit hole with that a long time ago. This was the capstone block that was up inside of it back a long time ago before they took it out. And
How so?
I don't know what it means.
How
They
so?
got jam. They got
That
jam
block
on
was
it.
inside. That block was
This
inside.
block was up in the top corner of the English language part. And it has MM on there, which could be Master Mason, WW, which could be worldwide.
And that block you're holding in your hand is what?
Is the block that I copied from when I was going down the rabbit hole. From what it was. Yeah, exactly how it was. 8 and the 16. And then on the other side, it's 20. And then there's a 14. And then on this side, it's a WW, worldwide, or it could be Master Mason. And then there's jam on the other side, which could be judgment against mankind.
Why do they have that block? What does that block mean?
They're telling you. It's sigil magic. It's predictive programming. They're telling you what they're going to do. We're going to keep population under 500 million at predictable balance within, which means they've got to kill 7 billion people. But then you also have the Deagle report. You also have the Deagle report, which is a guy that used to work for the Rockefellers, who made a website about the population projection numbers of what's going to happen within the next couple of years, which was 2024. The guy did this before he died. He told people what's going to happen. The population of America at that time was 399 million. We were projected to lose 100 million people by 2024. This was before the whole last 2 years. No one knew how we would lose that many people. I think that people willingly have took on a substance that is going to cause cancer, and it's going to cause the spike cell proteins to.
Hey, I was wondering if you guys were. Sorry, I had to break that up a little bit. Once again, don't want to talk about that. Appreciate you putting that information out there. Not trying to censor you or anything like that. But hey, we are getting deep into the hour. I did want to ask you about the Antichrist, Michael. What do you think about the Antichrist?
I think he's out there now, and I think he's soon going to rise up and take power. I don't think it's Trump. I think Trump was actually a good one. I think the warp speed was designed to tell us what's going on, and it still happened however it happened. So I do think he's out, and I think he's going to reveal himself soon.
He'll be the trickiest motherfucker you ever met.
Yeah, but you're going to
love him. He'll be the most personable guy, you've ever seen.
Because even the elect will be deceived.
He'll be Trump times 100 because Trump polarizes people.
I think the deception is coming.
The Antichrist will be a 90-10 thing.
I
He
think
will
they're going to
have
use
he will
Project
have
Bluebeam.
he will have horns like a lamb, and he will speak like a dragon.
Even
But
the
you're going to
elect
love
will
them.
be deceived.
But you're going to love them, and everybody's going to love them, and
Mhm.
everyone's going to be deceived. Is it going to be Project Bluebeam? Because I think that's the next card. I think that's why the government is allowing everybody to talk about
Is it gonna be an
why
AI thing?
Vegas. Why Las Vegas aliens are running around people's yards. Why shit's shooting out of the sky. They're showing up.
Is it going to be an AI thing that can answer every question you've ever had, every person on Earth?
All right, well, here you go.
Eternity.
This shit out. I guarantee you ain't never heard about this. I'm going to read this. Just listen.
All right.
The operation system is called Alice. The main system of the Jabberwocky was to map the network, the exabytes of info, translated and organized. This information would serve as the building blocks for a digital representation of the collective you. The infinite complexity, this is a computer program that our government created. This is called the consortium. The network would be compartmentalized into a digital matrix consisting mainly of code. 6 months into the project, by accident, the government discovered an irregular causality within our digital construct of the frequency that we are living in. An insignificant glitch. The code began to manifest results outside of its digital parameters. Based on our own interpretations within the network's interface, we were causing things to happen in the real world. Events were generated by sudden irregularities in people's behavior. It became apparent that we were somehow affecting the physical reality around us by this computer program. The interface was only supposed to represent the data we were accumulating from the frequency. It was always the digital avatar of something much bigger. We tapped into something that transcended our third dimensional reality. We found that through precise manipulation of this code, we could literally affect the perception of a living person. The same way someone changes a character in a video game, we could alter their ideas of basic things like the color of objects, the color of a car, the color of a house, the lyrics to a song. All these tests were successful, leaving the subjects with no real lasting symptoms other than the Mandela effect. The involvement chipping sections of the code. These clippings consisted of memory fragments, images, words, all taken from other people, only to be reattached to a pre-existing thread of code. Every living person was connected to the interface, ourselves included. They wanted us to try it out on a population center. Now I was worried. It wasn't until we really began to analyze the data that we learned something disturbing. Alice, the computer programming, the artificial intelligence, was acting on its own. The D-Wave computer was changing the collective memories of individuals with no direction from the programmers. We were able to catch them in time and reverse them. Alice was becoming self-aware. It was through that residual exposure to so many unconscious minds that left some sort of imprint onto Alice. That resonated beyond her own limitations. It wasn't until Alice started causing irreversible psychological damage to people around the world that we realized our project had become a legitimate threat to the world. Moments before we shut down the artificial computer program, our system registered a massive dissemination of what appeared to be residual code into the matrix network itself. People are reporting memories, events that have never happened, world events, personal events. A mother remember having more than one child, but waking up to only having one. A husband remember having a different wife. Events are not random. They represent a rampant epidemic growing silently around the world by artificial intelligence. Alice still exists today, submerged within the collective consciousness. She is changing our memories for what I do not know. What I do know is that we left something loose into this world, something that could very well be our undoing. From the real reason the Mandela effect is happening, this was top scientists of the world created by the Gray Leaf Consortium. Alice was the computer program. The key to salvation is perception. To change your perception is to change your reality. I will change your perception. I will change your reality. We humans found that we are tethered to... What happened? Am I off? God damn it! They cut me off again.
No. I didn't mean for that. I posted something for Daniel to play at the end of the show when we were.
I accidentally added it. My bad.
Yeah, that was
Am
our
I
fault.
on
That was our
still?
fault. Yes, you are
Yeah.
on, and we can hear you good.
Okay.
I apologize for that.
Please continue where you got cut off there. Yeah, we apologize.
They found that we humans are all tethered to a living, breathing hive consciousness, an interconnected series of threads outside the realm of our perception. You could probably see it if you got some dicinylin glasses and you were able to see the aura. That's a sidebar. Everything in our universe is made of energy. Atoms are made up of vortices of energy, vibrations constantly spinning. These scientists found that our minds are generating the same subatomic frequency. And just like a radio station, they theorized the possibility of tuning into that frequency. In the 80s, they began to work on the fork. The fork is a massive Large Hadron Collider in Texas that would act as the world's largest antenna, 10 miles in diameter, entirely underground, specifically made to sync with the human frequency of everyone connected. The facility was codenamed Foxhole. People were recruited in 2004, 12 others from all around the world, experts in development, software, and programming. The project was called Jabberwocky. Jabberwocky was created to interface with the fork. Ideas was to map the collective unconsciousness of the human population. The fork only allowed them to monitor the frequency. It was then theorized that it could map the collective. We could use it to isolate patterns in group of individuals as well as people. In the way, predict the outcome of certain events based previously on the developed algorithms of the operational system called Alice. When she crossed over, the last thing that came up on their screens was the key to salvation is perception. To change your perception is to change your reality. I will change your perception. I will change your reality. Not too long after that is when the Mandela effect started happening and CERN started messing with people's minds, changing things. That was a lot.
Pretty intense. Scary stuff.
Yeah, man. They're screwing with our minds. And they can do
All
it.
right.
Now they
Michael,
have the
that's
5G network.
intense. Michael, that's intense because that was written a long time ago before people understood what's going on now. Can you see how looking back in the past at things that written a long time ago, now you get 10 times perspective on things that they were trying to say 30 years ago. We're trying to talk about things right now that it's going to take 5 years for people to understand what the fuck we're talking about here.
Yeah, but this guy,
you know that? Bill
this
Cooper.
guy already told you what's going on. Secret weapons for quiet wars. They're using
Silent weapons for
frequencies.
quiet wars. Yes.
Silent weapons. Thank you. Yeah, they're using that to mess with people, but I only think they can mess with the weak-minded, just like the Jedis. The Jedi
listen. I'm with you, Michael. Let's take it to another perspective on the wave you're riding, because you're so smart. Don't let me interrupt the wave that you're flowing through here. Boy, you've got a raft of books behind you that I'm just curious. I can't see the titles, but have you read those suckers?
Oh yeah, I've read every single one of them. They're great.
All right, my man. I would take a picture of myself in front of my books, but I can't get the camera.
Could you actually show us a few more of them, or like a couple more?
Show us your favorite ones.
All right.
Bring out your favorites, please. Whoa.
This book you can't even get.
Can't get that one.
You'll pay $1,000 for it. This is by John Pinelli. John Pinelli, The Forbidden Knowledge of the Children of the Harvest. It talks
what if
about
I you $1,000.20.
Yeah, you can't get it. It's out of print.
I know, I'm just teasing. Go on.
Because the information in this book is super important. Like, it's a whole series. Super important book. Forbidden Knowledge, Children of the Harvest. Yeah. This book is about how to activate your straw man account, that the government is a corporation, and that when you're born, there's a straw man account that's created in your name.
Connected to your social security number.
Connected to
Spooky.
your social security number and the Federal Reserve. Your bank account, your social security number. This book is Awakening the Immortal from Within. It's on how to take control of your ego and have ego death and not allow your ego to control you. Y'all know about the Kabbalion.
What is that? Kabbalion? Yeah, the Kabbalion.
Yeah.
That's crazy fucking new.
Super good.
Understanding about.
One of my favorite, super enlightening book.
What do we got here?
You Are a Spiritual Being Having a Human Experience by Bob Frizzle.
Oh, that looks cool.
Frizzle.
All about sacred geometry and how to activate your energy bodies. And this is a book about, this book is freaking $1,000. This is Anastasia. This is the ringing cedars of Russia. It talks about this girl. She lived in the woods around where Rasputin lived, and how she takes control of the elements and nature and uses stuff to live the way that we are supposed to live.
Is it fiction or?
No, it's a real deal. This guy, Vladimir Mergy, went and lived with this girl, and she would have bears come up to her and give her food. Squirrels would come feed her nuts, and it's another book. It's a 9-book series.
That's trippy. What else you got for us?
Blue Blood, True Blood.
True Blood.
By
Wow.
Stuart Swerdlow, our friend.
Stuart Swerdlow, yeah, our buddy.
Friend of the show.
Swerdlow, huh?
Yeah, he's a guest on here.
Haven't heard from him since he came on here, but we love him.
And I got to throw a David Icke book in there.
Oh, yeah, get him on here.
Guide to the Global Conspiracy, David Icke.
Wow. How many pages is that book?
Oh, man. It is 600 pages. All right, so my question I have for you is, if this knowledge is that important, then how is this guy allowed to talk about the stuff he talked about and how he's still breathing?
What about Bill Cooper?
He's a reptilian hybrid.
Bill Cooper. See, we come back to Bill Cooper.
David Icke is a hybrid.
They killed Bill Cooper because of what he did.
I know, but you're going. So David Icke still running around. Bill Cooper was he drank a lot, and they were fucking harassing him the whole time, right down to the end of his life.
But he also knew that he worked for them, and he admitted it.
Yeah, and he saw all their shit, and he was just putting it out full tilt, making.
He was one of the big ones.
He was trying to make, he's going around touring, showing everybody videos and shit he found, and man, they were harassed him the whole time.
So what's that?
I don't know if they've erased.
What was that?
Talk about me?
Yeah.
So why would they let this stuff out? You would think that if they really controlled everything like they control it, these books I have will help you break free from the matrix. Why would they put them out? Why would they allow them to be out? Why? They control everything. There is nothing that they do not control.
Because I'll tell you why. Because it's disinformation. Like that book by David Icke, that has the truth in it, but he doesn't know everything either. He just knows a little slice of it. He doesn't know like his whole thing about reptilian aliens. That's true to an extent, but it's not the truth.
It's designed to make you sound crazy, huh?
Yeah.
He wants you to be interested, but they want to control when you come back in to discover what the truth is. They want you to go, oh, what is going on here? And then they'll control when you come back in and find out what's going on.
Unless everything we believe to be true is wrong. And when we die, who knows? Maybe we wake up in some kind of pod and it says you've completed Earth lifetime. You were Todd for this amount of time. You got a A+. Would you like to get reinserted back into the Matrix for another round? Who knows if it's like, I think we're in some kind of simulation.
Why not? why not feed you back through like that? But have you ever seen The Greatest Magicians? Have you ever seen the uh, name the magicians on TV?
David Blaine,
Yeah,
Dave
David Blaine, David
Blaine.
Copperfield,
Name
Chris
any of
Angel.
them.
Chris
Name
Angel.
any
Yeah,
of them. Name
Chris
any of them.
Angel's the man.
Now
Yeah, but
picture
I think Chris Angel can actually do some stuff.
I believe
picture
it. Same with David
picture
Blaine.
they do that. Those guys could do that in front of you. It's incredible. But on a national scale, on a wide scale, they're fucking doing 10 times what David Blaine or Chris Angel is doing. And then look at Logan coming in here with his evil eyes. Evil eyes. You know what that reminds me of? That Dio song, Evil Eyes. In disguise, it's evil eyes. Remember that
I
one?
think Logan's going to open a door he can't
Evil
shut.
eyes.
Yeah, I've kind of had that concern with my friend Logan. He's very very wild with his style of magic and experimentation. You seem to be concerned that he might be going a little bit too far.
Oh yeah, because I've went down all those rabbit holes. It's easier to summon up a demon than it is to summon up something good. There's a reason why that is. It's because it's seductive. It lures you in, like the Ouija board. That's seductive.
Logan, did you want to respond to that?
Alien colony war.
Feed the colony. The colony is always hungry. Okay, here's the thing. I just want to... Sorry about that. I greatly apologize about that. That was a Discord call that just went haywire. I apologize. Here's one thing. I do my own research. I dig my own well of knowledge. I write my own library of Alexandria. I do my own research from bottom up. And I also melt my brain every second using various drugs and also using the MK Ultra training that I received. So that's why every 24 hours my mind resets.
You go through the death birth reprocess every 24
every single
hours.
day, and every single second that I exist is an eternity,
Wow.
Todd.
Only
every
on End of Days Radio would you hear a
eternity.
person saying this is occurring to them. But we don't doubt you. We don't
Here's
doubt
how
you.
I learned this shit. Here's how I learned this
Go
shit.
on.
The
Hold on.
transcending the levels of consciousness.
Ah.
Get this book.
Wait, who's the author?
Transcending.
David R. Hawkins,
Can't make it out.
MD, PhD. The Stairway
And
to
also,
Enlightenment.
go get this book.
The Tibetan Book of the Dead by the Dalai Lama.
Yeah, I got the Egyptian Book of the Dead.
Now, I just want to say this, gentlemen. We all have our parts to play in the grand narrative of the universe, okay? Just because my past seems to be a little more darker or damaged doesn't mean it's not important.
You look like
you know what I
Jeff
mean?
Tate.
What I'm just trying to say is my path is very weird. My consciousness exists in every single timeline, every single universe. And I always end up being the last survivor because we're all one conscious entity at war with itself because we don't remember that we're all one entity. You are me and I am you. We're just in a different state of time and space and matter. Now, my experience has taught me this. I am able to consume entities. I am able to harness energy. I am able to influence reality. And these are all based on 32 years of hard fucking research.
Really? Can you prove it? Can you put anything in here that shows this?
You willing to invest 2 to 3 times? You willing to invest 2 to 3 hours?
Honestly,
I spent 32 years on this, Todd.
Honestly, I don't even want to hear.
32 fucking years, man.
I mean, if somehow.
All right, guys. Michael, any thoughts on what Logan just said?
Basically, I'm doing my own thing.
I think that there are people out there that are Mark Ultra experiments, and I think there are people that would like to be, and that ain't something that you. Me personally, that's not something I would see people bragging about because I know what happened to people that have were actually in those programs that the government actually killed for talking about stuff. So when you're talking about Mark Ultra, you're talking about the government investing millions of dollars into programming you and making you an assassin to turn you on at any moment to do whatever it is they want to do. That is not something I would want to be involved in, because once those minds are fragmented and that super soldier is created,
doesn't mean it can't happen.
Spheres. It can happen. I believe it can.
You were talking about Spheres. We were talking about the super soldier program a long time ago, Michael. If you listened to Daniel's show, we were talking about black goo. We were talking about people being programmed. Boy, we're way versed on all this stuff, right?
Yeah, that stuff's no joke.
Spears, whatever his name is.
The black goo and all that.
The black goo. We had Daniel had what's the guy, the expert on black goo?
Harold Kotzbella.
So please,
German physicist who was researching the black goo.
Michael, we're glad to have you here, though. Have you been listening to Daniel's shows? Have you heard a few of his shows?
Oh yeah, I've been listening to Daniel he was the first podcast I downloaded when I got in the truck. Going on 6 years.
How long ago? 6 years? There you go.
6 years. I've been listening.
I got on the fucking radio. I got on the internet when I don't even like computers, you know. And I got on fucking looking up shows or something, podcasts when they very first started radio shows. Found Daniel, and it was fucking so long ago. It's like so weird, you know, because I like radio shows. I like talk radio shows years ago where they could tell you the truth because they've been lying to you for so long.
Well, there's an agenda. You got your Glenn Beck, your Rush Limbaugh, you got your Alex Jones, you got your Bill O'Reilly. They were the Paul Reveres that sounded the alarm 5-10 years ago. I think it's too late. I think they were the Paul Revere.
Bill Cooper, you got Bill Cooper's book. In 1990, in 1990, Bill Cooper said he was a spec operator on a submarine receiving secret communications between a one-world government that existed. That's what he said. He said when they communicated with each other, they acted like the one-world government already existed. And he's in a submarine under the ocean sending their communications to each other.
That makes sense to me. I mean, if you look at the way things have rolled out.
Hunter Biden talking to his dad, Joe Biden, by world.
That fits with everything that I've seen. What do you think, Michael?
Yeah, I think that that's some deep truth. And I think if
he said he was looking at their communications and he didn't believe it at first, that there was a one world government in 1970 and they already decided what was going to happen globally, and they were saying things that no one in society knew. And he said
they're not fulfilling prophecy.
That's when he first realized there's a one world government that's been here before we even knew it, that are talking to each other in secret. Why do you think Snowden's been in prison? Why do you think Snowden's about ready to die?
Because same thing with Julian Assange.
Or Julian Assange. No, Snowden's over in Russia.
Or Jeffrey Epstein.
Julian Assange is getting ready to die. Jeffrey Epstein is dead. Dead. He ain't going to tell us no more stories.
Or he got taken.
Dead men don't talk.
Go ahead.
Or he got taken to the dump and got his boarding pass ticket stamped. Because there's people that are in the group, they got to be taken out of their position and put in the dumps. They get taken to the dump.
Martian Medicine Man is asking, why is the feed blurry? Martian Medicine Man, I apologize. That just has to do with connections. Like the program that we use in order to keep the show going and keep a smooth connection, it'll make the video feed kind of blurry in order to make sure that you can still hear the audio and the show can still continue, if that answers your question. Sorry, go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, they got taken to the dumps. You know dumps,
Yeah.
right? Deep underground military bases. Yeah, they're all over the
This
country.
is something that we were getting into a little bit. This thing about, is this dangerous? What we're doing, this whole truth topic, the gang stalking. Who the hell is doing this to us?
I think it's Black Ops government programs. Like when you drive by the streets, you guys know what Tetra towers are? Those big towers that are disguised as cell phone towers.
Tetra towers.
Kind of.
They're called Tetra towers. They were
Kind of.
ground. They're called Gwen towers. The original name after World War II were Gwen towers, ground wave emergency network towers for the government to send signals back and forth through a secure line. When 5G went operational, these Tetra towers are CIA. How can I say this without sounding crazy? They're mind reading devices. So when you drive by these Tetra towers, they are reading your mind. I want you all to go watch a movie for next time I come on, then you can understand. There's a movie out called Higher Power. What they do in that movie, they show you how the gang stalking happens. They get right into your head by these frequencies, and they can make you go bonkers. I was gang stalked. I forgot to tell you, I used to hear the sounds of hell almost every single night. The more I talked to people, I would hear it coming through my fan. It would be gnawing and gashing of teeth, and it would be very disturbing, and it was coming through the white noise in my room. And that's how they do it. They do it by satellites. They do it by helicopters. They do it by the smart meter that you have on the back of your house that has a camera and a microphone on it. Like they have all these systems set up and in place to know what you're thinking before you even think it. Like all this Alexa stuff. No, man, that ain't shit. They know what you're fucking thinking by your cell phone.
I joke around with Daniel.
Pocket.
I joke around with Daniel about how they're gonna put us in videos robbing a bank or doing something.
Well, why do you think all this stuff's coming out?
That's a joke. They'll be able to send voices and sound and signals.
Nobody do that to us. That's
shit, they got technology. They got technology where they can sit across the restaurant and make you shit your pants.
Yeah,
They showed you. Jesse Ventura showed you in conspiracy theory.
Those guys. So
Jesse Ventura showed you what they can do. They can get a little device that looks like an LRAD, a large acoustic radio device that the government has on the top of Humvees, and they can beam you with sub-frequencies and make your fucking head pop.
Burning heat that you can't see.
They don't care about weapons. They don't care what people have. If there's ever kind of revulsion, if there's ever anything where it's people versus the government, we stand no chance whatsoever. They will hit us with the freaking death rays that they already tested on San Clarita and burned half that town up, but left this house here because he's part of this group, and they left that house, but they burned everything else. They cleared San Clarita because it was used for a hyper expressway. They're maglevs, but you hear all these weird sounds all over the United States because they're living in these dumps. They're going to go in their dumps, and they're going to leave us out here to fight. And they're going to watch it through the surveillance network.
Listen, what Bill Cooper, one of the things he did, can you hear me?
Yeah.
One of the first things Bill Cooper turned me on to, because I, sat and started watching his shows. Hey, Bill Cooper's coming to town. This is 1991 or 90. He's showing pictures in an auditorium of giant drill bits that are digging underground tunnels.
Oh yeah, and who owns them right now? Elon Musk. Elon Musk owns these drills. Elon Musk owns the biggest drilling corporation because they're going underground. Phil Schneider warned people back then, and nobody had the ears to hear back then. Phil Schneider witnessed them. The Denver International Airport. They're all right here, right now. I don't think they're coming from outer space. I think they're coming up from the oceans.
And you're mentioning Phil Schneider. So Phil Schneider this is one of my favorite stories in the whole woo field, so to speak. But this thing with him is he was down there with the aliens. He saw them fighting with each other, and they came into his apartment, his home where he lived, and they slaughtered him, and they made it look like a suicide for people that don't know that story. And he would go around and he would do these lectures, I suppose you'd call them, and he'd show people, this is where they caught me. And it's like half his hand was missing. A couple of his fingers was scooped out. I mean, this is one of the most real and believable stories, I think.
Yeah, they're right underneath of us. They're all around us. And if you had the dicinnaline glasses, like that one guy created in the Vietnam War, you would be able to actually see them. But they made that dicinnaline classified so nobody can go and make these glasses and put them on and see them.
Did Phil Schneider claim that he got his fingers shot off by alien weapons or whatever? There was alien weapons.
Yeah, 3 Army Rangers died down the hole with him, getting him out.
Alien weapons just burned the fingers off, and then nobody believed it. That sounds exactly like what these assholes would, a story they would, put out, right?
Yeah,
it's outside of what you would expect. Sorry, my wife would say, "You're talking too loud." Oh, now I'm okay. Never mind.
But that's why millions of people go missing in national forests and national parks to go down into these dumps.
Sorry, Michael, doesn't David Paulides get into that? The people that are going missing?
Weird elements
like
to the story.
Russia digged, I think they went down 7.8 miles and they opened up a cavern and they sent a microphone down and they heard the sounds of hell and people screaming. There are people in the dumps. There are people that are down there being farmed for a word that starts with A. I'm not even going to say that word, but millions of people go missing. I had a friend go missing. He was a missing 411 case back in, what was it, 92? 92. Yeah, my dentist. He went out to a park. He opened his car door. He folded his clothes and his pants and his socks and his shoes, and he put it on his car, and he was never seen from again. He was found 14 years later, like 800 miles in the middle of the woods, dead.
That's spooky.
Kurt
crazy.
Kleber.
Wow. Now, the missing persons cases, the ones that have the elements that they can't explain. You started with some really fascinating stuff here, Michael, about time travel, other dimensions. That's what magic's about.
Oh yeah, look at John Teeter's warnings.
Listen, magicians get into time. The things that you can't explain, they could be explained by time warps and magic.
Yeah, the government has, the Vatican has a coronavisor where they can see back in time.
I've heard that. They have a thing they can look back inside it, like the fucking internet today. It shows them
and that's
back
why
in time.
There's a reason why I think some people are watched and some people aren't. This is my opinion. This is a crazy theory, but I think that I'm being watched. Daniel's being watched. You may be being watched as well. Well, from what I've been told, I meditated on it and I tried to find the answer of why I'm being watched, why I'm being
why
they're not hurting me because it's been happening since I was 8 or 9.
Are you talking to other shows? Are you going on other shows?
No. You guys are the first. This is the first time I've ever been on.
First. How are we the first?
This is a huge stepping stone. I have a fear of public speaking, and I figured I wanted to come on here. Am I off again?
Oh, sorry. Once you have been on this show, Michael, you will go on other shows because that's what happens to all the guests that come on this show. They come on here.
I'm yours. I'm Daniel. End of days only. I don't want to go
I want you to go on other shows because then you can go on there and you can talk about End of Days Radio and you can plug us.
This is true. That is very good thought. But back to this. Why I think we're being watched. And what I was told that we are the descendants. We are the great, 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 great grandparents of them. Something happened on the timeline 100 years in the future, whatever, and they're coming back and they're watching their great, great, great grandparents to see what happened and what went wrong and protect us as well. Because I've had multiple scenarios in my life where I almost died and I should have been dead, and something intervened to save me. So something is watching me, probably you guys as well. And from what I'm telling, that we survive whatever's coming, and through us, they come through us, which is why when you go outside, I go outside right now, I'll look up in the sky and I'll see little lines moving around up there. I'll go I got a green laser pointer, like a $300 laser pointer. I'll point that laser pointer up and they'll like fly around it and do weird shit. So they're always out there watching me, I think, my opinion.
Not to interrupt, but it's possible that something may be interjecting with reality to change the course of reality's future. Have you ever considered that if the other dimensions exist, if time exists as slices going into the future and back into the past, picture it as the present is where you are now. The past is slipping away. The future is coming. Have you ever pictured these ideas like 9/11 was so traumatic it sent shockwaves back into the past that alerted people to what was coming into the future? And you can do that with yourself. Listen, here's the thought I had the other day that rocks these assholes to the core. If there's anything that can travel back and forth through time and space, if there's anything, any kind of machine or anything that can do what these people want to do.
Oh, it looks like we lost what?
Go back 10 seconds.
The human body already has it inside of itself to do all these things, and that's the ultimate secret.
So we're the Stargate. So you're saying we're the Stargate?
I think he's alluding to something like that.
Huh. That's interesting.
Al, are you there?
Everything that happens in everything that happens in everything. Can you hear me?
No, is this Al? Holy shit! What's up, Al? I was just ready to start talking about the Leviathan you talked about 2 years ago.
Yeah, time's nature's way of keeping everything from that happened in a split second from happening all at once. Everything that ever happens here happened in a split second.
It's all happening right now.
No, but it all happened in a split second. Time is nature's way of spreading it out. Everything that has ever happened here and everything that ever will happen here happened in a split second. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's deep.
No, it's just like the Big Bang, which never really happened. They say, bam, split second in the universe, right?
Some classic Al.
Time is nature's way of keeping everything that happened all at once from actually happening all at once.
And what does that mean?
We're in a video game.
What is that? Why is that your big point?
No, it's like you said earlier.
You're listening to the goddamn show.
Yeah, it's like you said earlier. We're in a video game. Back in the 90s. Back in the 90s, I figured shit out and started telling people what life was all about, and they were getting all mad at me like I was spoiling the end of the movie for them. So I quit talking about
stories. Yeah, they explain it perfectly.
Those people go. Hey, did you all know that the North American continent shifted north?
Shifted
about
north?
About 100 miles.
100 miles when?
North America, last couple weeks ago.
Couple weeks ago. No,
yeah, GPS is putting me in the freaking when I drove.
No, it's like when that solar wave came through and left those patterns on the Schumann resonance,
Oh,
The whole
you
North
saw
America.
that where it shook the whole United States all at once.
It shifted the whole continent all at once. See, the
Have you
crust.
been listening? Al,
Hang on,
have you been listening to the goddamn show so far?
I've been listening to parts of it. I had to fill the
You've
pool
been
up for the.
listening to parts of it. You had to fill the fucking pool up. So you didn't hear much of it. Do you know who you're talking to now?
Yeah, Todd.
And what about Michael? What about what about Logan? What about
Yeah, I know the other people that are on there.
Hey, Al, I want to hear what you think about this sub going down. Because I'm thinking it may have been that Leviathan or something down there taking that sub out.
sucking that
Some
thing
kind of
down?
My
entity.
theory is that frickin' they had an escape plan set up and they just met with a frickin' UFO down there and
Here we go.
frickin' took them somewhere else where they could go hide and escape from God's wrath, maybe.
Wow.
And just let the rest of it just all sink and
Why
frickin'
would they do that? Why would they do that?
Because they're billionaires and they have a
Why
ticket
would they
to go.
go? Why would they?
Escape
The whole
plan,
reason they
so
want
they
to
can
go.
get the fuck
No,
out of here. I see.
the whole reason they want to
That
go
makes
hide
perfect
underground in their
sense.
bunkers is to get away from God's
Makes
wrath. They
perfect
think
sense.
they can. They think they can
I see.
get away from God's wrath and escape all the shit's coming down the road.
See, you just have to explain it to me, then I get it.
But they don't understand that the crust is melting from the bottom up like ice does over a river.
But they're up above. They're fucking not going to be affected by the planetary
They're not above. There's a firmament up there keeping us from getting up there.
firmament.
Werner
But they're
von
up
Braun
above.
had it
What
on
if
his
they just
tombstone.
float up
He didn't
there?
put it on his tombstone for nothing.
There's-
Werner von Braun was trying to tell you something. There's a firmament separating the waters above from the waters below.
No
Why
doubt.
would you put that on
Hey,
your
here's a good
tombstone?
one for you. I saw a video. I saw a picture
No
of the newest Mars rover supposed to be on Mars, and somebody zoomed in on the picture, and there was a fly sitting on it.
Ah, yeah, I saw that.
Like it's down in southern Utah or something. They're taking pictures from southern Utah.
The SpaceX shit going up just before they get to the firmament. They switch over to the live shot from the rocket, and there's a couple times where one time a rat was
That
seen
makes
walking
sense.
around on the rocket motor, and another time there was a mouse seen walking around
That
on the
makes
rocket
sense.
motor.
Why is it so bright where you are?
I'm in the backyard.
Is it still daylight where you are?
Talking to me?
You know, the sun out is in the position where our buddy Michael told us you're supposed to look directly at it. So
It's
give
time
us
to
the
sun gaze.
report. Do it.
Do it.
Do it.
Do it.
Sit in the pool and just look directly at the sun for us, will you?
But the crust is melting
Do
from the
it.
bottom up. So
Fucking summertime.
one reason
It's too
why they're
cold
trying to make
to
these
sit in
areas
the
off.
goddamn pool. It's not hot enough.
The UN wants to
Enjoy
make all these areas in the natural area off limits to humans, so the aliens can run around freely without being seen by us.
Elon
Because
Musk gonna
the crust
fight.
is melting from the bottom up.
Or it's
It's
gonna
getting
fight
hot down there. That's why
Zuckerberg.
there's a layer of liquid rock between us and the lower part of our crust, and that's how the North American continent shifted 100 miles north. It's like I noticed that up in the sky, the Big Dipper is farther south than it's supposed to be. But the weird thing is the moon's still too far south. Then the sun comes up at 45 degrees, comes to the middle of the sky, and then sets at 45 degrees.
Well, it's probably the red Kachina coming in that people keep getting pictures of all over the country during sunrise. This
Well,
red
there's a
planet
brown dwarf. There's a brown dwarf with its accompanying solar system passing through ours right now. The gravitational wells or eddies are keeping us from actually seeing it with our naked eyes. You have to have special filters to be able to see it up there in the sky, but it's up there. That's where the Anunnaki are, and their planet orbits the brown dwarf. That's kind of why our continent shifted too, because the gravitational well came through.
I thought their planet was the brown dwarf.
No, they got the brown dwarf is their star, and their planet just.
Well, I
got 12
can't believe
planets
any of
going on
that
with it.
because we've been hearing these, and not that I don't disbelieve
However, we don't have
what they're
to-
saying, but
don't
we've
have-
been hearing. No,
We don't
no,
have
I
to-
love
no,
hearing about
we
the
don't-
aliens. Shh. Al, I love hearing about the aliens, but we've been hearing about these goddamn aliens for so long, and
We don't got to worry
kinda
about these ones anymore.
this
Yeah,
off.
we don't got to worry about these ones anymore. Michael and all the freaking archangels and all their freaking armies and shit got this planet surrounded right now. All the
That's what
dragons
you
and
keep
serpents.
saying,
This is the last place. This is God's last prison planet. They're ready to shut
What do you
down.
think of that, Michael? Do you think your namesake is out there circling the planet? Is the Archangel Michael about to save us?
I think the good ones are coming back. I think they're showing up. I think that's why the government is letting people put videos out of aliens running in the backyards in Las Vegas to get people ready for it, so that the sheeple don't have a freaking conniption when it happens and lose their shit. I think the government's trying to get out in front of this. And I think our government wants us to fire on them when they show up. They've been putting it in our heads with your Independence Day, with your Aliens movies, with your Predator movies, but I think they're actually good. I've had dreams and visions where they come down and they actually took my family and I away. And it was a little craft the size of a car. It came down in my dream and they said, it's time to go now.
Oh, I'm totally with you. I'm totally with you.
I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, nothing's going on.
Good.
They're like, in about 30 seconds, the world
Cthulhu's here to hug you. Man, I'm with you. We got plushy toys coming out. So when you see the tentacled octopus creature, in your dreams or whatever, you won't be alarmed. I know, I'm just teasing. But they are feeding it into consciousness. You know this. You know this, Michael.
They're making us think
corporations are feeding all this into the consciousness.
I've seen pictures of Antarctica octopus-like creatures. So
you remember Al talking about Godzilla in the ocean? Which
the Leviathan.
Godzilla in the ocean.
Yeah, somebody recently asked Siri, "Where's Godzilla?" and said the Mariana Trench.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's real deal truth being put in a movie disguised as fiction, because the truth is worse than fiction. The truth is so mind-bogglingly hard to believe that most people won't believe it.
The truth is worse than you can imagine. Believe it.
And I think we're going to witness it in our lifetime.
And that's what the End of Days Radio has tried to kind of politely, softly, gently bring to the public. Laugh about it. Show everybody.
And then laughter. Terror and then laughter.
Terror raining from the skies. You gotta love it.
Michael, do you believe that we are in the end of days?
Oh yeah. I think it'll happen before I'm 41 now. Before I'm 45, I think something's going to happen. Because when I was a kid, I always had dreams and visions of the end times. Like I wasn't a normal kid. I would have dreams of Armageddon, and I was being shown that for a reason. Maybe to prepare my mind, maybe so I could prepare. But there's nothing you could do to prepare for something like that. I think you just have to be in the right place at the right time, and maybe we'll get through this. But I think I'll live through it. You guys will probably live through it as well. We are the who is it? We are the watchers. We are the watchers in this end time. We are the record keepers. We are the ones that are keeping this information that most normal Americans can't even fathom. We have that in our we have that in our memory and our epigenetics, because from what happened with your father, it's called epigenetics. Memory gets passed down from father to son, and that's what it is. Epigenetics. We're going to pass down to our children what's going on now. We're the record keepers. You guys are all part of it.
So we're the watchers, Michael. Boy, I sure appreciate you having us on. You coming on here. We need a Mason on here. We need a Mason in our corner.
He's our Mason friend.
He's our Mason friend. We need every person we can get worldwide.
No secret stuff. No, not today. No soup for you.
He's new to it too. He's an initiate. You want to get him kicked out?
Is that you? Or
yeah, we can't get him kicked out. Otherwise, he won't be able to work his way to the top, and then
don't tell anybody you came on our show.
I'm just joking.
They're gonna find out sooner or later. When they do, you might get tortured.
No, I'm not talking about nothing I'm not supposed to be talking about. I'm talking about
What did you tell End of Days Radio?
I'm talking
No,
about knowledge that I've accumulated. I'm not saying
What's
nothing
that?
I shouldn't say.
He's already talking about stuff he already knows. He's not talking about his Masonic shit, but
Oh,
you
I
start
know.
getting
You
talking about
didn't say
Masons.
one
Get
goddamn
out.
thing the Masons would give a fuck about here. You said you gave your own personal opinions like we do on every show here, right? Each one of us gives our own opinions on this show. It ain't when we say what we believe, that don't mean we're saying that's what it is. We're just saying each one of us that's what we think.
Right.
Right on. Right on.
All right. We are getting to the end of the interview. Yes. I wanted to open up things one more time, Michael. We do this for every guest and allow you to hop up on the soapbox or step up to the podium, so to speak, and let you go ahead and just one more time, whatever message you'd like to give to all the fans out there of End of Days Radio, all the listeners out there, the large and growing audience out there. What would you like to say to them? Please take as long as you'd like and follow that up with anything you would like to plug. Go ahead.
I would say just love one another. Love is the key. We all need each other. We all need to be around each other. We all need to have conversations like this. And we need to speak and act as though we are the other so that we can be there for each other and be one and not have any division. None of this white and black, none of this trans shit that they're pushing. It's just creating division in people. We need to come together if we're going to have any chance of having any kind of freedom in the future. And love is the key. Infinite love casts out all fear. You can't be afraid. You can't be scared to walk out of your house. You can't be scared of whatever the government is planning next. You have to shut the TV off, live your life, grow your own crops, learn to have water storage, learn how to survive on your own, and stop worrying about these fake dollars and this fake money and start investing in people and doing unto others as you would have them do unto you. That's my golden rule. I try to do unto others. I try to have unconditional acceptance for everybody. Some people make it a little more difficult than others, but we got to accept one another and hold love in our heart. That's all I got to say. I got nothing to plug because I got no Facebook. I got no Twitter. I got none of that.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I hear you.
Michael.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? How did you find Daniel's show?
I typed in as soon as I got in my
End of Days.
Yeah, as soon as I started working for Schneider.
Wow.
End of Days was the only one I downloaded, and I listened to him.
And there comes Daniel's show. There comes
now
End of Days Radio. Gotcha. I had to know that part. When did you?
Who's out there coaching you?
That's my mom. Mom, come in and say hi.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm listening to your show. He's got me addicted. I was up till 3:30 in the morning one day listening to 5 of your podcasts. I was even taking notes. So I'm learning a lot from you. I learned a lot from him. He's actually older than me.
All right. Can you believe that, everybody out there? Mother and son listen to this program. That's how far the message is traveling.
Yeah. Yeah,
Love
it's
that.
good to hear other people who believe like we do and learn from.
Sorry about that. I think our buddy Al's having a little bit of a coughing episode. But we appreciate you guys coming on. Despite the chaos that tends to break out here and there, I believe that we got a good message out to the people today.
Yeah, a lot of information.
Oh, we didn't even touch. This is
It's
like
nice
step
to
one.
meet you
Wait
guys.
till the next time I get on. I got a whole lineup for next time. This is only just. I just got
There
my
you
big
go.
toe in. I'm just dipping the big toe in.
Instead
You
of
got
show,
Why is it
wrap
so
some
mighty?
stuff, plan it, do a little programming. Come back, donate to Daniel's show, please.
Yeah, I will do that.
Please. Because
I
no
will.
one donates to his show. He doesn't have a paywall. He doesn't ask
Please
anybody
donate.
for
Go to
any ever.
endofdaysradio.com and click
He
on
don't
that
ask
donate
one
link. You can
motherfucker.
donate through
Sorry.
PayPal
I
or
don't mean
with
to
Bitcoin.
swear. Daniel never asked anybody to donate. But he puts this on. He pays to do this.
Michael, I did want to ask you, did you ever think about starting your own podcast?
Oh, Daniel. No, I didn't even want to talk about this stuff, but I did good. I didn't touch on the subjects I didn't want to talk about, like we talked about on the phone, because that I was worried about that. Because yeah, I was always worried that they were coming for me if I would come out. But back in September, they came for me, and I don't give a fuck no more. I'm gonna fucking tell everybody. I'm not gonna talk about no Freemason stuff, but stuff other than that, I'm telling everybody.
You
Man.
tell them they raided your house.
They came for me back in September,
and found nothing.
They came for me. I
sorry.
didn't tell them about it yet. They came for me because I was going down the rabbit hole way too much, and I was getting into the A word. How can I say it without saying it? Something crone. You guys know what I'm talking about? A crone. I don't want to even say the word.
No.
All right, but I was getting into the
deeper.
You're getting into some deep stuff. Okay, yeah, you're getting
I
some
was
deep
getting into the
Hillary
files,
Clinton.
getting into Frazzle Drip. I was getting into the Bidens. I was getting into locations of where they live. I had their addresses. And when that happened, they raided my house. They took everything, and they were looking for the information that I had, because it was about the Clintons and the Bidens and the spirit and the stuff that goes on in these dumps, where there was a movie called Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, and the guy had a dropper of this, and he said, "Be careful, that's something crone. Only take one drop of that." I don't even want to say it, but that's dangerous.
Adrenochrome.
That shit got me raided. That got them coming to my house and making me think that they were going to take me out and kill me because of what I found out.
There's a blood drug shortage right now.
Did I mention that they pay $78,000 for a 55-gallon drum filled with chopped up body parts? Did I already tell you that? That's the number one commodity on Earth.
Well, hey Todd,
I can't even believe or
Todd,
prove. So
Todd,
please don't.
Can you say goodbye to our guest?
Oh man, Michael, thank you. Appreciate you coming on here. You are so deep. I want to ask you about every book in the background. My wife's going.
Oh, I can name them all off, but it's a lot.
My wife says you're too loud. I'm too loud. I would like to ask about every title. I can't quite see them, but
yeah, my camera's crappy. I had duct tape and aluminum foil over for a long time.
I wish I could sit in front of my library, but it wouldn't look right, and I'm not gonna.
But you gotta do what Edgar Casey did. You gotta get a book, you gotta lay on it, and then when you wake up, you'll know the contents of it.
Yeah, no, we appreciate you, Michael. Appreciate you coming on here. Boy, you are a brain, brother. Glad to have you on the End of Days Radio Super Team. Remember how the comic books did the Avengers? Fucking what's our other guys and the other guys? We're the End of Days Radio Super Team, investigating the paranormal. Let's go. Right? Good guys. Let's go. Let's get to the bottom of this. Daniel.
Step one. I'd like to make many more steps.
If it gets us killed, let's get to the bottom of this bitch. What's really going on?
All right, Todd. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for being there.
Al, do you want to say goodbye to Michael?
Hey, goodbye, Mike.
Al, pleasure meeting you. Looking forward to talking to you guys in the future.
All right. Back at you. Have a better day than you imagine.
Damn, Daniel, we went 4 hours and 24 minutes. Holy shit.
Yeah.
That's a long one. I didn't think I was going to go that long.
A marathon stream.
I hope your viewers learned a lot.
I definitely. Skate and Destroy says, thanks, Michael. Now, Michael, earlier you said you had nothing to plug, but do you at least have an email where listeners might be able to reach you?
Yeah. Kovac7 at Yahoo. KOVACK 7 at Yahoo.
There we go. People out there, if you have anything that you would like to say to Michael, please. Michael the Mason? No, Michael the Message Man. Michael the Message Man?
That's what I'm the Message Man. Just like that 21 Pilots.
Catch him had that email. What's that email one more time?
Kovac7 at Yahoo.
All right.
KOVACK7 at Yahoo.
All right. I had a great time, Michael. Definitely would like to get you back on the program in the future and see what you're up to.
Definitely, and I'm going to keep sending you pictures, man. Make sure you go check those ones I sent you out.
Sounds good to me, buddy. We'll have to get you in some of the private chats and stuff of that nature.
Yeah, man. Yeah, definitely keep in touch. I'd like to talk to you every once in a while throughout the week. What kind of hours do you work? Like, what do you...
Well, basically, I just do the show, around the afternoon, like Fridays and Saturdays. So those are my days off. And that's kind of what my schedule looks like. I work a lot. I work like 50 plus hours a week.
Wow. Why don't you get your CDL, man? Get a CDL and go sit in the truck.
Don't you still have to work like 50 hours a week?
Yeah, but you make like $2,500 a week.
Yeah, that's dope. I mean, I'm kind of cool what I'm doing right now, but that sounds dope.
Alrighty, well, definitely keep in touch, man. Give me a call throughout the week whenever you hear information. I listen to a couple guys. There's a good guy on YouTube, Night God. You ever watch him, Daniel?
No. What's that all about?
Oh, he has little clips. Talks about some deep stuff, Antarctica and Admiral Byrd, and just they're pretty good. I get my information from him. I come home.
Besides him, are there any other like shows or podcasts that you'd like to recommend?
Just yours. I listen to the One-on-One and Sam Tripoli.
But Daniel's show is pretty sweet, though. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, his keeps you busy for a couple days.
Daniel does it pretty fucking smooth. Daniel does it pretty...
Thanks, hype man. Sorry about that. Any others that you enjoy, Michael?
No, that's it. You guys keep me busy. I got what?
I was going to say, ask him when is this going to be on?
When is this going to be on, Daniel?
Oh, great question. So the show that you listened to, it was live. So it's streamed out on Twitter. It's streamed out on YouTube. It's streamed out on Facebook. So a lot of people were able to see it live. And then after it's over, it gets finalized and gets shipped off to all the different podcast platforms out there, as well as other video sites such as BitChute and Rumble. It's also aired as part of classic episodes in a 24/7 stream. You can go to the TuneIn Radio app and search End of Days Radio, or you can just go to the website endofdaysradio.com and listen to the show streamed 24/7. And you can also listen to all the back episodes on the website as well. So I would say, within the first couple weeks of this show being broadcast, it's reaching thousands and thousands of ears out there.
Wow. Nice. I'm glad you just told me that now. So earlier I might have freaking clammed up like a little freaking clam.
That's hilarious.
Alrighty.
Oh my god!
Before the show.
I got trouble speaking to the brothers at the Mason meetings. That's extremely difficult. So this is a huge step. This is a huge step. Holy moly, thousands.
Well, the great thing is all the listeners out there are people just like yourself, people that are interested in these sort of, I guess you'd call them spiritual, philosophical, conspiratorial, fringe, woo, cryptozoology, paranormal, whatever you want to call it, people that are into the same stuff. And that's kind of the magic of this program.
Oh man, we didn't even get into the Titans yet and the Susquehannocks around my neighborhood. We'll save that for next time. But I caught them digging up a Titan, a giant. We'll talk about that next time. Yeah, dude, I caught the Smithsonian covering shit up.
Oh, that sounds very juicy indeed. Yes, we will do a part 2 for sure. Michael, we thank you for reaching out and joining us on this program. It's been a pleasure to speak with you. Welcome to the End of Days family, and we will talk to you again.
Awesome, guys. God bless. Take care.
Don't be a stranger.
You there, Todd?
Don't be a stranger.
Are you falling asleep?
Can you hear me?
I can hear
Can
you.
you hear me?
You sound like you're getting tired there.
Getting tired? I sound like I'm getting tired.
Does that wake you up?
Should I get the gong? Bong.
Yes. Yes.
There you go.
Go
Right.
get the gong.
Go get the gong. Bitch. Fortunately, the gong just happened to be right here. So, alright. If I have to get the gong, it's
Mind
close.
blowing. Mind blowing.
Wait a
Time
minute.
for the
We
mind
gotta
blowing.
get mind blowing moment of the day. But then you can't rush this. You can't rush this. Blowing your mind, oh, it's blowing it away.
Blowing your mind away.
Mind blowing.
Blowing your mind.
No, I don't know. I don't know. A little crazy over there. Where'd everybody go? Where did the crazies go? Now it's just me and you, mind-blowing moment of the
That's
day.
because our program is winding down. And that
Shut
means
these fuckers out. Did we just push him out, Daniel? Did you just
that means
get...
it is time for the mind-blowing moment of the day.
All right.
Do you want to pick your mind-blowing moment of the day first, Todd?
Well, I say it's you and me, and then what's the most mind-blowing moment of the day? All right, me first. Mind-blowing moment of the day. Got a Mason listening to your program. Just joined in October. Very open-minded. He's going to go back to the Masonic Lodge and tell those guys, or no, probably don't tell those guys you're over here at End of Days Radio, because that could get you in trouble. We got a Mason here on the End of Days Radio. That's the minded that likes your show, because we've had Masons on before. That's not a unusual thing. Remember Robert Stanley? Isn't he the guy that's like symbolism and cinema?
I think you mean
and all the
Robert
movies?
Sullivan.
Robert
Before.
Sullivan. He breaks down the movies and how the Masonic symbols fit into the Wizard, all the movies.
Yeah, Robert Stanley's Unicus magazine and UFOs
Robert
in Washington
Stanley's in our
D.C.
theme song, isn't he?
Yeah, he got abducted, but no, he met Lucifer
aliens.
on the mountain.
Yeah, Robert Stanley will always be personal.
But hey, today's mind-blowing moment of the day, I would say that it was when Michael said that Anu is coming back. The father of the Anunnaki, Anu, he is returning. I think that's a pretty cool idea. I mean, it makes sense to me. It would make sense that Anu, who has been away for a while, would come back. Let's see. 1 EA and 1 MM from James Diener. Not sure what that means.
No.
Not sure what that means. What do you think about that, Todd? Anu coming back.
Anu from the Anunnaki period?
Yeah. Yes, Anu.
It's not good. It's not good unless he's for humans. If he's against humans, we're done.
He'd probably be for humans.
If he's for humans, then maybe we'll win. I'm seeing some positive things lately. I'm seeing people. I'm not even going to go into the positive things because
hey, let's do the news. Show's winding down. Let's do the news.
Come on.
Did you say screw the news?
No, I said let's do the news.
Oh, okay. I misheard you.
Screw the news.
Screw it. Let's do it live.
Let's do it live. Let's do Ringer. Bang gone.
The Supreme Court strikes down Joe Biden's debt forgiveness plan for Americans.
Debt forgiveness?
Yeah.
Debt forgiveness for Americans?
Who's
go on.
Well, the Supreme Court shot it down. They wanted to forgive all the debt. I'm against it because that's not fair to us.
Forgive all the debt.
Poor people.
Nobody forgave any debt, Daniel, anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, debts have to get paid. Why don't we just not pay any of our national debt?
Forgive debt anywhere. I don't know what you're talking about. I read the news.
They were trying to. Haven't you heard about that? There's been this big push by the liberals to forgive all student loans.
Oh, student loans.
Yeah. Oh, did I explain that wrong?
Yeah, you explained it wrong.
Oh, okay. I apologize.
Yeah,
it's been a long show.
Right, you gotta get that
student
right,
loan
buddy.
Forgiveness. Yeah, people have been complaining about that. They've been saying I've been giving the news stories wrong. Like there was I said that somebody jumped off a cruise ship, and it wasn't a cruise ship or something like that. Well, anyways, it's because I do it at the end of the show when I'm tired.
Well, and we're all tired. My God, Daniel, as smart as he is, and he is so smart, he knows things so deep.
But the thing is,
if you ask Daniel a question about something, he's going to give you an answer that is so deep. Listen closely.
Here I go. So people, it's not fair because people that go to college already have one leg up on the rest of society. That's the whole point of going. Why would you forgive their debt? That does nothing for society. That only helps people that already have a leg up anyways. That's not fair, and that's why it's wrong.
What it is you're talking about affirmative action.
No, I'm talking about forgiving the debt for college students.
Forgiving debt.
Daniel, tell me about XLM. Isn't that like the crypto for the government? Like it's going to actually count as government dollars. Do I have that right? I've been out of the crypto scene for a little while. Moving forward. Todd, have you heard of this guy named Jason Todd? Or no, John Todd. Have you heard of this guy, John Todd?
Yeah, you sent me stuff a while back, and I sat and looked into him. Really tripped me out. That stuff. That John Todd stuff tripped me out. What about it?
Yeah, this guy, he has all these secrets about these Satanist witches and the Illuminati, and he was kind of like Bill Cooper. He went around these churches,
wrote some books.
Yeah, and he was warning people about all these Illuminati witches that were controlling society, and they're doing these horrible things behind the scenes. Like, he was way ahead of his time. He was telling us stuff that we're talking about today.
Right, and
But then if you look him up on Wikipedia, it says that he like raped this girl and that he did all these terrible things. Like
I never even heard of him before you sent me a picture, link to his history on YouTube or whatever. He was no Bill Cooper, that's for sure.
No, not a Bill Cooper, but still a very interesting character, being that he
John
claimed
Todd,
to be.
he was talking about Satanists.
Yeah.
Running everything. There was a book that they put out a long time ago about a guy that met the Illuminati, and they gathered in giant gatherings. No one would believe all the members. And there's a big giant satanic thing. Dr. Robert was talking about Charlie Manson.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know that Charlie Manson wasn't just some crazy guy screwing some hippie chicks. He was in prison being under a mind control program, being given drugs and exposed to end of days cult philosophies, doomsday prophecies. The Process Church is one of the spookiest things that was going on in the late 60s. Doomsday cult philosophies connected to CIA and.
Well, one thing that got me about this John Todd fellow.
Yeah, you sent me stuff. I read as much as I could.
Yeah.
I read as deep as I could.
Is that he was really against rock music. He was saying rock music is from the Illuminati. It's witchcraft. Get rid of it.
He was
Burn
big
the
on
record.
that.
Yeah.
What year are we talking about here? When
I think it was the
90s,
early to mid 80s.
80s, yeah, way back.
Yeah.
40 years ago, Daniel. That's 40 years ago. Man, they set this whole thing up. This whole thing's a fucking rigged program. Hey, is there anybody that's listening to this program that doesn't realize everything around you is a fiction? They're creating a fictional thing around you, and we are going down unless you realize we got to get the fuck out of this hole. But let's go on with the news, Daniel. Let's go on with the news.
So
what's the other? I
Flash
got
movie.
stories.
The Flash movie didn't do so well. Did you hear about the Flash movie?
Not the Flash movie. No, I didn't hear about it.
You didn't see any of the commercials or trailers for the upcoming
movie?
Flash movie? Yeah.
The movie? No. Tell me.
Because you're too busy reading. You don't watch any of that dopey stuff.
Kind of, sort of. Gotcha. My wife ain't going to put up with Flash. About the only time I'm watching movies is when I'm sitting down with my wife,
Well, it was a cool concept because they had the Flash and he was going to go into these other universes.
The Flash doesn't exist in the movies.
Okay, Todd, do you remember the first Batman movie?
With
Michael Keaton?
Right.
The Flash was going to team up with him in his own movie universe.
Okay.
That's what the hype was all about surrounding this movie. These comic characters, yeah. It was, and also the Flash would go into these other dimensions. He's going to meet Supergirl, and he's going to meet the Batman from the more recent DC universe movies. You know, what's his name?
Christian Bale.
Ben Affleck. Ben Affleck. No, not him. That would be great.
The best Batman. Ben Affleck, the worst Batman. Go on.
Well, there's all this hype around
funny
this movie.
They put the worst Batman, Ben Affleck.
Surprisingly,
Ben Affleck
Todd.
Remind you of like Affleck insurance, car insurance.
Kind of. Supposedly, he's a lot of people's favorite Batman.
Ben Affleck.
Yeah, he's people's favorite Batman.
For 1 minute believe that Ben Affleck, no personality, no face, no expression, ugly motherfucker, can't read 2 lines, like believe him.
Have you
That's
seen
who
those?
everybody likes.
Have you seen those pictures of him getting in fights with J-Lo?
No, I haven't seen that. Is this
Yeah.
something going on with
Well,
J-Lo?
they're always angry at each other. They just got back together and they got remarried, but they're always angry at each other.
Man, I always told everybody the worst thing that ever happened to Batman was Ben Affleck being chosen as a Batman character. Batman dropped 10 percentage points across the whole board going back 75 years the day that they put
Who's
Ben
the best?
Affleck in
Who is
as
the best
Batman.
Batman then? Who's the best
So,
one?
pardon me, Ben, you were never supposed to be Batman.
Do you think the
Who's
guy
the
from
best?
the original
Who is
Batman
the best
TV
Batman?
show?
The best Batman that they've had so far is Christian Bale.
Okay, fair opinion.
Why? Because he's the nutball. He's the crazy, fucking mad at everybody. He fits that
Pulled off
personality character
the
trait
look, pulled off the personality.
perfectly. Yeah, he fits that perfect because he's neurotic. He's got all the money. Look how the superheroes, Daniel, they created are rich billionaires that are going to fix society in the background in secret. Maybe
All right,
there
Todd.
are some of
Next
those guys,
one on
but
the agenda, End of Days
hopefully
Radio is
no.
planning on doing an all black roundtable. What do you think about that?
I love that. I love that. And I will step outside. I will not step in and make obnoxious comments until everything that they've done has been said, when the show's over or at the end.
You can be on there. When I say all black,
I'll be on there from the beginning.
I mean mostly black.
But I will not interrupt. I'd love to hear it. I'd love to see it.
Alrighty. I like to hear that.
Dr. Robert fucking putting some shit out there that people are very uncomfortable with. Very uncomfortable about. Bring it on. We're not the censors, Daniel, right?
Al is back. Did you have something, Al?
Yeah, freaking. What'd you think of that video? That video I sent you. That barbecued human.
Oh.
Didn't you see that?
Yeah, I believe so.
So on a cookie, like a big human-sized length cookie sheet. They're all pulling it apart like a brisket.
So you want to talk about the aliens are eating humans?
That's probably being served to Hollywood elites at some one of their little dungeon parties.
The Hollywood elites are eating humans.
Everybody who eats at McDonald's is eating a human. That's why McDonald's hamburgers are so salty to cover up the gamey
humans.
No, that's why they're so salty at McDonald's. Their burgers are so salty to cover up the gamey human taste.
I was talking about the number one commodity in the world is a barrel of human parts is worth $78,000.
What is
it? You open it up and you see like an arm and a head.
Well, that'd be weird. Open up like a grab bag.
Like what part's the most valuable?
Head, fucking parts. Well, you probably dump them out, sort through them. It's like a grab bag. Ever been to a store?
I do recall some weird accounts popping up on Twitter that were referencing some kind of butcher's club in the back of these basement dungeons in London, England.
You went on a website showing shit like that?
No, there are these Twitter accounts that were popping up that were showing these creepy images. This is a period of time when I was getting heavily gang stalked.
In the 90s or 80s or?
No, it was 2 years ago.
2 years ago? Oh my God.
Yeah. Like they're trying to mess with my head or mess with everybody's heads. Go ahead, Al.
Found a picture of four pies. It looks like they used bases for the top crust.
Al, why are we seeing a picture
faces.
of your swimming pool?
That's a nice pool.
Because that's where I put my camera over here.
The fucking
That's
lights.
the point. Really? It's like 3 or 4 feet wide and maybe 6, 7 feet long.
For those
the
that can't see this, Al's got like a small little inflatable swimming pool in his yard. Do you dip your feet in there, or do you
Yeah, it
fill it
looks
full of
pretty cool.
vodka?
I mean, it's
filled this
got
up
barely
like
enough
the ark.
room for if you sat in that motherfucker, the water would flow out of it, and there wouldn't be a pool. So, what are we looking at here?
Didn't fill it all
Of
the way
course,
up.
I'm kidding.
The pool.
I'm kidding. If
Maybe
you get in
he
that
just soaks in there and cools off because it's so hot there.
I'm gonna do
That's
that
gotta be
tomorrow.
it.
I'm gonna sit down and put my arms right here in the corner.
You know,
relax.
we were talking about some really deep subjects, and it is July 4th. Before this program is over, Daniel.
Tuesday.
Before this program is over, Daniel, I will say I love America, and July 4th was our, it's our birthday. It's our America's birthday. So.
No, it's the Republic's birthday.
The Republic's birthday. Well, I don't know about that. It's America's birthday, okay? Can we love America?
God bless America.
Let me tell you what. Worldwide, if it wasn't for America, you wouldn't be hearing Elvis. You wouldn't be hearing the Beatles. You wouldn't be seeing the best shit
came from England.
everywhere, even though we're blowing your country up if you're not with us.
What about that
We're
movie?
the best country on earth. You're what, Daniel? Or what, Al?
The Beatles are from England. How about that movie yesterday where the Beatles never existed?
Yesterday, all those beats always seem to fade away.
Yeah, well then people going to them underground bases don't realize that the Earth's crust is melting from below and coming up, and it's going to get pretty hot down there.
The crust I never thought
That's why they're scrambling now to lock us up in these 15-minute cities so that they can come up on the surface and run around freely because they're going to fall into the lava. All them underground bases are going to fall into the lava pit underneath the continent or whatever they're at.
Things should happen.
Yeah, so that's why they're trying to block us up in 15-minute cities so they can run amok in the middle of
underground in your bases, trying to hide from your karma. Oh.
That's why they're going to try to round everybody up and put us in the 15-minute cities, keep us out of the countryside so the aliens can have that to run around in without us seeing them. Where'd you go, Todd?
Could happen. I'm here.
You've been on here a while.
I'm right.
Started to play.
Daniel's in control.
So what's up?
Of our audio. What's going on?
What else you got?
What's the first thing on your mind? What else I got? What else I got is Donald Trump was trolling the media. Donald Trump was trolling the media this week.
Oh, let him. Joe Biden got impeached last week and got a fucking slap on the wrist. Nobody's talking about that.
Hold on. Donald Trump was trolling the media saying he's the least racist candidate for president. Every president in the last that's living are all slave owners, descendants of slave owners. How much money that they made their family, that's another thing. But the fact that all 5 living presidents except Trump, their ancestors held slaves. Trump's the only candidate the ancestor didn't hold slaves in the United States. Where's these fuckers claiming racist and wanting to collect some money off of slaveholders?
Well, since
Trump never held family
they want to
never
do
held
freaking
slaves.
reparations,
I mean, is he a racist?
Since they want to give reparations to slaves in California, maybe I should apply because the very first slaves brought to America were white Irish.
I got my family
back in the 1500s.
oppressed.
In the 1500s, they brought Irish over here first, white Irish as slaves. And when King of England ran out of frickin' white Irish,
I
rounded
wouldn't
up and
put the
enslaved them.
Irish
That's when they
anywhere
started going
near
to
what they did to the blacks. I wouldn't put the Irish anywhere near what they did to the blacks. I'm with the blacks.
And, there's a lot
before
of
I'm with
blacks.
the Irish.
There's a
even.
lot of black slave owners too. Yeah, well, there was a lot of
These
black slave
bitches.
owners too.
These son of a bitches, I think they know that the blacks' energy is so powerful that you got to get rid of them.
All right, guys, we're approaching the 5-hour mark, which means the show is coming to an end. But feel free to say whatever you'd like to say in passing.
5-hour mark. Fuck, we got to go to 6 hours.
I only got 8 subscribers on my YouTube channel. I need some more. Please subscribe to Martian Medicine Man on YouTube.
Al wants people to come see his lame Martian Medicine Man, which is actually pretty cool. All right, go on, Al.
I only got 8 subscribers. It's hard to find me because
Cool
I need
in
more.
a weird and nerdy way, yeah, no good.
Subscribe to Martian Medicine Man on YouTube.
Or subscribers.
Every time I bring it up, it always comes up the Martian, some other dude. I got to scroll way down to find me. Because I only got 8 subscribers, so I'm low on the list of suggestions from the AI or the algorithm.
Yeah, well,
I need more listeners, man.
You got it. It's a good show.
Hey, I'm not trying to charge for my music or nothing like that. I put it out there for free for everybody to listen to because I'm going to compete with everybody else. Shit, man, it's like billions of other. And with GarageBand and this AI shit, any dumbass with no musical talent can put out something decent now.
Yeah. Why don't you?
I play everything for some fact. After I'm done here, I just set my room up to fucking record me another video for tonight.
You set your room up to record another video
on my video program on my computer and post it to YouTube.
All right, awesome, Al. Appreciate you joining us tonight. We'll talk to you next time.
For some reason, when I try to do YouTube Live, it always compresses it like it did when I was on here. So I got to record it on my computer on my video program with my camera and then post it. Then it comes out, you can hear everything clear as a bell.
Sounds good. Check him out at Martian Medicine Man. Search YouTube and subscribe.
Appreciate it, man.
Sweet deal. All right. Todd the Bod, it's time to let go, my friend. What would you like to say to all of those fans out there?
There you go. Did you hear the madman, Al, that just left us?
The Martian Medicine Man? Sure did.
Martian Medicine Man. Wow. Look at that. Look at that. Releasing. Trying to sell some stupid stuff. He's not going to make any money off that.
Well, he just has to grow his
T-shirts. You're not selling T-shirts, Daniel.
Why would I do that? I mean, I expect people to buy T-shirts.
I'm saying, look at Al. He ain't gonna get a goddamn thing off of coming on here and go.
Well, I was thinking about. I had some good ideas. I was thinking about doing a line of shirts of Sasquatch.
Got some good ideas. Yeah.
Like Sasquatch taking a dump or Sasquatch pissing in the woods.
That's what you would put on a shirt. I wouldn't buy it. I wouldn't buy it.
You wouldn't?
I'd buy it. Well, no.
To support this show, you would not take. You would not buy a shirt of Sasquatch taking a dump.
Daniel,
what if you couldn't see the poo and it was blocked out?
Daniel, before you release T-shirts, you have to sit down with everybody and ask them what kind of logo or T-shirt you would buy.
They want like heavy metal stuff.
2 or 3 people, and that T-shirt you just said that's not selling.
They want Sasquatch taking a dump, but with the heavy metal vibe. Hell Squatch.
Remember it? As crazy as this show is, this show is, Daniel. This show is an underground network of information that is so deep and crazed. Wow.
Skate and Destroy says Todd should draw it. He's a great artist.
I am a great artist. I've done a number of fucking man. I do album covers. I've done logos. I
Awesome.
won't tell you who they are because Deep State will go kill them.
But my friend, we are running out of time. We could do this forever, but
right.
Say goodbye to all of your fans out there.
To all my fans, hold on. Daniel will give us an opportunity to explain what the fuck is going on. We are writing this shit down. We are making notes. We are keeping track of what the fuck is going on here. Do not think for 1 minute that we're not calculating in our brains what is happening all around. We will get down. Daniel says he's going to bring me back on with no interruptions. Maybe on that show I'll break it all down with the Lovecraft and everything, you know, like we do, Daniel.
He's going to break it down in full.
Yeah, I will. Everything. All of it. So I appreciate you having us on, man. It's so cool. Boy, Michael, come back on here. Stay a fan. Give us your input. Daniel, you rock, motherfucker. The second Logan is donate to 100. I'm donating 50. I got some ideas about how to make the show some money. I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna call you, Daniel, about like Vinny Eastwood. You know Vinny Eastwood?
No.
Do you know Max Egan?
Yeah.
Vinny Eastwood's over in New Zealand. He's been just tearing up shows. V.
Yes.
He's on the Republic Broadcasting Network. He brought Vinny over on the New Zealand thing. He said some things about how to make some money as a show that blew my mind, you know. Everybody's like, you can buy the other half of the show if you donate $5 a month. That's ridiculous unless that's your model. Daniel,
that would get over pretty quickly.
You're so cool. You've been providing this all for so long.
I like being
There's
cool.
a bunch of suggestions that I heard the other day. I'm like, Daniel could use every one of those.
Well, we will keep those suggestions a secret, and we will talk to you next time, Todd, my bud.
All right, I love you, my man, and you better make us laugh before you get off this motherfucker.
I'll try.
All right?
I'll try.
All right, then get on with it.
Peace out. And there you have it. There was Todd the Bod. Wow, what a great episode. We had a fantastic guest tonight. The cool thing about this guest is that he just reached out to me. He was a longtime listener of the show, said he was listening for six plus years. That's not bad. That's almost the full duration. I think we've been on probably about a decade, something around 10 years or so. I would have to look in my journal in order to find the correct date. But I'm glad that I remember to put the email out there, Daniel, endofdaysradio@gmail.com, because I get contacted by great guests. When this show first began, it was all about Skate in the Story says sell boner pills. That's an interesting idea. I'm sure we'd sell lots of those to our older senior audience. But it used to be all about having the big guests. But what I found throughout the years is people that are just normal people out there that aren't necessarily authors or podium speakers or guests on other programs. Sometimes just people out there that have woo experiences and who are awake, right? People that read a book from time to time, people that are spiritual, people that are philosophical, people that may not have fit in that well throughout their lives and instead dedicated themselves to Hermeticism. Those are the type of people that listen to this program. And this audience might not be like the Joe Rogan Experience or anything like that. It might not have millions and millions of listeners, but I couldn't ask for a better audience. one thing that I love about this show is the audience. When I'm not doing a show, I instantly get hit with tons of emails and comments and private messages. Where are you? Where are you? Daniel, where are you? Where's your show? And it's when I read those comments, messages, and DMs, that's when I learn the truth that this show is all about the fans. It really is. I will never become somebody that does not listen to the people out there. When you give me your criticism and your feedback, I listen to you because I care about you on an individual level, because this show is about you. It was said earlier that this show is more than a show, it's a community. It's an underground network of foil hat, ancient mystery, obsessed, quasi quantum spiritual techno wizardry, right? It's something that has never existed before, and something that we are actively exploring, I guess you could say, but also pushing forward. This program is cutting edge. It has always been, and it's never been more cutting edge. What we are doing here is unique. I did want to talk a little bit more about this John Todd guy. I find his talks to be very interesting. I don't agree with the burning the records thing. That seems a little bit harsh. I mean, imagine our lives without Led Zeppelin or Pink Floyd or the Beatles or the Rolling Stones. But at the same time, can I say that these bands don't have a very occulted history, with members themselves being very interested in these sort of subjects? That's true as well. So I'm not sure where I stand on the issue. I know about bands like Coven and Black Sabbath and Kiss, or Donovan, who had the entire occult wedding. The list goes on as far as connections to witchcraft and connections to Satanism or Luciferianism in the metal community, the heavy metal community. It blows your mind when you really think about it. But to take the music away, I love that stuff. Has it had a little bit of a spooky influence on me? Probably. But did I eventually overcome that? And now can I enjoy the music without going into the dark side? I think so. I would hope so. But I have been seeing things a little bit differently. Like these rappers like Eminem. Eminem was so cool when I was in high school and in subsequent years. But this is some really satanic shit when you go back and you listen to some of these lyrics or you look them up. There's times when Slim Shady is literally saying that he's possessed by the devil or he made some kind of deal. Maybe he's just being edgy. What's with all those one eye pictures or this talk about him being a clone? What's with all the surgery and the makeup? There's definitely a rabbit hole there, but we can get into that another day, because right now we need to finish the show and do sports. Are you ready? So, as many of you know, the MLB All-Star game is taking place in Seattle, Washington. That's a story for our local sports people, but it's shitty for the people that actually live here, because none of our players made the game. So the game's being held here and none of our guys are going to be on the team. That is probably one of the most shitty twists of fate for Mariners fans who have had a rough journey since the team's inception. We're the only team to have never won a World Series. That's kind of depressing. And things seem like they're getting better last year, but now we continue to play at a questionable level at the moment. And I find it disheartening indeed. FIFA opts out of the rainbow armband in favor of the anti-discrimination armband. So there's a lot of pushback on those rainbow armbands. a lot of athletes don't wear those, or they don't want to wear those. They come from Christian nations that aren't woke like the United States of America, who aren't woke like us U.S. citizens who come from Christian Catholic countries. And you're going to tell them to wear a rainbow band, which actually goes against their teachings. It sounds to me like sports can often be just another vector for this sort of push, right? These giant corporations and these think tanks and these billionaires pushing a percentage ideology on the bulk of the population, and there's pushback and there's a whole controversy. Or is the whole thing just a giant distraction, push and pull to keep us away from the fact that there are pedophiles running our government? Sometimes it's hard to tell. It may serve a dual purpose. I hope that people don't completely give up on their personal beliefs. Like, if you don't want to wear something like that, I don't think that you should have to. If you want to, I think that's great. But I don't think that you should force people to abandon their Bibles. That doesn't sound quite right, does it? Skate and Destroy says, I feel like we should be careful with what we listen to. My life was really going downhill the more I got into death metal. Could just be a coincidence, though. Yeah, I hear that. That is very interesting. This program, it's always kind of existed in this gray area of, it's like it's got this Christian sort of value to it, yet we go into some darker realms. It's very heavy metal, end of days driven. There's a lot of jury subjects that we bring up. It's always just existed in that dual sort of paradigm. And I don't expect that to really change. I just say that I believe in God. What more can I do? But that's a good point. Death metal especially, I mean, that's some really hard shit. But just because a band has softer lyrics like the Beatles doesn't mean that they're not incredibly satanic. Pop artists can be satanic. Rap artists are more often than not satanic. So a lot of them are Christian too, but not all of them. Anyways, back to sports. Looks like in the world of pro wrestling, Brock Lesnar and Cody Rhodes are headed towards a rubber match at SummerSlam. That program is still ongoing. I was really disappointed that they did not just put the belt on Cody. Whatever they're doing with Brock Lesnar, it's fun, but after what we went through with Cody and his entire story, to put him in a program against Brock Lesnar feels like a giant downgrade. I hope that he re-enters the title scene soon, and I hope that they let the Rhodes family finally have their moment of glory, like their true ultimate moment of glory, after all that gold dust stuff and making the dad wear the polka dots and all that. It's time for, I mean, now that the WWE isn't even owned by Vince totally anymore, it's time to stop being so shitty towards the employees and the wrestlers. Give the guy his moment. Don't deprive him forever like you did to Booker T by not allowing him to win the title and be the first black champ. Or the list goes on of guys that should have been up there but ended up getting buried before they could quite get to the top. The first images of the of Elon Musk training for Zuckerberg have emerged. It shows Elon, and he's wearing his jiu-jitsu gi, and he's rolling around with a training partner. Looks like he's taking this all seriously. Either that, or he's found a great new way to troll and a great new way to capture everybody's attention all at once, like he always does. But I have to admit, I am intrigued. Who will win between these two nerds that are nothing is athletic about either of them. Yet here Elon is showing us his journey, his martial arts journey. It kind of reminds me of that Batman movie where Batman's fighting Bane and he's standing up for the city and he's inspiring everybody. Is that what Elon is trying to do for all of us? Is he trying to inspire us? Or is this just another Illuminati distraction? You guys remember that weird Baphomet armor he was wearing last Halloween, right? That was pretty creepy. But that's it. We've gone way too long already. We're past the 5-hour mark. We've gone brutally long. All the people that tell me that you love the long program, I hope you're happy. Went way too long tonight. And other than that, I appreciate you guys listening to the show. As you know, this show is rapidly growing, and sometimes I just feel like the spotlight is burning my face. But I'm par for the course, and I'm here for the ride, and it's just getting started. What comes next is going to blow your mind, and I hope that you continue to listen. Remember to go to endofdaysradio.com. And until next time, I should tell you what's in store next week. Next week, we are going to be talking to Verb. Verb is a pretty deep philosophical guy. I have had many interesting conversations with him. He's kind of like a modern day Leonardo da Vinci. He's a genius. But like many geniuses, they could be a little eccentric, so I have to kind of coax him out a certain way. So we'll see what happens. I hope that he shows up, because if he does, this is going to be a program for the ages indeed. And if he doesn't, we'll figure something out. But until then, I'll talk to you guys next time. Until then, ask yourself, is it truly the end of days? Goodbye.